flung it across the room, she knew she was done for. "Please don't hurt me," she pleaded as she felt the tears cloud her eyes. "Oh, but I will kill you, sweetheart," he said matter-of-factly. "You see, I can't have you running around with all you know now. It will only mess up my plan, and I don't want that. Bishop, please, I only want to have something on you, just as you have something on me. I wasn't going to tell anyone, I swear to you." He pulled back and looked at her face before throwing his head back in laughter. "Well, that was cute, but I've grown tired of this chit-chat. It was nice knowing you, Nsen. You served your purpose," he said, before grabbing her by the neck and lifting her off the ground. Nsen felt his grip growing tighter around her neck until she could no longer breathe. She kicked and scratched, but he wouldn't budge. After a strained time, Tafa burst in through the door, startling Bishop, who immediately dropped her. Bishop's huge frame facing Tafa was the last thing she saw before she passed out on the floor. Tafa cursed himself for putting Nsen, chapter 11. Tafa cursed himself for putting Nsen in a line of danger. He didn't think Bishop was sick enough to want to hurt her, so he convinced Nsen that planting a recorder would help their plan to take him down. All she needed to do was to get him comfortable enough to spill everything. However, he didn't expect Bishop to figure it out so easily. "You know, courtesy demands to knock rather than barge into people's homes," Bishop said casually as he turned away from Nsen, now slumped on the ground, and walked towards Tafa. "Get away from her, you fucking swine," Tafa spat angrily. Bishop smiled as comprehension kicked in. "You must be her second. You know, the idiot that put her up to this." Even though Tafa knew he stood no chance of winning, getting into a fisticuff with Bishop, he lunged forward, swinging a blow at him. Bishop dodged and landed a powerful punch across the cheek. Tafa fell to the ground and rolled over before Bishop's foot could get to him. "You tried to kill Lily. Why?" he asked as he rose from the floor and stepped backwards, rubbing his assaulted cheek. The plan was to get proper evidence on Bishop to expose his evil deed, not get into a fight with him. Right now, it felt like the only option if the evidence was to get out. Tafa wished he had just contacted Mr. Garba directly and told him of his son's deeds. Well, for one, the Garbas do not deserve happiness in their lives, Bishop said, before he quickly lunged forward, punching Tafa harder. He lifted Tafa by his shirt, threw him to the ground, and continued punching him across the face, causing him to spit blood. The Garbas, Tafa thought to himself. Lily had mentioned this was their family name, but the way Bishop said it seemed different yet familiar, like the couple his father had mentioned. There is nothing I hate more than this savior complex thing, Bishop continued, pausing from the assault he meted out to a now weak and helpless Tafa, who lay with a bloodied face. The Garbas did it to me. They couldn't have a child of their own, so, using all their wealth and social standing, they forcefully took me away from my mother, having accused her of giving me drugs. Then they lied to me about her being dead, only for me to realize she has been living in poverty all these years with no one to take care of her. All this while they treated me like I wasn't their son. Heck, a lot of people even think Lily is their only child. Bishop stood up and continued. Now you guys with absolutely no business with this family think you can swing in and save the day. He burst into maniacal laughter. It finally made sense. The man his father told him about, whose child was in a coma, was the same Mr. Garba. For some reason, Tafa assumed his father's friend had only one child and that she was still little. So stupid of me, Tafa berated himself. You will never get away with this, he managed to say. Oh, you think so? Bishop said with a mock seriousness. Tafa noticed Nsen was on her feet, slowly creeping up on Bishop with a club in hand. But before she could use it on him, he turned and grabbed the intending weapon. He gave her a backhand slap that sent her across the room. She landed inches away from the table edge and immediately passed out again. He grabbed the voice recorder and the bag he came in with and said, Lily is never going to wake up from that coma. Heck, she should always be dead. She should already be dead by now. I made sure of that. Then he pulled the door and rushed out of the house. Tafa heard the engine rev as Bishop drove out of the empty compound. Tafa remained on the floor, too weak to make any move. She should already be dead by now. I made sure. He called out and began to crawl to where she lay, hoping to God she wasn't still breathing. He nudged her several times until she stirred, rubbing the back of her head, which bled. He asked for her phone, but she was incoherent. Tafa looked around the living room and saw pieces of what appeared to be her phone scattered on the floor across the room. The drive to the hospital was going to take nothing less than 15 minutes, and he needed to tell his father what he had just discovered. As he didn't have Mr. Garba's contact, he tried to turn on the phone, which remained unresponsive for a minute before coming on. He immediately dialed his father. Dad, you need to call Mr. Garba. Tell him Bishop is responsible for Lily's current state. I will explain everything when I see you. But Mr. Garba needs to get his daughter out of that hospital. She's not safe. Tafa hung up before his father could respond. Nurse Blessing slowly walked down the hospital corridor with the last dose of the injection Dr. Bishop gave her before leaving the hospital earlier that day. He had called a few minutes earlier to instruct her to administer the injection. Shortly after the call ended, she received a credit alert for the last payment. However, something about this last assignment didn't sit right with her. First, the medication was different from the others, and the way he sounded on the phone minutes ago was different. He didn't sound in control and detached like he normally did. Moreover, she only administered the drug every 2 days, but this would be the second time in 2 days. Nurse Blessing didn't understand the change in plans, and for a few seconds, she thought about the consequences of her clandestine actions. The thought of what that money would do for her egged her on. She had never received the sort of money Dr. Bishop had paid her. As she stood beside the hospital room, she looked around to ensure no one was in sight before disappearing into the room where Lily was still lying in a coma. She brought out the syringe and stared at it for some seconds, trying to determine what type of medication it was. As usual, Dr. Bishop removed the label and all other means of identification before handing it over to her. Gosh, I hope I don't end up responsible for murder, she said to herself before injecting it into the drip. She finished up and hurriedly exited the room. On her way to one of the exit doors of the hospital building, she saw Mr. Garba standing by the door, answering a phone call. He had a frown on his face and whatever the person was saying seemed to alarm him as he began walking down the corridor in wide strides. Nurse Blessing halted for a few seconds, the hair on the back of her neck standing. She immediately turned around and began for the other door. Once outside, she increased her speed as she walked towards the gate, the empty syringe in her tightly gripped handbag. Although she tried to keep a straight face, the sweat on her forehead betrayed her outward calm, and her left eye wouldn't stop twitching, something that often happened whenever she was nervous. "Calm down, Blessing. Calm down," she whispered to herself. Once she made it out of the gate, she would be free to skip town. As she approached the gate, she noticed that only one of the security guards was at his post, Mr. Obole. He too was on a call. Lifting his head to meet hers, something went off in Nurse Blessing's head. She knew in that instance that she had been caught. She stopped in her tracks. She was less than a meter from the gate. Maybe he wouldn't get her if she had made a run for it. The skill that won her a medal for her secondary school track team could again be put to good use. So she tried, and with luck, she escaped his grasp and ran out of the hospital gate. But her luck only took her so far. Standing outside the gate was a second security officer, Mark. He was a less friendly one, and the way he grabbed her by her braids as she ran past him showed a barely contained disdain. He pulled her up from the dusty ground, dragged her inside the hospital compound and in the security office where they forced her to sit. Mark tightly gripped her shoulder as Obole made a call. "Tell Oga Garba that we found the other nurse," Obole said into the phone. "Pick up your phone, Mom." Bishop spat out in frustration as he dialed his mother's line for the third time. He dropped the phone on his thighs and stepped on the accelerator. He had already helped her pack her bags, but seeing that their trip to Abuja was moved a week forward due to this new development, he needed to be sure and be ready and by the door waiting. He needed her to be ready and by the door waiting for him. The trip to her house in Kanshio was going to delay them, but hopefully by nightfall they would be in Abuja. If only this stupid city had an airport, he said aloud. Regardless, he had done what he wanted. He had gotten rid of Lily and stolen enough money to cater for himself and his mother. His mind wandered back to the events of the last 30 minutes. Admittedly, he never thought Nsen would figure him out so easily and even set him up. Stupid girl. He wondered what her plan with the other guy was. With the recorder gone, and they didn't have any proof against him. Even if they did, he would be far out of their reach for them to do anything. In 20 minutes, he parked outside his mother's house. He had bought a gated house. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about nosy neighbors. Getting out of the car, he grabbed his keys and let himself into the compound. He heard her unlock the door to let him in as he approached the door. "Mommy, we are leaving. Go in and grab what you need. I'll carry the bags out." He paused as he took a good look at her. She had a hazy expression on her face. He walked over to her to where she sat and lifted her chin so he could look into her eyes. Her pupils were dilated. "Are you high?" he asked carefully. After a few seconds of deliberating with himself, she pulled her chin out of his grip and looked away. "Mother, are you fucking high?" as his voice cracked with emotion. He was scared of the answer, even though he already knew what it was. It just couldn't be. Bishop, I can explain, she said in a low tone. He turned and stormed into the kitchen. He opened the top cabinet, but they were devoid of what he was looking for. He checked the lower cabinet and still couldn't find anything. Then he opened the dustbin, and there they were, 7 empty codeine bottles. Shock enveloped his entire body, and his hands began to shake. He couldn't believe his eyes. He refused to accept the comprehension his brain offered. So he returned to the living room to seek answers he already knew. He found his mother struggling to hide something behind the TV. It's not what you think. Wham. Wham, wham, she said as she moved both hands to the back, holding whatever was out of sight. Her speech sounded slurred, and the possibility that there was more to this shocking discovery enraged Bishop. He had moved over to her and pulled her hands apart. A tiny plastic bag fell to the ground. He slowly picked it up and pushed her into a chair. When she attempted to grab it from him, he opened the bag to discover what he was sure was cocaine. How in the world was she able to get cocaine? How? Bishop screamed initially as he slowly sank quietly into the chair opposite her, the drugs keeping her oblivious to his rage. 1,000,001 thoughts ran through his mind. Everything she had told him, everything his adopted parents told him, which with the reality staring back at him, none of them combined with any sense. None of them combined made any sense. Who is this drug addict staring back at me? Chapter 12. So you lied to me all this while. All that the Garba said about you was true, Bishop asked as he took in controlled breath to keep his anger from exploding. The desire to skip town suddenly took a backseat. What he wanted now were answers. Bishop, I am sorry, she said as she began to weep. You never got off drugs. I did, Bishop. 2 years after you were taken into their family, I got clean. I tried to come back for you, but you had a much better chance at life with them than you would have ever had with me. So I remained hidden in the background, following your growth and little wins. You lied to me. You told me you were clean. You are abusing cough syrup and coke. Mother, cocaine? How the hell did you get cocaine? Bishop thundered. He was going to find whoever supplied her with the drugs and give him a slow, merciless death. I still have my dealer's contact in Lagos, she said quietly with her head bowed. Then she sat up and began to talk. Your father was the one who introduced me to this life. He was deported to Nigeria from the US after he served time for dealing drugs. We fell in love and had you, but he died shortly after from an overdose. I know I told you I quit my job at the hospital to focus on my dream of owning a pharmaceutical business. But the truth is, I was fired for stealing. Disowned by my parents, I was alone and afraid, and the drugs were my only escape from reality. I was running low on cash and had no idea how I was going to feed my addiction and still be able to care for you. One evening, while you were taking a nap, I stepped out of the house and wandered into the streets, high as a kite. The last thing I remember was sitting by the roadside to rest my head. I woke up in a hospital, the Garba's hospital, after which they offered to help me get clean. I don't care about what they did for you. They did not have the right to take me away from you and lie about you being dead. Bishop rode as the memory came washing through his mind. he had been awakened from his nap by loud raps on the front door. He remembered seeing the towering image of Mr. Garba standing on the floor on the other side of the door with a warm and sympathetic smile on his face. Accompanied by his elderly neighbor next door, he visited his mother at the hospital. She looked sickly, worse than he had ever seen her, but she insisted she was doing fine and convinced him to stay with the Garabas for the time being. It would only be temporary, she said. Trusting her words, he agreed to go with Mr. Garaba, giving his mother one last hug. After 2 weeks of continuously demanding to see his mother, he was informed that she had passed away. Sitting across her now, he felt a renewed rage over just how time with his mother in the Garbas robbed him of. His mother held his gaze for a few seconds, the regret and weight of unspoken words glaring in his eyes, which had managed to tear up. Bishop then didn't have a child of their own, and they had been the ones taking care of you. I didn't think I was deserving of the title mother, so I signed over my rights to them and made them promise to keep my existence hidden from you. No, Bishop whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. This couldn't be. The Garbas were the evil ones, not his sweet mother, whose love he was deprived of his whole life. I'm so sorry, one. I didn't mean for you to find out this way. I was going to tell you, but I was too ashamed to bring myself to do so. They did such a great job with you, and I guess I grew jealous, so I let you think otherwise. So rather than use this second chance to start clean with me, you lied about the people who sacrificed so much for me. Bishop asked carefully, the reality of what he had done kicking in. For the first time in his life, a wave of fear and regret washed over him as he looked back on all the things he had done to the only family he ever knew. While a part of him still believed they deserved it, the betrayals must be too much to recover from. You had a whole year to come clean about this story. Do you know what I have done, Mother? Do you know the lengths I have gone to? She dropped to her knees as her weeping grew louder. I'm so sorry, my son. Please forgive me. A few minutes of silence ensued between them. He stared at his mother with an inscrutable expression, while her gaze remained on the floor as her hands quivered intermittently. I killed someone today, Bishop finally said in a soft, matter-of-factly demeanor, as if he had just told her about what he had for lunch. He watched her grow intense, lifting her gaze. Shock enveloped her face as she tried to comprehend what he said. She sat up in the chair. What did you do, Bishop? She asked concernedly. Ignoring her, he continued. And before that, I think I may have killed like that. Like what? 3 times. You do remember the first time, don't you? He said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He watched her grow still and a guilt-ridden face. You know, the doctor whom you and me, the doctor whom you had me poisoned because he was treating you badly. He stood up, dug his hand in his pocket, and moved to where his mother sat, and perched on the arm of the chair. But that wasn't crude either, was it? She let out a deep sigh and spoke with a shaky voice. No, it wasn't. I owed him some money for the drugs he supplied me, and when he wouldn't take what I was offering any longer, so I let you think otherwise. So rather than use this second chance to start clean with me, you lied about the people who sacrificed so much for me. Bishop asked carefully, the reality of what he had done kicking in. For the firm looked in his life. For the first time in his life, a wave of fear and regret washed over him as he looked back on all the things he had done to the only family he had ever knew. While a part of him still believed they deserved it, the betrayal was too much to recover from. You had a whole year to come clean about this story. Do you know what I have done, Mother? Do you know the lengths I have gone to? She dropped to her knees as her weeping grew louder. I'm so sorry, my son. Please forgive me. A few minutes of silence ensued between them. He stared at his mother with an inscrutable expression while her gaze remained on the floor as her hands quivered intermittently. With a bloodied face and a half-conscious Msen, Tafa managed to leave the apartment and drive to the hospital. He had told his father to meet him at the hospital and to check on the Garabas to see if there were any new developments. Lily was yet to appear to him, and it was the longest she stayed away without appearing to him. He was worried and scared at the same time. If she was dead, he would see her, and going to the hospital was the only way to find out her true condition. He met his father on a phone call at the emergency entrance. On seeing the state of Tafa and Mseng, his father's face went from shock to concern and worry. Mr. Tsar ended the call and called on the staff to assist Tafa as he rushed to Mseng's side and carried her in his arms. The staff on duty swung into action quickly, and in record time, Tafa and Mseng were each being attended to by a doctor, with Tafa's father never leaving his side. Who did this to you? He finally asked after the doctor finished checking Tafa and a nurse had dressed his bruises. Bishop's punches had not caused any severe damage, save for a bruised eye, which was swollen. How is Lily? Tafa asked his father, aware of the nurse still in the room with them. Mseng was asleep after sedation. The nurse exited the room seconds later, but not before sternly advising Tafa to take a nap. Lily will be fine. I need to know how you got your face messed up this way. His father asked with more concern. Her brother, Bishop, he needed her quiet so he could continue stealing from the Garbas, who I didn't realize were the same people you told me about, whose daughter was in a coma. Wait, you have been seeing his daughter, Elizabeth? How is that possible when she isn't even dead? And why didn't you tell me, son? Dad, I didn't know this until a few moments ago. I was going to go ahead with the ceremony at Azulufa's house, but that was when Elizabeth appeared, and suddenly remembered who she was and how she got there. Still, it didn't occur to me that she was the same person in a coma that you spoke about. They took the boy as their own. I'm beyond shocked to learn what he was really up to. His father responded in disbelief. Dad, he had an accomplice. Someone else was working for him, and I think that is how he got to keep her in a coma without anyone growing suspicious. His father shook his head as he leaned back into his chair. The events of the day had taken a visible toll on him. I called Mr. Garba right after you called. Apparently, a few minutes after he arrived at the hospital, a nurse, I believe her name is Eyi, came to see him and told him about another nurse's suspicious movement in and out of Lily's room. She claimed to have seen her inject something into Lily's drip once, but because the nurse was her senior colleague, she was scared to question her. Mr. Garba was already on his way to her room when you called me with the information concerning the nurse's claim. Where is she at the moment? I want to see Lily. Did the nurse? Bishop was paying her to inject Lily with a certain drug. Son, get some sleep. You will see Lily tomorrow. I'm going to get some food and clean up. I'll be back shortly. He stood up and then, in a mix of TV and English, said, Tafa, Wam, I love you very much. Then he left the room. Tafa lay in bed. His mind wandered to the events of the day. He couldn't believe he had come so close to losing Lily. She didn't even appear to him the whole day. This was good news, but he couldn't stop feeling worried. He needed to see her himself to be sure everything was okay. The doctor attending to him refused to say much, and spending the night at a hospital, which was more or less a plaza for ghosts, meant he wasn't getting any sleep tonight. He wandered around the hospital until a kind nurse finally showed him the way to Lily's room, ignoring the ghost who stared at him menacingly as he walked down the hallway. He finally found the room. There were police officers posted outside the door, and even though he identified himself as Lily's friend, they wouldn't let him in. Through the glass, he saw Mr. Garba and his wife, Dr. Garba, praying in low tones. Their prayers were the reason Lily was always pulled back into her body. He felt as if he had failed Lily, but their prayers had kept her alive. He returned to the room he shared with himself and shut the door, keeping the wandering ghost outside his room. For some reason, none could get in. He then got in bed as his head began to pound. In a few minutes, he slept, with a promise to himself to check Lily first thing in the morning. Chapter 13. The following day, Tafa woke up and saw himself sitting in her bed, staring at him. You never really told me how you met Lily, she said. Tafa sat up in bed as he thought of an answer to give her. We met last month, he responded. Technically, he was telling the truth. They did meet, just not under the circumstances that he needed himself to believe. She stared incredulously at him, making him uncomfortable. Lily had been in a coma for 3 months, yet you say you met her last month. Tafa knew he had been caught in a lie. Msen, I heard your conversation with your father last night. You see ghosts? Don't be ridiculous, Tafa scoffed. You probably didn't hear right. Tafa, you don't have to pretend. I believe you, she said with a smile. You do? Of course. I had a distant uncle who had this gift too. He was a terrible man. He used his gift to extort desperate people who wanted to speak with their dead relatives. Long story short, he is dead now. Mseng got up from her bed. I'm just glad you are using yours for good. You saved Lily, and that is all that matters now. Then she slowly walked out of the room, leaving him behind. Tafa was lost for words. If he had known that this would be her reaction, he would have told her the truth. He owed her for her help and hated himself for even exposing her to the monster Bishop was. He looked around and noticed some fruits on the table and his father's jacket, a sign his father had probably returned while he was asleep. Tafa got out of bed and headed for Lily's room. thoughts of her wouldn't leave his head, and the desire to see her was stronger than ever. As he approached the wing, he saw his father consoling Mr. Garba, silently shedding tears, shaking his head in disbelief. The alarm bells went off in Tafa's head. Something was close, not close. As he drew closer, he remained out of sight while trying to make sense of what was going on. A parent is not supposed to bury their child, Tafa heard Mr. Garba say in a distraught voice. Suddenly he realized what had happened. Frozen in place, he felt a wave of despair and wash over him. He watched the two men get up and walk towards the other end of the hospital before he walked to the room. No police officers guarded the door, and he understood why when he entered the room. Lily's bed was empty, and the sheets had been removed. No, 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 his throat went dry as he whispered, backing out of the room in disbelief. This couldn't be. Not after everything. Lily deserved to live. She needed to live. She was the only person he chose to keep this gift. How can this be the ending to their tumultuous journey? He sacrificed How could this be? Not after everything really deserved to live. How could this be the ending to their tumultuous journey? Her parents' prayer. He had tried his best to expose Bishop. Lily couldn't be dead. All these thoughts ran through his mind as he walked back to his room. He picked his car keys and walked out of the hospital. He entered his car and drove out with no destination in mind. Tafa was dazed and in a state of disbelief. After 5 minutes of driving, he stopped by an abandoned park off the highway and remained in his car. He turned the engine off and immediately burst into tears. The loss overwhelmed him, reminiscent of when he lost his mother. How Lily could have died after everything broke his heart and caused an aching he could not control. It seemed like his wall had met a cul-de-sac. Nothing made sense. Why was he given this gift if he couldn't save a life when it mattered the most? He felt alone, angry, heartbroken, and above all, disappointed in himself. He remained in the car for a long time, gazing at the sun, going from a shiny white to a golden yellow. He hoped and prayed to see Lily one more time, to tell her how sorry he was for letting her down, but she never came. He cried and begged the spirits that be, but nothing worked. Tired and hungry, but without any appetite, he drove back home, dejected and unsure how to carry on. He was so used to seeing Lily in his apartment that he hoped she would be there waiting for him, standing by his bedroom window, as she usually did. He needed to see her one more time, to tell her how he felt and about her, to feel her touch, even though it was the faintest touch ever. Anything. As he drove into the compound, he met his father standing outside the house, looking worried. "Where have you been, Tafa? I have looked everywhere for you," he spoke as soon as Tafa got out of the car. Tafa looked at his window, hoping for Lily's shadow, but he saw nothing. Apparently, not everywhere. He said in a low tone, "Don't get smart with me, young man," his father said with a frown, even though his tone carried a little of concern. While he was thankful that Tafa had survived the brutal encounters with Bishop, seeing his son all beaten up, covered in stitches and bandaged, left him heartbroken. "I failed her, Dad. I failed Lily. It's my fault." Tafa fought hard to keep the emotions out of his control. "I should have gone to her father soon. I shouldn't have been relevant. I shouldn't have been reluctant about helping her when she came to see me. Now I know his pain in my chest, but this feeling of emptiness I can't fight off. Dad, how can I feel this way about someone I never even met? He said, this time letting the tears fall. He watched his father's face grow compassionate before quietly pulling him into a hug. It's not your fault. Tafa, it isn't everything happened the way it did for a reason. Rather than comfort him, the words encouraged anger Tafa. He immediately broke free from the hug, half pushing his dad away. How can you even say that? Is this how you felt when Mom died? You just pushed everything aside and slapped and everything happens for a reason tag on it. I hate this gift, but for Lisa's sake, I passed up an opportunity to be rid of it. Now that I really need to see her, I can't. I will never see her again, and it hurts. It hurts so badly. Tafa's father inclined his head slightly to one side, confusing Tafa. Lily woke up this morning. Why are you talking about her in the past tense? Stunned, Tafa dropped the car keys he was holding. What? B? But I went to her room to check on her, and it was empty. There was no one there. And that was enough reason to think she passed away. No, I wasn't there. I heard GSM talked about burying a child. He was crying. I saw you both standing and holding her room. Bishop was found dead alongside his bed mother today as an apartment in Kanshio, Taraba State was in Kanshio. Tafa's father said as he walked towards the ate, beckoning on Tafa to join him. What? Was all Tafa could say. She's alive, he whispered, as if afraid that speaking any louder would make the discovery untrue. Relief coursed through his body amidst the shock of Bishop's death. Apparently, it was a murder and suicide. Mr. Garba's wife received an email from Bishop confessing everything, from stealing from his father's businesses to his failed attempt at killing Lily to cover his tracks. His bed mother had fed him lies about the Garbas, and he acted on them blindly. He claimed she made him believe he was forcefully taken from her and simply felt he was correcting a wrong by doing the things he did. He shot his mother in the head and composed the email in which he sought forgiveness before taking his own life. Damn, I definitely did not see that ending. Tafa said softly. They loved that boy as though he was their blood, gave him anything and everything he wanted and needed. Where could they have gone wrong with that one? I mean, all he had to do was ask. Tafa let out a sigh as he leaned back in the low bamboo chair. While it was a heartbreaking turn of events for the Garbas, Tafa didn't really feel any sympathy for Bishop, a person who could turn on their own family to the extent of attempting to take his own sister's life, deserved no pity. So where is Lily now? She was transferred to a hospital in Abuja after she woke up. Her father wants a thorough checkup and doesn't want to take my chances for obvious reasons. What about the nurse? The police have her, thankfully, but as it is, Mr. Garba doesn't trust that his hospital is the safest place for his only surviving child now. Tafa nodded in approval. He didn't think keeping Lily in the hospital was safe either. In all of this, I'm glad Lily survived, Tafa said with a smile. For the first time in days, he couldn't wait to see her and perhaps finally confess his feelings for her now that things were considerably back to normal. Chapter 14. So, I was wondering, would you like to have drinks with me now that work is over? Patricia said as she walked over to where Tafa stood, clearing his workstation. I'm sorry, but today is not free for me either. Rain check, he asked with a smile. Of course, she replied, and walked away briskly, smiling to hide her disappointment. It was the third time he had turned her down. He found another job with an IT firm after he returned to Abuja. It had been 3 months, yet he still felt hollow and incomplete. After learning that Lily was alive, Tafa patiently waited for her to return home. His father kept him updated, as well as the numerous social media bloggers who had developed a keen interest in the story. When she returned, Tafa paid a visit to the Garba's residence with his father. However, he realized that whatever happened in the other realm did not remain in her memory when she awakened. Excited to see her, he rushed over to hug her, but got a cold reception. I'm sorry, do I know you? She asked after they broke from the awkward hug. Although her father quickly explained that she was yet to get her complete memory back, Tafa knew it was more than that. For how could she have any memory of someone she had never met? She didn't know him because he only existed to her in a different realm. He remembered smiling at her and tendering an apology, even though his heart broke 1,000 times inside him. There she was, radiant as ever, her wild hair cascading down her shoulders, with the beautiful lips he yearned to kiss. Yet she didn't remember him. That day he made up his mind to return to Abuja. He was going to restart his life in a relatively new environment, ghost or no ghost. 3 months later, however, he still couldn't get Lily out of his mind. He thought he would get her out of his head by leaving the house and city that reminded him of her, but that wasn't the case. Patricia, a colleague at his new workplace, was an incredibly beautiful woman who admired him, but the feeling wasn't mutual, even though he tried. He was in love with a woman whose only memory of him was one embarrassingly awkward hug. Tafa walked down the stairs from his office as he placed an order for his dinner. Just like every other night, he was going to spend it alone at home, making excuses about why he couldn't hang out with his boys, and of course, why he couldn't have drinks with Patricia. After all, he had grown quite used to living like a recluse in recent years. As he walked to the parking lot, he noticed someone leaning on his car with their back to him. Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go again, he said, with annoyance as he slowed down his footsteps. The night at the hospital was the last time he saw ghosts, and while it was normal to go weeks and sometimes months without dealing with ghosts, he wasn't quite sure he was ready to get back on the ghost-saving mission just yet. He just wasn't. As he approached his car, the person turned around, causing Tafa to halt immediately in his steps. It was Lily in a yellow dress, reminiscent of the first time she appeared to him. Her eyes was pulled back in a low bun, and her dark skin glistened under the golden sun. He was happy to see her, but it didn't take long before trepidation set in. Was he looking at her ghost? Did she not survive it after all? He had stopped following the news about her and stayed off social media for this exact reason. So Tafa remained in his position, unsure of what he was looking at. "Hello, Tafa," she said with a smile that showed she was uncertain of his reaction to seeing her. "Your dad said I could find you here." She walked over to where he remained halted in his steps. After a few seconds, he found his voice. "My dad? So you talked to him?" he asked in a half whisper, as he struggled to gain composure. "Yes, I got his number from my dad." She paused and then continued with an amused expression. "Are you okay? You look like you have just seen a ghost." Tafa let out a chuckle as he rubbed the back of his neck. "You have no idea," he muttered under his breath. Then he frowned at her. "I'm just surprised to see you. Why are you here? And how did you know this was my car?" he asked, gesturing to the car. "It sort of looked familiar. I can't explain it," he said hesitantly, with a slight frown as if trying to make sense of her answer. Tafa smiled. "About why I'm here," she let out a deep sigh before she continued. "You probably look at me funny, but ever since the day I met you at my house, I've been having these weird memory recollections of us, which I'm certain never happened. And I've seen you in my dreams at least 4 times. "Oh, really?" He didn't know how this was possible, but he was thankful he wasn't completely erased from her memory. "Yes, I moved to Abuja after my accident to start afresh here, and I figured out it was an opportunity to see you again and perhaps get to know you better," she added shyly. He had fallen for this woman, even when the circumstances proved unrealistic for him to feel so strongly for her. The universe had just provided the perfect opportunity to win her heart, and he would be damned to pass up the chance to do so. Words cannot describe his joy. Words could not describe his joy, so he simply smiled. She smiled back. "Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? And perhaps go on a date sometime soon?" he asked. Lily was taken aback, a pleasantly surprised look on her face. Then she let out a soft chuckle. "I would like that very much," she said. "About the date, I hate picnics. I just figured I should put that out there," she added. "I hate it too," he said. "The seating arrangements are uncomfortable. And then there is the issue of flies and insects getting into your food." "Exactly. It's almost like you read my mind," she responded. Tafa didn't have to read her mind to know this. She had said it to him some time ago, but he couldn't tell her this. He couldn't tell her he had fallen in love with her while she was in a coma. She was awake now and here with him. That was all that mattered, and he was going to make this woman his and protect her with his life. They got into his car and drove out of his office complex as she continued talking about her dislike for picnics while he smiled, nodding just like his father had been when his wife passed away. Zambu leaned forward with a confused look on his face, but Azulufa, Tafa didn't lose anyone. Azulufa smiled as she brought out her beads from the bag on the floor and began placing them on her ankles and her wrists. He did lose someone. Well, at least he believed he did for a few hours, and within that time, he mourned with a broken heart more than he mourned his mother. He was too young to feel the pain and grasp the significance of his mother's passing, but he felt it with Lily, a woman he unwittingly developed strong feelings for. Something broke inside him when he thought she died, and he lost his powers. Azulufa said, "It is just how it works. You lose someone dear to you, you lose the powers. They are here," Zambu said, as he gestured towards two women, a slender one and another with a teenage girl pushed in a wheelchair. Uzulufa remained seated while Zambu stepped out of the ate to meet the visitors. Shortly after, they were ushered in. After they exchanged greetings with Azulufa, smiling warmly at them, the slender one spoke. "This is my sister and her daughter Salem, whom I told you about. How is her health now?" Azulufa asked. "It seems to be getting worse. Nothing we have done has helped. I told her you could help, and that is why we are here," the woman said, while her sister fought back tears. "You don't need to cry. We will help your daughter. We will help your daughter be strong again," Azulufa said as he smiled compassionately at the distraught mother. Turning to Nzambu, Azulufa said, "Prepare the room. We will perform the ritual tonight." Zambu stared at her with a silent question, to which she nodded before he stood and exited the ate. The end. Jasmine. Jasmine. In the series Self-Control. "I hate going around with these red spots on my face, but I love chocolate. What does one have to do with the other, you may ask? Well, if I am the subject, then unfortunately these two are connected. Last week, we went to see my uncle Noah. He had just returned from a trip abroad and brought presents for all of us. I could not believe my eyes when I saw what he brought me. It was a large canvas with an oil painting set. I wanted to try the paints immediately, but Mom wouldn't let me. She said I had to wait until we went home. While I moaned, Uncle Noah came in carrying boxes. "Here you go, Chiki." Oh, the ones with the hazelnuts were so good. They must have thrown in the hazelnuts as though they were skipping stones on a sea of chocolate. I lost myself and could not come to until I heard my mom's warning cough. I felt embarrassed and hid behind the armrest of the chair. When my uncle saw the sharp glance my mom threw at me, he smiled and winked, as if to say, "We'll take care of it." He had a plan. My uncle, Mom babies him a lot. He is like a mischievous boy. He loves to spoil me and get my mom all riled up. If she knew about the chocolate he filled my bag with, she would have been very annoyed with him. I guess this is what he had in mind when he winked at me. He filled the bag of oil painting with chocolate. As we were leaving, I winked back. I would take care of all of it when I arrived home. When we reached home, I put the canvas right in the middle of my room. My room was a mess, but I didn't care. The canvas was in the middle of the chaos, shining like a star. I looked into it as if it were a mirror. I was going to make the most beautiful painting with different brushes and vibrant colors. I had a palette and even an apron. I thought I should start immediately, but then I fancied some chocolate. I took out some from the stash in the bag and set them next to me. Then I hid the bag in my wardrobe. Just that second, someone knocked on my door. It was Mom. She was very annoyed. I jumped in front of the chocolates so she wouldn't see them. "Jasmine, I told you to tidy your room this morning, but you didn't. I had told you last night as well, but you didn't." She was right. My room was a terrible mess, but I was too lazy to tidy it. I wish there was a magic wand. I would lie on my bed, and like a conductor, I would direct the picking up and tidying of my room. Oh, that would be wonderful. I wouldn't get tired, and I would still be eating my chocolate while I watched the cleanup. Everything I say, did I say chocolate? Now I want some. I started eating a few at a time. It is a good thing my mom didn't see them. That was a close call. After I went through a pile of chocolate, I went back to painting. I would tidy the room afterwards. First, I painted a bright blue sun. Then I went on to paint pink clouds, purple trees, and a green sea. Then all the colors started playing hide and seek. They dressed up in each other's colors and threw a crazy party. The canvas turned into a carnival of colors. Decided to call this work of art the carnival. Being a painter is difficult. I was really tired. My mom didn't feel good either. My friends started itching. My arms started itching. My legs started itching. What was happening? I decided to rest. As I was going to bed, I realized that I was covered in paint. I forgot to put my apron on. I wish I had. Mom was going to be very angry when she saw me. Mom gets angry about a lot of things. When I don't finish my homework on time, when I don't tidy my room, when I throw my clothes on the floor, when I don't finish what I started. I looked at my room from where I lay. I was in trouble. All the paints were scattered everywhere. The chocolate wrappings were on the floor. I'll tidy it tomorrow, I told myself. Without knowing what tomorrow would bring, I drifted into deep sleep. I woke up to Mom's loud voice. "Oh no," I thought. "She is very angry." "What happened to your face?" Mom shouted. "My face? What about my face?" I asked and went to look in the mirror. What was this? My entire face was covered in spots. I was itching terribly. We inspected my arms and legs. Oh no, they were all over my body. I started crying. Mom was worried. "Get ready, we are going to the doctor," she said. We were in the doctor's office in half an hour. I was worried. What if it was a bad illness? What if I had to have injections? The doctor examined me. He checked my body temperature and wanted some blood tests. They took blood from my arm. We were at the hospital until noon. After the test results came back, the doctor asked me what I ate last. What could it be? Chocolate, of course. How many? He asked sheepishly. I looked down. Mom said she must have eaten around 10. She went a bit overboard. Well, I wish it were only 10. Mom didn't know about the secret stash. I didn't open my mouth. We picked out my prescription from the pharmacy and returned home. I was feeling down. I had to be careful about what I ate for a while. The doctor forbade me from eating some food. Chocolate was the first item on the list. My mom was going to make vegetable soup. Go and rest until I cooked, she said. What was I going to do about my room? I didn't want my mom to see my room like this, so I decided to give it a go. As I was picking up the chocolate wrappers, I wanted to eat some. I looked inside the wardrobe. The bag was still there. I could not eat any more chocolate, but I knew I would crave it while it was in reach. I went to the kitchen and gave the bag to my mom. When she realized what it was, she sighed. "Oh, Noah," she said, "I'm as guilty as my uncle, Mom. I think you should put this away." I muttered. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, well, you've made the right decision. Don't worry, I'll get better soon." I went back to work. I tidied my room and then got in bed. After I had some soup, I felt better. "Thank you, Mom." Red dots and chocolate, they are on my canvas. Now they have all gone. I feel better. Good riddance. Every day, look at the painting I made after I got better so that I don't forget what happened. I named my art piece the Red Dotted Chocolate. The end. Still in the Jasmine series, Self-Confidence Plus. Can you run fast? I can. So does second. We can run as fast as rabbits. We didn't know until that day how fast we could run. Some Monday mornings I feel down. Going to school for 5 days seems daunting. I felt down that day. I wanted to be a truck. I gave out fumes from my nose until I reached school. At the school gate, I honked and put the truck on reverse gear. I got up the stairs backwards and entered the class like that. "Be quiet, everyone." Jasmine got off the wrong side of the bed again, shouted Seda. It was a good joke, but I didn't laugh. I went to my seat and turned off the engine. The second lesson was music. We took out our melodicas. Everyone was trying to play the piece we learned last week. The noise went down the school corridor. The music teacher came in, covering her ears with her hands. I felt sorry for her. She would feel exactly like this when I start playing. I just couldn't get the hang of it. I was supposed to look at the notes while pressing the keys and blowing at the same time. It was much easier to do a somersault. Seda wasn't a very good student, but he had a good ear. When it was his turn, he received an applaud from all of us. I was bad as I was trying to play. I glanced at the teacher. She was looking at the ceiling. It was better than he shutting his ears. I cut it short so I wouldn't cause too much pain. Seda came to me afterwards and said, "Don't be upset. If you'd like, we can study together for the exam." I was happy. I didn't want to get a bad grade from music. The next day, we had our first lesson. First, I had to read the stories correctly. It was so boring, I wanted to turn the treble of clef into a washing line and the notes into a clothespin. Seda kept moaning. He said I was impatient. "Watch me," he said. I followed the notes while he played. I think I was getting the hang of it. If I practiced, I think I could do it. It would have been easier if he didn't spit on me while playing his melodica. But it was okay. We were tired and decided to fix the next door. We decided to continue also the next day, and we went out to play. While passing by the yarn shop, we saw a man. He seemed quite mysterious. He wore black pants, a black coat, and a black cap. He was carefully looking at the buildings. I wonder if he was looking for a home. There was nothing for sale or for rent there. He was walking from one end of the street to the other. Sometimes he just stopped in the middle of the road and suddenly turned back while talking to himself. Who was he? Was he crazy? Where did he come from? We were responsible for the safety of our neighborhood. We had to know what was going on. Sidar put on his hoodie while walking towards the man. He also pushed up his coat collar, and covered his mouth. What are you doing here? What are you doing? I whispered. I am turning into a detective, he said. I don't know how you could turn into a detective. Just by covering your head and hiding half of your face. You are smart, I snickered. This boy belongs to a museum. He is a relic. I let my hair loose, and he put a pair of sunglasses. We were the great duo. We went right behind the man. Sidar said hi, but the man didn't reply. He didn't even look at us. This time I coughed and said, "Excuse me, are you looking for someone?" There was no reply. I wonder if he was deaf. Then why was he talking to himself? We got a little scared. He could be someone dangerous. We couldn't figure out what was going on. We went home. After dinner, I went to my computer. I had promised Murat that I would find some material for the homework project. I actually don't do anyone's homework on principle, but Murat had internet connection problems, so I accepted to help him. I was going to find some pictures and take it to him on a flash disk. Suddenly there was a light on the screen. I was confused. It was as if the light was going on and off. I looked behind, and it came from that way. I looked out of the window. To my surprise, I saw the man who was on the street this afternoon. He had two more men with him. They also had a flashlight. I was sure they were thieves. There couldn't be another explanation. I ran inside and called Dad, but they had left by the time Dad came to my room. I wanted my dad to stay with me until I fell asleep. In the morning, I was plunged into deep thought. I didn't hear Murat coming from behind. I gave him the flash disk. He thanked me. It was as if I couldn't hear myself speak. I could not get that man out of my head. I pulled Sidar aside and told him what happened last week. He was horrified. He again decided to become a detective. He put his hand on his chin, moved up an eyebrow, and started thinking while making weird noises. I said, "Dear detective, I'm going to class," and left alone. A few days passed, nothing happened. There was no sign of the mysterious man and his friend. We were returning from school with our melodicas in hands. This was going to be our last lesson with Sidar. I was doing rather well. As we turned the street corner, I saw Sidar turning pale. What happened? I said. He couldn't speak. He couldn't speak. He just pointed to something. I turned my head right. This couldn't be happening. It was that man. There were policemen and they were pointing a gun at him, shouting, "Surrender!" It was crowded. Sidar said he had to do something. "Are you crazy?" I shouted. "They have guns. It's very dangerous. They can do anyway." Sidar turned to me. "Are you okay?" Don't you see we are the magnificent duo family? The police need some help. We can, of course, do something. No, I shouted. This is not our place. We were born in the magnificent duo. We are just 9 years old. But he wouldn't listen. Cedar jumped into the middle of the street and started playing his melodica and dancing in a very funny way. He wanted to distract the man. According to his plan, the police would catch the gay easily if he was distracted. But things don't work out as he planned. It turns out that all this was a film set. They were filming a crucial scene, and Sedan ruined it. The man in the dark suit was the director. He came a few days before they had filmed the scene to check out the place. We didn't learn about this from the conductor, of course. The yarn shop owner told us about it when we learned we were in a film set. When we learned we were in a film set and that we messed up the scene, we just ran away. We didn't stop until we reached the end of our neighborhood. The last time I saw the director, he had thrown his hat on the floor and he was stamping on it. Sometimes you have to be like a rabbit and run far, far away when you get in trouble. The end. Still in the Jasmine series, Won't Give Up Honesty. I am a train going around in circles in the neighborhood. I'm happy, very happy. Tomorrow I'm going to be a ferry, and the next day a plane. The teacher said she is going to give us an exam on Friday. It is going to be a multi-choice exam with 30 questions. If you want, you can partner with a friend and prepare questions to study for the exam. Write down the questions and then the multiple choice answers. She said, it could be fun, Chad. And I decided to work together that day. Chad and I decided to work together that day. Chad came to my home around 4 o'clock. He read the first 5 past pages, and then I read the next 5 pages. Then we prepared questions about the section we had read. If I tell you the questions Chad prepared, you'd crack up laughing. Which of the following are a student's responsibility towards his school? Serving tea to parents who visit school. A. B. Being on time for class. C. Sleeping in class. D. Dancing. What about this? Which of the following is a responsibility of the school bus driver? A. Taking the students to school. B. Playing hopscotch with the students. C. Managing the school. D. Selling burgers in front of the school. He must have put a lot of thought into these questions. I really like this kid. I also prepared some questions. At this point, we decided to stop and continue the next day from where we left off. I ran into my teacher while walking to school the next day. She had quite a few folders and bags in her hands. She had difficulty carrying them. Could you believe me, Jasmine? She asked. I obliged willingly and took a few folders from her. I felt cheerful helping out my teacher. I started hopping towards the teacher's room. As I was hopping right, left, and backward, I ran into a student. All the folders in my arms dropped on the floor. The girl crouched down, gathering all the papers while apologizing. It was I who should have apologized. I am sorry, I wasn't looking, I said. She was very nice, told me it was a problem. and continued on her way. As I was putting the papers in the folders, something caught my eye. The title, Social Studies Exam Questions, Class 3B 1. Class 3B 1. As I was putting the papers in the folders, something caught my attention. The title read Social Studies Exam Question, Class 3B 1. I glanced at the teacher. She was talking to someone in front of the door. There were many copies of the same sheet. The teacher wouldn't even know if I just took one. Quickly, I stuffed one exam sheet into my pocket. I was guaranteed a full score on this exam. I decided to tell Chad about this. When he came to us after school, I pulled him into my room and showed him the paper. His eyes opened wide. "Where did you find this?" he shouted in excitement. My mom could have heard him. "If you want, go to the window and shout it out so everyone knows our secret, and we can forget about getting a full score." I said, Okay, I'll help. I'll keep quiet. "But how did you find this?" I told him what happened. Immediately, we decided to find the answers and memorize them. This will relieve us from the stress of the last exam of the year. If you want to go to the window. All the preparations were ready. I was looking forward to the next day. In the morning, Granddad was with us for breakfast. He turned to me and said, "So how are your lessons? Are you done with your exams?" I responded, "They are all good, Granddad. Today we will have our last exam." Then Grandma joined in and said, "Good girl. She worked very hard for 2 days with a friend from school. She will be a responsible adult when she grows up. This one." I could barely swallow the food in my mouth. I felt ashamed. They trusted me so much, whereas I was going to cheat on this exam. When I went to class, Chad asked me if I memorized the answers. I said yes. He also memorized it. Soon the teacher came and gave out the exam papers. There was one missing one. That's strange. I was sure I had the correct number. I must have counted it wrongly. Please turn the blank side of the exam sheet to face you, and do not look at the questions. I'll immediately make one more copy and be back in a minute. Some of the students peeked at the questions and read them quickly. Then they kept talking about possible answers. Mo was at the door as watchman. He was going to let us know when the teacher was coming. Zainab, who was sitting next to me, was quite quiet. She was watching the ceiling. She must have gone crazy. "Why aren't you looking at the question?" I asked. "We are being watched," she said. "What? Who is watching us?" I asked. "I can't be bothered with you right now. I'm thinking." "You better start doing some thinking yourself," she said. She must have been off her rocker. "Whatever," I mumbled. The teacher came back 5 minutes later. Everyone acted as if they had waited for her in silence. "Thank you very much for your patience and for not looking at the questions," she said. She was a really good soul. What would she say if she knew what we had done? I never thought I was rather clever. Actually, I thought I was a genius. Jasmine, the genius. As planned, I jotted down all I had memorized the day before. I finished early and went out without any remorse. When I came home, I was very happy. I felt as if I had won a war. I got into bed and went to sleep. I saw a weird dream. We were in class, Zainab, Chad, and me. The teacher arrived and handed out our exam papers. We all got a full score, but Zainab was smiling. Chad and I were just looking at our paper. We weren't proud. Then the teacher thanked Zainab and left without saying anything to us. I felt confused when I woke up. I felt down, just like in the dream. I thought about Zainab and what she said. She couldn't be crazy. On the contrary, she was a very reserved girl. I guess I was the one off my rocker. My teacher trusted me and let me carry her folders, but I betrayed her. As if this was not enough, I stole from her. Who was I kidding? Did I deserve the grade I would get? Could I, since silence my conscience? Monday morning, the exam results were declared. Zainab got the highest grade, along with me and Chad. Zainab, but truly happy. I looked truly happy. I wasn't, because I felt ashamed. I don't think Chad was bothered. He giggled and winked at me from his station. I could not bear it anymore. I got up and went to the teacher. I confessed to what I had done and told her that I did not deserve the grade I got. I begged her for an oral exam so that I would answer the questions I actually knew. The teacher was shocked. She didn't expect this. She was shocked that I stole the questions and that I owned up to my fault. After a while, she said, "Okay, but I want you such a thing. But I want you to promise that you will never again do such a thing." I assured her. "Promise?" She asked all the questions. I didn't know some of the answers. I got 80 out of 100. Chad did not open his mouth. It was as if his lips were sealed with shock. I did not give him up. If he wanted to, he could have come clean too. So that's why I am a train. I am relieved of a shameful act. Instead of getting a 100 without any honor, I got an 80 and feel honored about it. Now I have to go. My friend is waiting at the next station. It is Zainab. Tomorrow we are going to be a ferry and the next day we will be a plane. The end. Small books. Aesop's Fables. The Fox Without a Tail and the Honest Woodcutter. Aesop's Fables. The Honest Woodcutter. Once a poor woodcutter went to the forest to cut wood. While he rested near the river bank, his axe slipped in the river nearby. Startled, he started crying. Just then, a fairy appeared. When she learned why the woodcutter was crying, she went in the river and got out a golden axe. The woodcutter sadly nodded. "This is not mine." The fairy went in again and brought out a silver axe. Seeing the silver axe, the woodcutter started crying again. "This is also not mine," he said. The fairy tried again. This time, she came out with a wooden axe. Seeing his axe, the woodcutter jumped with joy and said, "Thank you, dear fairy. This is indeed my axe." The fairy was impressed with the woodcutter's honesty. She gave all the 3 axes to the woodcutter and disappeared. The fox without a tail. Once, a fox was caught in a trap. At last, after trying a lot, the fox escaped, but she lost her tail in the struggle. Now, the tailless fox thought that everybody would make fun of me. So she thought of a plan. The tailless fox called a meeting of all the foxes and said, "Dear brothers and sisters, I think all of us should get rid of our tails." After this, she went on to describe the advantages of being tailless. "We can run faster," she said. Once she had finished, one of the older fox said, "Miss Fox, why don't you turn around?" When the tailless fox turned, all the foxes saw why she was asking them all to be tailless. They laughed at her and made fun of her. The tailless fox realized that it was no use trying to convince the other foxes to do the same. Therefore, feeling sad, she left the meeting. Moral of the story: one should not try to pull others to one's own level. The end. Coming out of grief. By Mboisonke Omoite. A collection of short stories. Chapter 1. The Weight of Silence. In the hush of early morning, as the world still lingered between slumber and wakefulness, Emma rose quietly from her bed. A faint breeze muttered through the half-open window, carrying with it the scent of dew-kissed earth. She moved with unhurried grace, her bare feet brushing softly against the cool floor. Drawn by the gentle pull of routine, she drifted toward the kitchen, where the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains in pale golden strands. There in the stillness, her rolled-up sleeves, her fingers finding comfort in the familiar rhythm of soap, water, and the clink of dishes, a quiet communion with the day just beginning. In that quiet instant, her gaze drifted to the photograph of her mother, a framed silence that hung gently on the kitchen wall. Time seemed to pause. The soft light caught the glass just so, casting a faint glow around the edges, as though the image itself breathed. Emma stood still, eyes locked with the frozen smile in the picture on her kitchen counter, and for a fleeting moment it felt as though the past had stepped into the room, warm, familiar, and aching with memory. Her mother's animal frozen in time beneath a layer of dust she couldn't bring herself to wipe away. 3 months had passed since the funeral, and the house still held its breath, waiting for footsteps that would never come. The silence was the hardest part, not the empty chair at the dinner table or the unused coffee mug in the cabinet, but the absence of her mother's voice calling out, "Good morning, my daughter," from the next room. Ima had grown up in a house filled with music, her mother humming while she cooked, singing along to old gospel records while she cleaned, telling stories that danced through the air like butterflies. Now the quiet pressed now the quiet pressed against her eardrums until she thought she might scream. "You need to get out," her sister Ekemini had said during the last phone call. "Mama wouldn't want you holed up in that house like a hermit." But Ekemini lived 3 states away with her own family, her own life that had continued moving forward while Ima's had ground to a halt. She couldn't understand that stepping outside felt like betrayal, that engaging with the world meant accepting that it could exist without her mother in it. Ima picked up the photograph, tracing her finger along the edge of the frame. It had been taken last Christmas, her mother wearing the red wrapper Ima had given her, eyes bright with the joy she found in simple moments. She had been sick then, though none of them wanted to acknowledge it. The weight loss they attributed to her new diet, the fatigue blamed on late nights watching her television programs on television. The phone rang, jarring Ima from her thoughts. She almost didn't answer. It was probably Ekemini again, or one of the church women checking in with their well-meaning but exhausting concern. But something made her reach for it. "Ima, this is Sister Emedion from the Literacy Center." The voice was warm, patient. "I know this might not be the best time, but we are starting a new program next week, reading to children at the hospital. Your mother mentioned you might be interested before she got sick." Ima's throat tightened. Her mother had volunteered at the Literacy Center for 15 years, reading to anyone who would listen. Children, adults learning to read, elderly folks in nursing homes. She had tried to convince Ima to join her countless times. "I don't think I am ready," Ima muttered. I understand. I opened on the nightstand, reading glasses folded beside it. The bookmark was placed at Ecclesiastes. "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven." Ima laughed bitterly. A time to be born and a time to die, a time to mourn and a time to heal. But what if she wasn't ready for healing? What if holding on to the pain was the only way to hold on to her mother? She opened the closet and breathed in the lingering scent of her mother's perfume, white shoulders, the same fragrance she had worn for 30 years. Among the wrappers and blouses, Ima found a box she had never seen before. Inside were letters, dozens of them, written in her mother's careful handwriting. The first was addressed to Ima, dated just 2 weeks before her death. "My dearest daughter, if you are reading this, then I have gone on ahead, and you are probably angry with me for leaving you. I know you are, always trying to hold on to things so tight you forget to let them breathe. But my daughter, grief isn't a wrapper you are supposed to wear forever. It is a river you have to cross. I've been thinking about that summer when you were 12 and afraid to jump off the dock at the lake. You stood there for 20 minutes, everyone waiting, everyone watching. Finally you jumped, not because you stopped being scared, but because staying scared on that deck was worse than the unknown water below. That is what this is, Ima. The water is cold, and it's dark, and you can't see the bottom. but you have to jump anyway. Not because the grief goes away, but because staying frozen on the dock isn't living. I need you to live, my daughter. I need you to take all the love I gave you and find some way to put it. Love doesn't die with people. It just needs new places to grow. Go read to those children at the hospital. They need what you have to give. All my love, always, Mama. Emma's tears fell onto the paper, smudging the ink slightly. She could hear her mother's voice in every word, could picture her sitting at the kitchen table, choosing each frame carefully. The other letters were addressed to various people: Ekemini, old friends, neighbors, even the postman who had delivered to their house for 8 years. Each one was a small gift, a final offering of the love that had defined her mother's life. Emma spent the evening reading them all, feeling her mother's presence fill the silent house once more. But this time, the silence felt different, not empty, but expectant, like the pause between musical notes that makes the next one more beautiful. Tuesday evening arrived gray and drizzling. Emma stood outside the hospital, clutching a worn copy of Charlotte's Web, one of her mother's favorites. The weight of the book in her hands felt like a lifeline. Inside, she found the Literacy Center volunteers gathered in a cheerful room decorated with handmade artwork. Sister Emedion, a woman in her 60s, with kind eyes, welcomed her with a gentle hug. We usually start with the younger children, Sister Emedion explained, leading Emma down a hallway lined with colorful murals. They are in the cancer ward, so some of them are pretty sick, but they love stories. Emma's stomach clenched. She wasn't sure she could handle being around suffering children, not when her own wound was still so raw. But she thought of her mother's letter, of the dock and the dark water below. The pediatric ward was a riot of color and sound. Children's laughter mixing with the beep of monitors, cartoon characters painted on walls, toys scattered across play areas. It was life persisting in the face of everything that tried to stop it. In the reading room, 5 children waited in various states of illness and recovery. Some were bowed from chemotherapy, others connected to IV poles, but all of them brightened when they saw the books. "What are we reading today?" asked a girl who couldn't have enough.
Than 7. Her head wrapped in a bright pink scarf. Emma's voice caught as she opened the door. The first word came out as bravely as a whisper, but then she remembered her mother's voice, the way it could wrap around his story and make it come alive. She took a breath and began again. "Where is Papa going with the axe?" she read. Then suddenly her mother was there with her, guiding her voice, reminding her how to let the story breathe. As she read, Emma watched the children's face transform. They forgot about their illness, their treatment, their fears. They were simply present, lost in the world of Wilbur and Charlotte, of friendship and sacrifice, and the beauty of ordinary moments. When she finished the first chapter, the children began for more. Emma found silence beginning to shift. The grief was still there, would always be there, but it had no longer the way things she carried. Her mother's love had found a way place to grow in the voices of children who need stories, in the continuation of a tradition that connected them across the boundary of death. At home, she picked up the dusty photograph and for the first time wiped it clear. Her mother's smile seems brighter, her somehow more present. Emma propelled in a place of honor to the mantel, where it could watch waters the living room that was slowly coming back to life. She pulled out her cell phone and called Ekemini. Emma, is everything okay? I jumped, Emma said simply. What? I jumped off the dock, Ekemini, into the water, and it's cool. And it's scary, but I am swimming. There was silence on the other end, then the sound of her sister crying. She had to be proud of you, Ekemini whispered. I know, Emma said, and for the first time since her mother's death, she believed it. That night, Emma sat at the kitchen table and began to write. Not a letter this time, but a story about a woman who learned that love doesn't end with death. It just changes from about find your voice again in the service of others, about the courage it takes to keep living when everything in your hands wants to stop. The silence in the house was still, but now it held space for something new, for healing that didn't mean forgetting, for a future that honored the past without being imprisoned by it. By somewhere in that space between grief and hope, Emma began to build a bridge back to the world of the living, one word at a time. The range beneath. The sun had barely stirred behind the horizon, and the city still slumbered beneath a blanket of pale blue mist. Inside a small echoing gym tucked between a row of shuttered shops, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, rubber, and something heavier. Grief, perhaps orange. Fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting a thrilling glow over the solitary figure in the corner. Udeme stood before the heavy bag, jaw clenched, muzzle stound, his breath clouding briefly in the morning chill. He didn't come for training anymore. Not really. This was penance, therapy, a ritual he clung to when sleep fell and the memories crept in uninvited. Without a word, he drew his fists up and drove them into the back. The impact echoed like gunshot and in the room. His knuckles screamed, a roar even beneath the tiny pendule of the gloves, but it didn't stop. The chain above rattled violent, protesting the force of his anger. Udeme moved like a man chasing ghosts, each swimming lanes with a fury he couldn't voice, each jab aimed at a past he couldn't rewrite. He welcomed the ache, leaned into the bone, but it meant that he was still fighting, still breathing. At 6 in the morning, with no one around to watch him unraveled, the gym became his professional, and the back his only witness. His father had been dead for 4 months, and Udeme was angrier than ever. What it deserves, Udeme murdered. Pulling off his glove, Ubon chuckled, but there was no humor in it. Back didn't kill your old man, son. Never did the cancer, if you really think about it. Udeme's jaw tightened. What's that supposed to mean? Mean you are fighting the wrong opponent. Obong picked up a towel and tossed it to him. Been watching you come in there every morning for weeks, beating the hell out of my equipment like it owes your money. You are angry at something, but it ain't that bad. Udeme wanted to argue, to tell Obong to mind his own business, but something in the older man soon stopped him. There was recognition there, like looking into a mirror held by someone who had walked the same dark path. My father died too young, Udeme said finally. 62 years old. Never got to retrieve, never got to see his grandkids, grew up, never get to. His voice cracked and he turned away, embarrassed by the vulnerability. How long was he sick? 3 years. 3 years of chemo and radiation and false hope. 3 years of watching him shrink into nothing while the doctor keeps saying, "We will try this new treatment," or "There is always hope." Udeme's voice rose each word. Hope. What a fucking joke. Auburn nodded slowly. You are mad at them, the doctors. I am mad at everyone. The admission burst out of Udeme like the stream from a pleasure cooker. The doctor who gave us false hope, the insurance company that fought every claim, my mother for being a goddamn accepting it all, my father for giving up at the end. God, if he exists, the whole fucking universe, and yourself. Udeme's hands still on the towel. The question hit like a sucker punch, unexpected and devastating. Why will I be mad at myself? That is what you need to figure out. That evening, Udeme sat in his car without his childhood home, engine running, heat blasting against the October chill. Through the living room window, he could see his mother, moving around the kitchen, probably making dinner for one again. She had called 3 times this week, leaving voicemail. He didn't return. The rain sat in his chest like a living thing, feeling on everything. The sight of healthy old men at the market, couples holding hands in the park, his co-workers complaining about minor inconveniences. How dare the world keep spinning when his father was gone? How dare people laugh and love and live their ordinary life when Ekanem Udo would never do any of those things again? His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. Made your father pepper soup recipe, come eat with me. Udeme almost deleted it, almost drove away like he had so many times before, but something made him turn off the engine inside. His mother answered the door before he could knock, as if she had been watching from the window. She looked smaller than he remembered, frailer, though she was only 58. Grief had ranged her in ways that time hadn't managed in decades. I wasn't sure you had come, she said softly. The kitchen smelled like home, onions and pepper and that particular blend of spices his father had perfected over years of sudden dinner. Udeme's throat tightened. Even the food felt like betrayal, like his mother was trying to replace what couldn't be replaced. They ate in relative silence, the clink of silverware against plate unnaturally loud. Finally, his mother sat down her spoon and looked at him directly. You are angry with me, Mama. No, it's okay. You have everything to be. You have everything right to be. I know you think I gave up too easily, that I would have fought harder for more treatment more times. Udeme's spoon clacked. Didn't you? Jesus, Mama, you acted like you were planning a celebration instead of watching your husband die. Oh, whatever God's will, you kept saying, you have to accept his plan. What kind of plan involves a good man dying in agony while pieces of shit lives for 90? His mother's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained steady. You think I wasn't angry? You think I didn't rage at God, at the doctor, at the unfairness of it all? I broke 3 bowls in the kitchen after his first diagnosis, threw them right at the wall and watched them shatter. Udeme stared at her. In 34 years, he had never seen this mother lose her temper, never had her raise her voice to say an unkind word about everyone. But anger was but anger was eating me alive, she continued, making me beat with her myself. What did you have to forgive yourself for? His mother was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke, her voice was bravely audible. For all the time I was impatiently for him, for the argument we had about stupid things, for taking our time together for granted, for not appreciating what we had while we had it. Udeme felt something crack open his chest, a fault line he hadn't even known exist. I should have visited more, he said sadly. Before he got sick, I mean. I was always too busy with work, with my own life, and during this treatment, I couldn't. I couldn't stand seeing him like that, weak and scary. He was supposed to be weak. Oh, my child. I was supposed to take care of him, his son. I should have been stronger, should have been there more. Instead, I am away because I couldn't handle watching him die. The words pound on him now, unstoppable. I am angry at myself because I failed him. I am angry at him because he left me to figure out how to be a man without him. I am angry at you because you are handling this better than I am, and that make me feel like even more of a failure. His mother came around the table and wrapped her arm around him, holding him while he sobbed like the child he felt like inside. She smelled like the perfume she had worn his entire life, like comfort and forgiveness and home. Your father was proud of you, she whispered. So proud he used to brag about you to anyone who could listen. His son, the engineer, building bridge that would last long after he was gone. He said you were his greatest accomplishment. I should have told him I love him more. He knew Udeme, he knew. They held each other in the kitchen, where his father had taught him to make plantain and tie his shoes, where family argument had been settled over cups of tea and inside jokes had been born over holiday dinner. The range was still there, but it felt different now. Not a destructive force, but something that could be channeled, transformed. I don't know how to forgive myself, Udeme admitted. Start small, his mother said. Forgive yourself for being scared, for loving him so much that losing him feeling important to survive. Over the next few weeks, Udeme found himself returning to his mother's house more often. They went through his father's belongings together, sharing memories attached to old photographs and work clothing. Udeme kept his father's toolbox and collection of newspapers. His mother kept mug with the fate World Best Papa inscription that Udeme had given him for Father's Day 20 years ago. At the gym, Obong introduced him to different kind of training, not the violent assault on heavy back, but discipline, sparing that require focus and control. Anger got power, Obong explained as they work on footwork. But power without direction is just destruction. You got to learn channel it. How you got to learn to channel it. Use it something constructive. Udeme began volunteering at local hospitals, reading to patients and something just sitting with them when they didn't want to be alone. It was Obong's idea, another way to transform the rage into something useful. The first few visits were brutal, bringing back memories of his father's final day. But gradually, Udeme found peace in being present for others facing the same journey. One evening, while reading to an elderly man whose family rarely visit, Udeme realized that his anger has begun to evolve. It was still there, but no longer consumed him. Instead, he had become fuel of compassion for the determination he to show up when showing up was hard, to be present in the life of suffering rather than running away. My son doesn't come to see me much, the old man said after Udeme finished reading a chapter from a novel. I think it's too hard for him, seeing me like this. It's hard, Udeme replied honestly. But that doesn't mean he doesn't love you. Sometimes love and fear get all tangled up together. The man smiled weakly. You sound like you know everything about that. I am learning. Later that night, Udeme called his mother from his uncle from his uncle's side outside the hospice. How was your visit today? She asked. Hard, good, both. We watched the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. What kind of beautiful evening his father would have appreciated. Mama, I am sorry for staying away, for being angry at you, for not being the son you needed me to be after Papa died. Oh, my son, you don't need to. Yes, I do. You lost your husband, and instead of me being there for you, I made you worry about me too. That wasn't fair. Grief makes people do things that shouldn't normally do. This mother said gently. It is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. We both learn how to do this. I miss him so much. It still takes my breath away sometimes. Me too. But I am starting to think that's okay. Missing him means we love him well. The pain is proportional to the love, and we love him very much. After hanging up, Udeme sat in the park lot as darkness fell around him. The rain was still there. It might always be there in some form, but it no longer felt like poison in his vein. It felt like energy that could be directed towards honoring his father's memory, towards becoming the kind of man his father had raised him to be. He thought about the bridges he built for the work, how they required both strength and flexibility to withstand the forces that would test them over time. Grief was like that too. It requires a construction that could bear weight without breaking, that could flex without falling. Udeme started the car and drove towards me, carrying his father's love with him and leaving the destructive weight of his anger in the past where it belonged. There was still work to do, forgiveness to an extent, healing to embrace, but for the first time since his father's death, he felt capable of doing that. That work, the range beneath had been transformed into something else, purpose, compassion, and fierce determination to live in a way that would make his father proud. It wasn't the end of grief, but it was the beginning of hope. Chapter 3. Whom am I now? The morning was quiet, too quiet, the kind that amplified the smallest sound. The creak of a floorboard, the whisper of running waters, the lonely sign of wind against the bathroom window. Katie stood still, framed in the soft light spinning from above the window, her hand resting on the edge of the sink as though bracing herself against the weight of a wall that no longer made sense. The house was hers now. The title said so. The lawyer had confirmed it, yet it felt like a hollow inheritance, an empty stage long after the play had ended. Eki stared at the mirror in her bathroom, trying to remember the last time she had looked at herself. Really good, the woman stared back, seemed unfamiliar. Hollow cheek, grey root threading through what used to be carefully dyed hair, and eyes dulled by years of shrinking into someone else's shadow. She touched her own face lightly as though to confirm the reflection belonged to her. This woman of 53 widowed not by death but by abandonment. There was no funeral to make the end of her marriage just silent. She was no longer anybody's wife. The thought greeted her every morning, sharp and unforgiving, like a slab of cold water for nearly 3 decades. She had been Mrs. Ubong Essen, the woman who correlates another man's life down to his breakfast toast and briefcase order. She had measured her worth in his smile, her days in his routine, but now, stripped of that identity, she found herself adrift. No title, no role, no clear beginning to this strange unfinished chapter. Just a mirror, a face that had to learn all over again. The funeral had been 6 months ago. 6 months of well-meaning friends telling her she needs to find herself, as if she were a misplaced set of keys rather than a woman whose entire identity had been built around loving and caring for a man who would never again need her love or care. Her sister Idara Obong had called yesterday with another suggestion. There is a grief support group at the community center. Maybe you should. I don't want to sit in a cycle talking about my feeling with strangers. Ekati had interrupted. Ekati had inter Ekaiti has interrupted. Then what do you want? The question had haunted her through the night. What did she want? For 28 years, what she wanted had been inexcusable, linked with what Ubong wanted. They had wanted things together, children. 3 miscarriages had taught them to want other things, travel, 17 states and counting, a garden. Ubong's yam had won the neighborhood contest for 4 years running, a quiet retirement, cut short by the heart attack that took him on a Tuesday morning while he was watering those prize-winning yams. Ekaite walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, staring at the contents without really seeing them. Everything felt like a decision she wasn't qualified to make alone. What to eat for breakfast, whether to keep Ubang's clothes or to donate them, how to fill the 6 hours between working and sleeping, when she was no longer anyone's reason for being. The mail slush rustled, and Ekaite found herself grateful for the interruption. Bills, advertisement, and at the bottom of the pile, a letter addressed in writing she didn't recognize. She returned address shown University of Calabar Community College. Dear Mrs. Essing, we are updating our alumni record and noticed that you were enrolled in our arts therapy program in 1995 but did not complete your degree. As part of our second chance initiative, we are offering returning students the opportunity to finish their studies with significant financial assistance and flexible scheduling. If you are interested in learning more, please contact our Adult Learning Center. Sincerely, Dr. Iris Okun, Director of Student Service. Ekaite sank into Obok's chair. No, just a chair now, and share at the later. Art therapy. She had almost forgotten about those 2 semesters, a lifetime gone when she was 25 and newly married, when Obong was building his accounting practice and she had thought she might want to be something other than a wife. But then Obong's business had taken off and he needed her help with the books, and her mother had gotten sick, requiring months of care. And somehow the dream of becoming an art therapist had got filled away with other impracticable notions, like learning to speak French or taking up the violin. She found herself walking to the basement, something she had avoided since Ubong's death. Down there, covered in dust and cobwebs, were boxes of her old art supplies, paint brushes stiff with dry acrylic tube of watercolor paint cracked with age, canvases that had never been touched. Ekai- Ekaite pulled out a sketch pad and opened it to find drawing she had forgotten she had made, a portrait of Ubong from their honeymoon, sleeping in a beach in Lagos, her mother's hands, detailed in charcoal, strong and grateful before arthritis had claimed them, self-portrait from when she was young and believed she had something to say through art. She flipped through the page after page of a woman who she barely remembered being someone who someone who saw the world in terms of light and shadow, who believed that creativity could heal, who had dreams like extended beyond the borders of her husband's needs. That evening, Ekaite called the number on the letter, Adult Learning Center. This is Eno. I received a letter about finishing my degree in art therapy. Wonderful. Can I get your name? Ekaite Essen. I enrolled in 1995, but I never finished. There was the sound of typing. Yes. Are you there? You complete 2 years before withdrawing. You were actually quite close to finishing. You had need about 18 credits hours to graduate. I am 53, Ekaite said, and as if that explained everything. Our oldest student last year was 72, Eno replied cheerfully. Age is just a number when it comes to pursuing your dream. Would you like to schedule an appointment to discuss your opinions? After hanging up, Ekaite sat in the kitchen where she and Obong had eaten thousands of meals together. They had paid bills and planned vacation and argued about three about those argued about whose turn it was to take out the trash. The room felt different somehow, like less like a shrine to their shared past and more like a space that might hold possibilities. She pieced up her phone and called Idara Bong. Ekaite, is everything okay? I think I want to go back to school. There was a pause. School? What kind of school? Art therapy. I started a degree program years ago. Before Ubong's business took off, they want me to come back and finish. Oh, sister, that's wonderful, Ubong always said. You were talented. Remember those paintings you used to do? Ekaite had forgotten that Ubong used to brag about her art, and in recent years, she had only remembered him as needing her for practical things. Managing this schedule kept keeping house, being his companion and caregiver. But in the early days, he had encouraged her creativity, had even set up a small studio for her in their first apartment. 2 weeks later, Ekaite found herself walking across the college campus for the first time in nearly 30 years. Students rushed past her, young enough to be her children, carrying backpacks and talking animatedly about classes and parties and futures that scratches endless ahead of them. She felt ancient and out of place until she reached the adult learning center where she found a diverse group of people, her age and older, all pursuing her dream to start entirely. New chapter. Dr. Irit Okon turned out to be a woman in her 60s and silver hair and paint-stained finger. Her office was clustered with students, artwork, and books about psychology and healing. Ekaite, I'm so glad you came in. I remember your application from 1995. Your essay about wanting to help people process trauma through creative expression was quite moving. Ekaite briefly remember writing that essay. It felt like reading about someone else's life, someone else's dream. I am not sure I am the same person who wrote that, she admitted. None of us are the same people we were 30 years ago, but the core desire to help, to heal, to create, that doesn't usually disappear. It just gets buried under life's practical demand. Dr. Okon outlined a program that would allow Ekaite to complete her degree over 2 years, attending classes part-time and doing a practicum at a local mental health facility. I should mention, Ekaite said hesitantly, "My husband died 6 months ago. I am not sure I am in the right headspace to help other people with their problem." On the contrary, Dr. Okon replied gently, "Your recent experience with loss might give you unique insight into the healing process. Some of our most effective therapies are people who have walked through their own darkness and found their way back to the light." Ekaite enrolled the next day. Her first class was Introduction to Expressive Arts Therapy, held in a studio filled with natural light and the smell of paint and possibility. The instructor, a woman named Udok, who couldn't have been older than 35, asked each student to create a self-portrait that represents were where they were in their life. She started at the blank canvas, brush in hand, paralyzed. Who she was now? Who was she now? How do you paint the absence of an identity, the hollow space where your sense of self used to be? Finally, she began with black broad stroke that seemed to swallow the white canvas, but then, almost without conscious truth, she needed touches of other clothes, a hint of blue like Ubong's eyes, gold like the wedding ring she still wore, green like the garden they had tended together, and gradually emerging from the darkness, the suggestion of a figure not clearly defined but present, seeking, becoming. "Tell us about your painting," Udok said when it was Ekaite's turn to share. "I guess it's about being in the dark but not being in the darkness," Ekaite said slowly. "About carrying love and light even when you can't see where you are going." The other student nodded, and Ekaite realized that several of them were also navigating loss, transition, the challenge of rebuilding identity after life had taken away everything they had. They rebuilt everything they rebuilt. They After life transition, the challenge of rebuilding identity after life had taken everything they thought they knew about themselves. Over the following weeks, Ekaite threw herself into study with an intensity that surprised her. She read about trauma and resilience, about how creativity could unlock emotion that words couldn't touch, about the way art could literally rewind the brain response to pain. She learned about a therapy technique called grief mapping, where clients created a visual representation of their lost journey. Intrigued, Ekaite decided to try it herself. She started with their wedding photo, then created a timeline in mixed media, their honeymoon, watercolor, blue and green, buying their first house, college of newspaper, clipping and house keys, the years of trying for children, torn paper and empty spaces, Obong's business success, golden paint and upward arrow, their travel, passport stamp and ticket stop, his illness, dark washes of grey and black, and finally his death, a voice surrounded by figment of their life together. But as she walked, she realized the map wasn't ending with his death. Almost unconsciously, she began adding elements that represent her life after loss, tentatively brush stroke in new colors, small symbols of growth and possibility, question marks that weren't frightened but curious. Her practicum placement was a residential facility for veterinarians with PTSD. Ekaike was nervous about working with trauma on several, but she found her own she found her own experience with loss and indeed gave her a different kind of empathy. She understood the way grief can ambush you to unexpected moments, how how healing wasn't linear, how sometimes you had to sit with the darkness before you could find your way towards light. One of her clients was Mfom, a former military medic whose husband had died by suicide after returning from deployment. Like Ekaite, Ufom struggled with the question of identity after loss. I was a wife for 8 years, Ufom said during one of their art therapy sections. Before before that, I was a soldier. Now I don't know what I am. Ekaite set out art supplies, clay, paint, marker, magazine for college. Maybe we don't have to know yet, she said. Maybe we can just explore who we are becoming. Mbong worked with clay, her hands moving instinctively to create a figure that seems to emerge from the medium itself. As she walked, she talked about her husband, about her guilt, about the way she had lost herself in trying to save him. I felt like I died with him, Ofon said, shaping what looks like a cocoon from the clay. And you are here, Ekaite replied. You are breathing, creating feeling. Maybe, fe- maybe feeling dead is part of the process of being reborn. As she said the word, Ekaite realized that she was talking to herself as much as Ufom, the woman she had been, Ubong's wife, the keeper of his needs and drama. She had died with him, but something new emerging from that death, something she was only beginning to understand. Months later, Ekaite found herself waking up with purpose, excited about her classes and work with clients. She paints regularly now, setting up a studio in what used to be Ubong's office. She even started dating tentatively, awkwardly, but with curious rather than desperation. One evening, while working in a painting inspired by her grief mapping exercise, her sister Ima stopped by. You look different, Idarabong said, studying Ekaite's face happier, more like yourself. I feel more like myself, Ekaite agreed, but it's weird. I feel more like myself than I ever did, even when Ubon was alive. Maybe I had forgotten who I was a while. Maybe that's okay. Idarabong said, maybe we are meant to be different people in different seasons of our life. Ekaite stepped back from the painting, a figure emerging from shadows, carrying light in her hands like an offspring. I think I am becoming someone I never knew I could. The next day, one of Ekaite's professors announced that the local hospital was looking for an art therapist to work with their oncology. Applied without hesitation. During her interview, the hiring manager asked why she wanted to work with cancer patients specifically. Because I understand what it's like to have your whole world change overnight, Ekaite said. I know what it feels like to lose the person you thought you were and have to figure out who you are now. And I have learned that creativity can be a bridge between who we are, where, and who we are becoming. She got the job. 6 months later, Ekaite stood in front of her bathroom mirror again. The woman looking back was still 54. Her birthday had passed quietly but not sadly. Still alone in many practical sense, she still grieving the loss of the life she had planned with Ubong, but she was also vibrantly, undeniably alive. Her eyes sparkled with purpose. Her hair was styled in a way she pleased her rather than Ubong. and her hands were permanently stained with pain. Bandage of honor from a life being actively created rather than merely endured. She is no longer Mrs. Ubong Essin, devoted wife. She was Ekaite Essin, art therapist, healer, creator, woman still becoming. She was someone who had loved deeply and lost profoundly and discovered that both experiences had made her more capable of helping others navigate their own darkness. That evening, she called Ufong, who had recently completed the residential program and was transitioning back to civilian life. How are you doing? Ekaite asked. Some days are hard, Ufong admitted, but I am taking art classes at the community college, and I have been thinking about what you said about not needing to know who I am yet, just exploring who I am becoming. Maybe I am not just one thing. Maybe I can be a veterinarian and an artist and a widow and a student all the same time. Maybe identity isn't as fixed as I thought it was. After hanging up, Ekaite walked out to the garden, Ubong's garden that had become their garden, that was that was now her garden. The yams he had planted were still producing, but she had added herbs and flower, vegetable he had never liked but she did. It was a garden in transition, honoring the past while growing towards the future. She picked a yam perfectly ripe, the way Ubong had taught her to judge them, and took a bite. It, it tastes like home, like memory, like the sweetest that could grow from seal peeled and lost. Who who was she now? Ekaite Essing, woman of many identity, of them, all of them authentic. She was someone who had discovered that losing yourself could be the first step towards finding yourself. That grief could be transformed into purpose. That it was possible to honor love by learning to love yourself in a new way. She was someone still becoming, and for the first time in years, she felt like exactly who she was meant to be. Chapter 14. Seeds in Dark Soil. The letter from the Make a Wish Foundation sat on Uya's kitchen table for 3 days. It enveloped, untouched, but heavy with meaning. It lay there beside a half-empty cup of tea, a forgotten grocery list, and the silence that had moved into the house since the day Umo's laughter had stopped echoing down the hallway. Uya had glanced at it each morning, her hand hovering over it more than once, but she always pulled away. It wasn't just a letter, it was a closing line in a story she had wanted to end. She already knew that the content would be a polite note of appreciation for her generous donation, perhaps a photograph of a smiling child whose wish had been granted, a trip of Dynasty World, a visit from superhero, a room makeover bright with color and hope, all wonderful things, all soaked in the kind of bitter sweetness that made her chest ache, because that because what the letter could truly confirm wasn't charity or kindness. It would confirm that Omar was gone, that her daughter's future, once mapped out in neat plan and dream, had been repurposed into someone else's last joy. Every corner of the house still bore her daughter's present. The pastel drawing pinned crookedly on the fridge, the ballet slippers abandoned beneath the couch, the faint scent of her strawberry shampoo in the upstairs bathroom. This remnant clung to Uya's sense like mist, clouding her days and anchoring her to moments she both cherished and dreaded to revisit. The trust fund that had once been a symbol of promise, university independence, a future, was now a lifeline for other parents holding on their own children a little longer. Grief had made everything both fragile and sharp. The simplest thing now carried weight. Opening mail, boiling water, folding laundry. There were days Uya moved through the house like a ghost, unsure if she was living or simply existing. Yet amidst it all, there was also something tender about choosing to give, to turn love into a gift of a child she would never meet. It was the only way she could mother Umo now, by letting her memory spark joy elsewhere. And on the fourth morning, Uya sat down at the kitchen table, hands trembling slightly, and opened the envelope. Whatever was inside, she would face it, because this was what healing looked like, wasn't it? Not forgetting, not moving on, but learning how to hold sorrow in one's hand and grace in the other. We have finally opened the envelope on Thursday morning, her hand shaking as she unfolded the single sheet of paper. Dear Mrs. Ufong, thank you for your generous donation in the memory of Umon Efong. Because of your gift, we were able to grant the wish of 7-year-old Akan, who wanted to visit the National Children Park in Abuja with his family before beginning his next round of chemotherapy. We know that no gesture can ease the pain of your loss, but we hope it brings you some comfort to know that Omo's memory is helping create magical moments for other children facing critical illness. With deepest sympathy, Udeme Okon one time was returning out. Imo had gone for 8 months. 8 months since the car accident that had taken her on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, 3 blocks from their house in Uyo. 18 months since Uya's world had collapsed into a black hole from which no light seems capable of escaping. Everyone kept telling her that she needed to find meaning in her loss, that she should honor Umo's memory by doing something positive. The suggestion made her want to scream. What meaning could possibly be found in the death of a healthy, brilliant, funny 8-year-old girl who had never hurt anyone? Who has never hurt anyone? What purpose could justify the fact that Uya could never again help with homework, never braid Imo's wealth coils, never hear her daughter's infectious life echo through the house? But looking at Akan's photo, Uya felt something stir that wasn't quite hope, but wasn't despair either. It was the faintest recognition that maybe meaning wasn't something you found a lot. Maybe it was something you created from loss. Her phone rang, jarring her from her thoughts. The caller ID showed her sister's name. How are you holding up? Ineme asked, her voice careful in the way it had been since the funeral. I am breathing, Uya replied, which had become her standard answer to that impossible question. The grief counselor called me. She's concerned that you haven't been to group in 3 weeks. Uya closed her eyes. The grief support group had been helpful at first. Being around the people who understood the words could end while everyone else kept acting like it was still spinning normal. But lately, listening to other people's process their losses just remind her how struck she felt, how unable she was to move beyond the raw, immediate pain of losing Umo. I don't know what to say there anymore, Uya admitted. Everyone else to be making progress, finding way to honor their loved ones, rebuilding their life. I can't even figure out how to get through breakfast without crying. Maybe that's okay. Maybe you don't have to figure anything out right. After hanging up, Uya found herself walking to Imo's room for the first time in weeks. She had been avoiding it, unable to face the visual reminder of a life cut short. The half-finished art project on the desk, the books with a bookmark still marking Umo's place, the stuffed animal arranged exactly as Umo had left them. But today, something drew her in. She sat at Umo's bed and picked up the book, a fantasy novel about a girl who could talk to animals. Umo had been racing through it, excited to reach the end. She could never know how the story ended. Uya opened to the back-marked page and began to read aloud, as if Umo were still there to hear her. The words felt strange in the empty room, but also somehow necessary. She read for an hour, finished the chapter Imo had started, then the next one and the next. When she finally dropped, the room felt different, still heartbreakingly empty, but also somehow filled with Humo's presence, with the love they had shared over hundreds of bedtime stories. That night, Uya, Uya came, that night, Uya called the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I received a letter about a donation I made. She told the woman who answered, I am wondering, do you need volunteer? What was a purpose? Are you sure you are ready for that? Working with critically ill children can be emotionally challenging, especially for someone who recently experienced a loss. I don't know if I am ready, Uya said honestly, but I think I need to try. 2 weeks later, Uya found herself in a hospital playroom at the Hospital of Uyo Teaching Hospital, surrounded by children in various stages of illness and treatment. Some were barred from chemotherapy, and others connected in IV poles. A few bore the pale complexion of chronic illness, but what struck her most was their resilience, their capacity for joy despite circumstances that would crush most adults. Her her first assignment was reading to children, something she had done countless times with Imo, but never with an audience of kids fighting for their life. What should we read today? She asked, holding up a several picture books. The one about the tortoise called out a girl who couldn't have been more than 5, her head wrapped in a colorful scarf. Uya opened the book and began to read, her voice her voice catching silently at first, then find its rhyme. As she read, she watched the children's face transform. For a few minutes, they weren't sick children in hospital. They were adventurers, following the wise tortoise, brave enough to face challenges and wise enough to know that sometimes the scariest problems turn out to have simple solutions. After the story, the little girl with the scarf approached Uya shyly. I like how you did the tortoise voice, she said. My mama used to read to me like that, but she has to go back to the market and can't come as much anymore. Uya's heart clenched. What's your name? Mpo Moto. I am sick. Well, I will be 6 next month. If she trailed off, suddenly looking much older than her years. When is your birthday? Uya asked gently. December 15th, but I might not. The doctor said Umpo's lower limb trembled. Hey, Uya said, kneeling down to Umpo's eyes level. How about we plan a real special birthday celebration? We have plenty of time to make it perfect. Umpo's face laid up. Really? Can we have a princess party? We can have whatever kind of party you want. Over the following week, Uya threw herself into planning Umpo's birthday celebration. She coordinated with the hospital staff, recruited other volunteers, and spent her evening crafting, decoration, and researching. entertainment opinions. For the first time since Umo's death, she had a project that required her to think beyond her own grief. But it wasn't just about the party. Uya found herself visiting Umpoto regularly, reading stories, playing games, and simply being present. Umpoto reminded her so much of Umo, the same curious mind, the same stubborn determination, the same ability to find wonder in small things. One afternoon, while they were working on a puzzle work, looked up at Uya with serious eyes. Are you sad about something? She asked with the directness that only children possess. Uya hesitated. She had been trained not to burden the children with her own problem, but something in Upoto's expression suggested that she could handle honesty. I had a little girl, Uya said carefully. She died in an accident. She was 8 years old, and she loved stories and puzzles, just like you do. Potter was quiet for a moment, processing this information with the gravity of someone who understood mortality better than adults. Is that why you are here? Because you miss her? I think so. Being with you and other kids, it doesn't make me miss her less, but it makes the missing feel less lonely. Porter nodded solely. My mama cries sometimes when she thinks I am sleeping. I think she's scared I am going to die. Are you scared? Sometimes, but mostly I just want to do fun things while I can. Like I have a princess party and hear stories and make puzzles with you. Uya felt something shifted inside her chest, like a door that had been locked tight, suddenly cracking open. Umporter simple wisdom, the understanding that life was precious because it was finite. That joy mattered precisely because pain existed, cut through months of Uya's paralysis with startling clarity. Mpoto's birthday party was a success beyond anything Uya had imagined. The hospital prayer room was transformed into a fairy tale kingdom, complete with castle decoration, princess costume for anyone who wanted to dress up, and a cake shaped like a crown. Mpoto, wearing a pink toile dress and a tiara, beamed with happiness as the other children, staff and volunteers celebrated with her. But the most meaningful moment came when Mpoto pulled Uyas aside during the party. I made something for you, Mpoto said, holding out a drawing. It shows two figures, one tall, one small, standing under a rainbow at the bottom careful six in careful 6 years old writing. She had written, for Uya who makes sad hearts happy. Uya felt tears streaming down her face as she looked at the picture. Potter, this is beautiful, but I think you have it backward. You make my sad heart happy. Maybe we help each other, Potter said, with wisdom that belied her years. That night, Uyo went home and did something she hadn't done since Umo's death. She called her mother. Uya, my child, is everything okay? It's almost midnight. Mama, I think I'm starting to understand something, Uya said, her voice thick with emotion. Her mother waited patiently. All this month, I have been angry that Umo's life was cut short, that she didn't get to grow up and do all the things she was supposed to do. But today I meet this little girl who might not live to see 7, but she is not angry. She is grateful for every day she gets, every moment of joy. Oh, my daughter, I think I have been so focused on what Umo didn't get to do. I forgot to be grateful for what she did get to do. 8 years of being loved completely, for feeling safe and happy and valued. 8 years of bedtime stories and birthday parties. Lazy Sunday morning. That is more than some people get in a lifetime.
Umo was so lucky to have you as a mother. I was the lucky one, Uya whispered, and I am honored that lucky by helping other kids feel what she felt, that they are precious, they that their life matter, that someone cares about their story. Over the next few months, Uya became a regular fixture at the hospital. She read stories, organized activity, and simply provide a consistent, caring presence for children facing uncertain futures. She learned about their life, their fear, their dream, and in return they taught her about resilience, about finding joy amidst of suffering, about the fierce preciousness of each ordinary moment. Umputo's condition improved and she was eventually able to go home, but Uya stayed connected to the hospital, become the coordinator of their volunteer reading program. She recruits other readers, organized book drive, and develops specialized programs for different age group and medical condition. One day, almost a year after Umputo's party, Oya received a call from Udeme Okon at the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Uya, I have an unusual request. We have a little boy whose wish is to have someone write a book just for him. His favorite stories are about kids who overcome challenges, and he wants to star in his own adventure. I know you are not a professional writer, but the children at the hospital speak so highly of your storytelling. I would love you to try, Uya said without hesitating. The boy's name was Undo and he was 9 years old, just a year older than Umar would have been. He was fighting leukemia, and the same determination Umar had brought to everything in her life, working with Undo to create his personalized adventure story. Uya felt Umar's presence more strongly than she had since the incident. The story they created together was about a brave young warrior who had to overcome magical obstacles to save his village. But the real magic Uya realized was in the process. The way Udo's eyes light up when she read him each new chapter. The way he contributed ideas that made the story stronger. The way he found his own courage reflected in the fictional hero they were building together. When the book was finished, a professional bound volume with Udo's name on the cover as co-author, Uya realized that she had found what everyone had been telling her to look for, meaning in her loss. But it wasn't the kind of meaning she had expected. It wasn't some grand purpose that justified Uma's death or made it or made it or made it make sense. Instead, it was a quiet recognition that love doesn't end with death. It multiplies, it finds new place to grow. Umar loved Umar's love had taught Uya how to nurture, how to read story with voices that brought character to life, how to see the world through a child's eyes. That love hasn't disappeared with Umar's death. It had been waiting for Uya to find new children who need it. Standing in the hospital playroom one evening, watching a new group of kids absorbed in a story she was reading, Uya felt Umar's presence not as an absence but as a continuation. Every child who felt seems unvalued, every moment of joy created in the midst of medical chaos, every story that transported sick kids to world where anything was possible. These were seeds planted in the dark soil of her grief, growing into something Umar would have been proud of. The pain of losing Umar would never go away completely, but Uya had learned that evening it found in loss is created from it, and in creating something beautiful from the deepest sorrow. She had discovered that love truly is stronger than death, that purpose can blow in the darkness place, and that sometimes the most profound healing comes not from moving past our grief, but from allowing us to transform us into instruments of grace, and for tho- and grace for others who desperately need what we have learned to give. Umo's story had had ended too soon, but through Uya's work, it continued to influence new chapters in other children's lives, and it's that continuation Uya had found not the answer to why her daughter had died, but something perhaps more valuable, a reason to keep living and living fully in Umo's honor. Later to tomorrow, chapter 5. The postman knew something was different about the woman at 47 Oron Road. Every Tuesday for the past years, Idara Akpang had walked to her mailbox carrying a single envelope, addressed but never sent. She would stand there for exactly 3 minutes, holding the letter against her chest, then walk back inside. Today was different. Today she carried 7 letters. Morning, Mrs. Akpan called out Effiong, the mailman who had been serving his route in Calabar for 15 years. He had watched neighborhood change, family grew, and heartbreak. Idara ritual had puzzled him, but he had learned not to pray into the quiet ceremonies of grief. Idara looked up, startled. She had been so lost in thought that she hadn't noticed Effiong approaching. In her hand, the 7 letters fell heavier than they should have. "Good morning," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Effiong noticed the bond in her hand, catching up on correspondence. Idara smiled sadly. Something like that. The letters were all addressed to the same person. Ukon Apan 12 Ekpo Street, Victoria Island, Lagos. Her son who would never read them because he had gone for 13 months, 2 weeks and 4 days. Not that she was counting. The first letter had been written the day after his funeral. She had sat at the kitchen table at 3 a.m., unable to sleep, and began to write. "Dear Uko, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to live in a world where you are not in." The letter was still in the bundle, one soft from handling but never opened. It was followed by 51 others, one for each Tuesday since. Letters full of rage, despair, regret, so slowly she barely noticed. Something else. Today's letter was different. Today's letter began, "Dear Ukom, I think I am ready to let you go. You know," Effiong said gently, adjusting his mail bag. "I lost my boy too. Car accident in Port Harcourt 8 years ago." Dara's eyes widened. In all their brief exchanges, Effiong had never mentioned personal loss. I lost him later too. I wrote him letters to," Effiong continued, "every day for 2 years. Never sent him, of course. My wife thought I was losing my mind." "What did you do with them?" "Buried them with him." When I was ready, Effiong looked at the letter in Idara's hand. When I finally understood that love doesn't end with death, I just changed address. Idara felt tears threatening. "How do you know when you are ready?" when holding on hurt more than letting go. After Ifeong continued his route, Dara stood alone with her letters, 52 conversations with her dead son, 52 attempts to make sense of the senseless. Uko had been 28 when the cancer took him, a brilliant computer programmer with a laugh that could fill a room and a gentle way of fixing everyone's problem except his own mortality. He had faces his diagnosis with the same methodological approach he brought to debunking code, research, treatment plan, backup strategies, but some problems have no solution, only acceptance. Idara had been his primary caregiver through those final 8 months. She had learned to navigate IV drift and medical schedules, to recognize the difference between discomfort and crisis, to hold up and despair in the same moment. She had become fluent in the language of oncology while forgetting how to speak about anything else. After Uko died, the silence in her house became a living thing. She found herself setting 2 places at dinner, buying his favorite gari, leaving his bedroom exactly as he had left it during his last visit home. The latter had become her way of talking to that silence. Now, standing at the mailbox, she realized the silence had changed. It was no longer the absence of Uko, it was the presence of her love for him, transformed. She walked back to her house and sat on the front pound swing Oko had installed 3 summers ago. One by one, she opened the letter and read them aloud to the morning air. The early letters were raw with fresh grief. Ukom, I can't stop waiting for your calls. I hear your ringtone every day, in the microwave beeping and the neighbor generator humming in my own heartbeat. The middle letter showed her wrestling with anger. Why didn't you fight harder? Why had you accepted the diagnosis so calmly? I would have fought the universe itself for you, but you just surrendered. How do I forgive you for living? How do I forgive myself for wanting you to? The moment recent letters began to shift, the more recent letters began to shift. I want to know your favorite buka today. I ordered your usual, the pounded jam with egusi soup. I ate it slowly. I remember how you always stole pieces from my plate, claiming it didn't taste as good. I laughed out loud. Uko actually laughed. The mama serving looked at me strangely, but I didn't care. For that moment, you were there with me. As she read, Idara began to see the pattern. The letters weren't just about Uko, they were about her own journey through the landscape of loss. They documented not just her grief, but her slow returning to herself. In the later 37, she had written about planting bitter leaves in the garden. Uko had helped her design. In later 42, she had described volunteering at a cancer center in Calabar, reading to patients receiving chemotherapy. In later 48, she had shared how she had finally cleared out his room, keeping his favorite book but donating his clothes to young men who need professional attire for job interviews. The last letter written that morning was the shortest. Dear Uko, I think I am ready to let you go. Not ready to forget you. I will never do that. Not ready to stop loving you. That's impossible. But ready to stop holding out. Watch over me, but don't worry about me. I am going to be okay. Your lovely mother, Idara. She folded the final letter and looked at the pile of pages scattered around her on the punch. 52 weeks of conversation with her son, 52 steps on long path through grief. That afternoon, Dara drove to Uko's favorite place, a small hill looking the Calabar River, where he had gone to think through difficult problems. She brought a mental fireball and matches. One by one she felt the letters of the flame, not in anger or rejection, but in release. The paper coiled and blackened, carrying her her words up in smoke towards whatever sky her son now inhabit. As the last letter burned, she spoke loudly to the wind. I am not saying goodbye, Uko. I am saying hello to whatever comes next. The next Tuesday, Ifyong, the mailman, noticed that Mrs. Appan wasn't at her mailbox. She was about to continue his route when he saw her in front yard, on her knee in the dirt, planting something new in her flower bed. She looked up and waved, her hands dirty, her face streaked with earth and tears, and something that looks remarkably like peace. What are you planting? He called out. Sunflower, she replied. Uko always said that they were optimistic. They spend their whole life turning towards the light. Ifyong smiled and continued his route, thinking about the letter he had buried with his son. And how love, like flowers, find a way to grow even in the dark soil. That evening, Idara sat at the kitchen table and began to write again. But this time, the letter was addressed to someone new. Dear Idara, it's time to begin. Outside her window, the first green shot of sunflower pushed through the earth, reaching for tomorrow's light. Chapter 6. The clay sage again. Stubborn and uninformed beneath Sunday Udo's trembling finger, he sat hunched over the pottery wheel that had been his faithful companion for 47 years, watching as the once promising wall gave way and collapsed into a shapeless mess. Bits of wet clay splattered across the apron and floored the corners of the studio, but not on the bowl, not where it should have become something whole, something beautiful. 3 months ago, his hand had been steady, his work precise, the wheel spun with purpose, not defiance. Back then, the studio hammer with quiet life, warmed by laughter, drifted in from the kitchen. The clink of teacup, the occasional voice of Ofonobong reading aloud from the newspaper. Back then, grief was something that happened to other people. Now it lived with them. The studio door cracked open silently, letting in a breeze laced with the scent of jasmine. Her jasmine. It came from the air. It came from the garden she had nurtured with the same gentle devotion she once poured into him. The blossoms still bloomed stubbornly and beautifully, though he didn't touch the soil since the day she died. He couldn't bear to tend them, but he couldn't bear to let them wither either. Sunday stared down at the ruined clay on the wheel. It trembled like grief, soft at the edge, but impossible to shape. Papa, his daughter Emma Bong, stood in the doorway. Her nurses scrubbed wrinkles from a 12-hour shift at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. She looked exhausted, but then they all look exhausted these days. Grief was the most tiring thing Sunday had ever experienced, and at 73 he had experienced plenty. The clay's not listening today, he said, not meeting her eyes. Imabong stepped carefully through the studio, navigating around half-finished pieces that had been sitting untouched since the funeral. When's the last time you ate something? Sunday gestured vaguely towards a cup of palm wine when they had gone flat hours ago. I am not hungry, Papa. Imabong's voice carried the firmness she used with difficult parties. This isn't what Mama could want. Don't tell me what your mother wants. The words came out sharper than he intended. You think I don't know what she had want? She had want to still be there. She had want to see her garden bloom this season. She had want to finish the anniversary verse we were working on together. He gestured towards the corner where Ufonobong's final piece sat, half gazed and abandoned. They had been collaborating on it for their 50th wedding anniversary, a celebration they had never had. Imabong was quiet for a long moment. He pulled up a stool beside his wheel. Tell me about the anniversary verse. Sunday's hand still on the clay. We were going to tell our story through poetry. 50 pieces, one for each year. She was doing the glazing, I was doing the throwing. It was going to be our masterpiece. He looked at the shelves lining the studio walls. They held decades of their work. Ufonobong delicate glaze bring life to his study form. Bowls that had held thousands of family meals, vessels that had celebrated graduates and birthdays and quiet Tuesday evening, mugs that had warmed their hands through 47 rainy seasons together. We only finished 12 pieces before. His voice trailed off. Mabong picked up one of the completed anniversary pieces, a small ball glazed in whirling blue and green that seems to capture the moment of the Cross River. This is beautiful, Papa. You should finish the collection. I can't. Sunday's voice broke. I don't know how to make poetry without her. She was the one who made everything beautiful. I just made containers. Papa, that's not true. You have been making art your whole life. No, Sunday shook his head firmly. I made functional objects. Umfonobong made them art. She saw beauty where I saw utility. She saw possibility where I saw problem. Without her eyes, without her vision, he gestured helplessly at the collapsed clay on his wheel. Mabong was quiet, studying her father's face. She saw her mother's stubbornness there and her mother's pain, and underneath it all, her mother's deep capacity for love. What if you are wrong? She asked finally. About what? About needing Mama's eyes to see beauty. What if the beauty was always there and she just helped you trust what you were already seeing? Sunday looked at his daughter, really looked at her for the first time in months. Mabong had Imafobong's eyes, but she had his hand. Strong hands that saved life at the hospital. Gentle hands that had helped him in his studio when she was small. I don't know how to do this alone. Imabong, you are not alone, Papa. You have to do everything the same way you did with Mama. Maybe it's time to find your own way to making beauty. That night, Sunday couldn't sleep. He wandered through the house, touching surfaces Mabong had touched, sitting in chair where she sat. The silence was overwhelming, but it was also spacious. For the first time in months, he allowed himself to notice that at 3 a.m. he found himself back in his studio. But still, But instead of sitting at his wheel, he began walking among the shelves, really looking at the piece he and Ufonobong had made together over the decades. Slowly, he began to see something he had never noticed before. Yes, Umofobong glazes were breathing, but the form underneath his form, they weren't just functional. They were graceful. They had rhymes. They had their own quiet beauty that didn't need decoration to exist. He picked up a simple bowl he had thrown in the first year of poetry before he had met Ufonobong. It was ungraced, just clearly clayed fire to a warm terracotta. He had always considered it practice, a step strong to real poetry. But now, in the moonlight streaming through his studio window, he saw the elegant curve of his dream, the way it fit perfectly in his curved palm, the subtle variation in thickness that spoke of human hands shaping earth. It was beautiful. He had made something beautiful all by himself. Sunday was the ball on his workbench and picked up a piece of clay, not to throw on the wheel, but to hold, to feel, to remember, to remember why he had fallen in love with the medium in the first place, long before he had fallen in love with Ofonobong. Clay was honest. It responded to pressure, to heat, to time. It had a memory of every touch. It taught patience and acceptance. Sometimes pieces broke into the clean, and that acceptance. Sometimes pieces broke in the clean, and that was just part of the process. Ofonobong had taught him to see poetry as art, but clay itself had taught him about life. He began to work, not trying to make anything specific, just letting his hand remember their relationship with the earth. Slowly, sometimes something began to emerge, not a ball or a verse, but something entirely new, something that looked like grief itself, raw, abstract, powerful. A dawn broke over his studio. Sunday stepped back and looked at what he had created. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't functional. It was a sculpture of loss and of the jagged edge of a heart leaning to beat differently. It was unlike anything he had ever made before. It was art. Over the following weeks, Sunday developed a new routine morning in Ufonobong's garden, learning to tend the plants she had loved. Afternoon in his studio, creating pieces that had never existed before, sculptures that captured emotions rather than serving dinner, vessels that held feeling rather than flower. He he worked he worked on the anniversary collection again, but differently. Instead of trying to create what the Ufonobong had planned together, he made it a conversation between their two artistic voices. His new raw emotional sculpture around their delicate glaze pieces. 50 years of marriage told through two different languages of clay. When Sunday replied, "Turn out I had things to say that I would only say it by myself." He picked up the unfinished anniversary vase Umofobong had been glazed for months. He had been afraid to touch it, afraid to destroy her final mark, but now he saw it differently. Her brush strokes were there, halfway complete, waiting not for him to copy them, but to complement them. Carefully, he began to add his own touches, not glaze, but subtle changes to the clay itself. Texture that Ufonobong had created, smoothness, rough where she had defined. Two different kind of beauty in conversation. I am not trying to finish her work, he explained to Ima Fawong. I am trying to honor it, to show her that love doesn't end with death. It just learned to speak a different language. Months later, so, month later, Sunday held his first solo art show at the Calabar Museum. The gallery was filled with his new work, pieces that grew from grief but reached towards hope. The anniversary collection was the counterpiece, 50, 50 pieces that told the stories of love, loss, and the courage to create beauty from broken things. Fonobon's garden provided flower for the opening reception. Sunday had learned to tend it, not exactly as she had, but in his way, but in his own way. Some plant had died and he had let them. Some had grown wild and he had let them to do that too. The garden was different now, but it was still beautiful. At the opening, an elderly woman approached him. I lost my husband last year, she said quietly. I didn't think I would ever create anything beautiful again without him. But look at your work. I think maybe I was wrong. Sunday nodded, understanding. Beauty doesn't abandon us when we lose someone we love. It just asks us to find it in a new way. The that night, back in his studio, Sunday was with a fresh pieces of clay. Tomorrow, he would begin a new project, not for an anniversary or a gallery, but for the simple joy of creation. He would make something beautiful because he could, because he was still here, because love had taught him that even broken things would be remained into art. Outside his window, Ufonobong jasmine bloomed in the darkness, filled the air with the sense of continual life, and in this hand, the clay waited patiently to become whatever his heart needed it to be. Lighthouse Keeper Daughters, Chapter 7. Lighthouse beam swept across the darkening water in its ancient rhyme. 3 seconds of life, 2 seconds of darkness, repeat. It always had a constant, a silent sentinel standing guard over the coastline. For 34 years, Ima Otung had lived by that rhyme. First as a curious child peering through her father's binocular, then as the solitary keeper of Beacon Point. That delight had always comforted her, even on storm-wrecked nights when the sea roared and the windows shook in their frames. But tonight its ready puzzles felt less like guidance and more like a countdown. Later lay open on the decks beside the well-worn logbook she had filled with decades of tide, shift sighting, and quiet observation. The official letterhead of the Coast Guard stared back at her, cold, distant, final. Due to technological advances in GPS navigation system, Beacon Point Lighthouse will be decommissioned. Your final shifts end December 31st. 34 years of service reduced to a clinical sentence. She had 3 months left to say goodbye to the only life she had ever truly known. With a sign that carried the weight of those years, Ima climbed the spiral stairs to the lamp room. Her hand trailed along the iron rail, her feet finding each familiar step without thought. The great Fresnel lens, still pristine and glimmering, caught the last ray of the sun and threw fractured rainbow across the curved glass walls. A quiet miracle she had watched for decades. She remembered being 7, her father's strong arm lifting her so she could look out beyond the gallery railing, where sea met sky. Someday had whispered, "This light will be yours now." That promise echoed through the silence like the mournful call to a ship with no port to return to. "Why do we stay up here all alone, Papa?" she had asked. "We are not alone, Ima," she had said. "We are connected to every ship that passes, every sailor trying to find his way home. We are part of something bigger than ourselves." Apa Etung had been the lighthouse keeper for 42 years before his heart attack took him 5 years ago. Ima inherited not just his job, but his certainty about their purpose. Now that certainty was crumbling like the lighthouse reader foundation, the radio crackled to life. "Bacon spot. Hey, this is fishing vessel Oyime Esperanza, requesting weather update for the Northern Channel." Ima picked up the headset. Uima Esperanza, this is Beacon Point. Weather holding steady, wind 15th north from the southwest. Visibility good, safety passage. Copy that, Beacon Point. Thanks for watching, over us. The exchange was routine, repeated dozens of times each week. Everything felt uncertain now. On third, a knock at the lighthouse door surprised her. Visitors were rare, especially after sunset. She decided the stairs to find a woman about her own age standing at the threshold, soaked from the evening rain. "I am sorry to bother you," the woman said. "My car broke down about a mile up the coast road. I saw your light and," she paused, "looked up at the towering structure. I haven't seen a working lighthouse in years. I thought they were all automated now." "Most are," Ima replied, stepping aside to let the stranger in. "I am Ima. You are probably the last person who will ever knock this door looking for help." The woman introduced herself as Dr. Umfong Okon, a marine biologist traveling to a research station further up the coast. While Ima called for a third stroke, Often examined the lighthouse interior with obvious fascination. "This is incredible," Often said, running her hand along the high curved banister. "The craftsmanship, the history. Places like these are disappearing. This one disappearing too," Ima said, surprising herself with the bitterness of her voice. Decommissioned in December. Apparently GPS make lighthouse keepers obsolete. Fun looked from studying an adequate compass. That's strategic, I mean. Yes, GPS is more precise, but lighthouse keepers do so much more than just navigation. You are weather watchers, rescue coordinators, environmental observers. You are the human connection in an increasingly automated world. Try telling that to the Coast Guard. Have you documented any of it? The wildlife pattern you have observed, the weather dates, the maritime history of this area. Ima shook her head. It's all in logbooks, but Ufong hesitated before leaving. Would it be possible to come back tomorrow? I had loved to learn more about your observation. Maybe discuss ways to prevent some of this knowledge. After Ufon left, Ma climbed back to the lamp room, but instead of her usual evening routine, she pulled out logbooks from years past, pages after pages of her careful recording. Weather pattern, wildlife migration, shipping traffic, rescue operation. She began to see what Ufon had seen, not just routine entries, but a detailed record of 3 decades of environmental change, the gradual shift in storm pattern, the declining members of certain whale species, the increasingly frequency of emergency call from recreational boaster unfamiliar with local hazard. She had been so focused on her daily duties that she had never recognized the broader picture her work painted. Unfon returned the next morning with coffee and a laptop computer. I spent all night thinking about the situation, she said. What if this commissioning doesn't have to mean ending? What if it could mean transformation? The keeper became the station director, and this one in Port Harcourt is now an environmental education center that train maritime safety volunteers. Ima studied the images, lighthouses transformed but still serving their essential purpose, guiding people safely through treacherous waters. I don't have a college degree, Imade said. I don't have research credentials. You have something better, Ofon replied. You have 3 decades of first-hand knowledge and a proven commitment to maritime safety. That's exactly what this program needs. The following weeks over, Ofon helped Ima organize her logbook and observation into a comprehensive database. They documented migration patterns, catalog weather trend, and map shipping hazard. That emerged was a rich portrait of crucial stretch of coastline, observed and protected by 2 generations of lighthouse keepers. But more than that, the work gave Ima something she had felt since receiving the commissioning letter: purpose. I never thought of myself as a scientist, Ima told Ufo as they walked through the decades of whale migration data. I was just watching, recording what I saw. That's exactly what science is, Ufon replied. Careful observation over time. You have been conducting one of the longest continuous environmental study on this coastal. Ima began researching out other lighthouse keepers facing decommissioning. She discovered a network of people with similar stories. Generation of marine knowledge being discarded in the name of technological progress. Today they began planning something new, a coastal monitoring network that will preserve not just their data but their role as guardian of dangerous water. They call it the Lighthouse Keeper Legacy Project. The plan was ambitious, covered the commissioned lighthouse into research stations, training centers, and emergency response coordination point. Use the keepers expert to train volunteers in maritime safety and environmental monitoring. Create a living bridge between traditional knowledge and modern conservation. When Ima represented the proposal to the Coast Guard, they were skeptical at first, but the data she and Ufong had compiled was compelling. The potential partners with university and environmental organizations were attractive, and the cost serving of having trained volunteers assist the coastal monitoring were significant. By November, Ima had received preliminary approval for a pilot program. Beacon Point would have been decommissioned as a traditional lighthouse, but recommissioned as the first station in the Lighthouse Keeper Legacy Network. On her final night as the official lighthouse keeper, Ima climbed the stair one last time to light the beacon. Tomorrow, an automated LED system would take over the navigation function, but Ima would remain in a new role that honored her past while embracing the future. The beam swept across the water. 3 seconds of light, 2 seconds of darkness. Repeat. The rhyme that had shaped her life would continue, but now she understood it differently. The light wasn't just guiding sheep away from danger, it was drawing them towards something new. Her radio crackled. Beacon Point, this is a Coast Guard station, Harbor Light. We have a report of a vessel in distress 2 miles northeast of the position. Ima smiled as she reached for the headset. Coast Guard, Harbor Light. This is Beacon Point. I have visual contact with the vessel, coordinating rescue response. Some things never change. People would never need guidance through dangerous waters. The difference was that now Ima understood she wasn't just pretending shipwreck. She was helping people navigate the storm of change itself. As dawn broke over Beacon Point, Ima began her new logbook. Day 1. Lighthouse Keeper Legacy Point Weather. Clear sky after the storm observation. Light endures even when everything else transforms. Mission still keeping watch, still guiding people home. Outside, Ofon was setting up equipment for the research station's first official environmental monitoring survey. Soon Beacon Point would echo with stories. Former Coast Guard veterans, retired mariners, eager youth mind drawn by the pull of the ocean and the urgency of its care. The lighthouse would continue its ancient duty of guiding the coastline, but its purpose had drawn wider now. It would guide not only ships through fog and storm, but people, those seeking new bearing in a world where change was the only constant. Ima stood at the edge of the gallery, the wind brushing gently through her hair, her grace following the slow arc of the beacon as it swept across the sea. She had once feared that losing the little of lighthouse keep meant the extinguishing of her own flame. But in the silence and space that followed, something truer had taken root. Her identity, she had come to use, had never been about one job, one station, or one chapter. It was about being a steward of hope for others and now finally for herself. At the last night of a day slipped beneath the horizon, Ma reached out and rested her hand on the cold iron rail. The limb continued its slow, faithful rotation, casting its glue across the open waters, and she smiled, not because the past had been easy or the future certain, but because she knew now that some light never truly go out. They live in the heart of those who again and again to keep them burning. Chapter 8. When the sky swallow our sun. The morning sun cast long shadow across the red earth of Ikot Obong Erong, painting the most compound of earthy Imo in hues of amber and gold. Eka Imo sat on the wooden stool outside their small mold house, Her weather hand clutched a faded photograph of her son Imo. The image showed a young man in his graduation cap and gown. His smile bright with the promise of tomorrow, a tomorrow that will never come. It had been 6 months since the plane crash that claimed their only son's life, and the weight of grief still pressed down on the family like the oppressive heat of dry season. Imo had been returning from the United Kingdom after contemplating engineering degree, carrying with him not just a diploma, but the hopes and dreams of an entire village that had been pooled their resources to send him abroad. 3 years earlier, when Imo had received an acceptance letter to study at the University of Manchester, the news had spread through Ikot Obong Erong like wildfire. Eti Imo, a substantial farmer who could barely afford to feed his family of 6, had stared at the letter with a mix of pride and despair. The tuition fee alone would cost more than what he would earn in 10 years. How can we possibly afford this? Needed in the village history. Families that would barely afford their next meal contributed whatever they could. Otibe, the local palm wine tapper, gave up his savings from 5 years of work. Eseme, who sold plantain at the market, contributed her earnings from an entire season. Even the women Idara, Uya, and Ada pooled their resources from their small trade businesses. The village organized fundraising event. Unkonduk, the local drummer, performed at the ceremony for free, asking only that the fee to donate to Imo's education fund. Usohu, the fisherman, gave a portion of his catch to be sold for the cause. Young men like Edet Ifyong worked extra shifts at the palm oil processing plant, donating their overtime pay. Eti Imo had wept when the full amount was finally realized. "I don't know how to pay you all," he has said, his voice breaking. "You don't need to pay us, Chief," Ikbong had replied. "Just make sure our boy come back to lift our village." For 3 years later, from Imo had been the village lifeline to the outside world. His younger sister, Edemeka, Esimeka, and Nyeniobong would gather around as their mother read his letter aloud, their eyes wide with wonder at her description of life in Manchester. "Today I solve a complex equation that will help build better bridge," one letter had read. "I think of the old bridge over the creek that flowed every rainy season, and I know I can build a better one for our village." The village had followed
his progress with the favor of sports fans following their favorite team. When he passed his first year's exams, he celebrated with palm wine and dancing. When he won a scholarship for academic excellence, Chief Ikpong declared a village holiday. Ekaimo had saved every letter, every photograph, every piece of news about her son. She would show them to visitors with the pride of a queen, displaying her crown jewels. "My son, the engineer," she would say, her chest swelling with pride. Even in their poverty, the family had felt rich. They were the parents of the village first university graduates, the guardians of everyone's dream. The call had come on a Tuesday morning in March. Eteimo had been in the farm when Ekanem, who owned the only telephones in the village, had come running with news that left him speechless. The plane from London, it crashed into the ocean. Ekanem had gasped, his face pale with shock. All passengers, no survivors. The world had tilted sideways for a Imo. He had staggered, his legs suddenly unable to support his weight. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. Imo was supposed to return home the next day. They had prepared a feast, organized a welcome ceremony. The whole village was waiting. Ekaimo's wail when she heard the news could be heard 3 compounds away. It was a sound that seems to come from the very depth of the heart, a mother's anguish that pierced the hearts of everyone who heard it. She had collapsed, her body racked with sobs that seemed to tear her apart from within. The tourist's daughter, Eda Mika, just 16, Insemeke, 14, and little Iyenembong, only 10, had clung to each other, their young minds unable to process the magnitude of their loss. Their brother, their hero, their ticket to a better life was gone. The funeral ceremony was held without a body, as Imo's remains were never recovered from the ocean. The entire village of Ikot Obong Eron came to a standstill. Chief Ikpong, usually a pillar of strength, was seen weeping openly for the first time and sat in her compound, staring at nothing. She had invested not just money in Imo's education, but her hopes for her own children's future. If Imo could make it, perhaps her children could too. Now that dream lay in ruins. The women of the village, Idara, Uyai, Adada, and Inem, took turns visiting the Imo family, bringing food and offering what comfort they could. But what comfort would there be for a mother who had lost her only son, a father who had lost his heirs, sister who had lost their protector? In the months that followed, the Imo family became shadow of their former self. Ete Imo, once a hard-working farmer who could be found in his field from dawn to dusk, now spent most of his day sitting under the old mango tree, staring at nothing. What is the point? He will mutter when his wife tried to encourage him to return to farming. What is the point of anything? Ekaimo had stopped eating regularly, her body growing thinner with each passing day. She would sit for hours, clutching Imo's photograph, talking to it as if he could hear her. Why didn't you just stay home? She would whisper. Why did you have to go so far? We could have managed. We could have been happy with what we had. The 3 daughters struggled in their own way. Eda Mika, the eldest, had been forced to take on responsibility for far beyond her years. She tried to hold the family together, cooking when her mother forgot to, encouraging her father to eat, comforting her younger sisters when they cried. Nsemeke, who had always been the most studious of the sisters, lost all interest in school. Her teachers reported that she would sit in class, staring out the window, her mind clearly elsewhere. Her grade, once excellent, began to suffer. Little Injenenborg, who had worshipped her big brother, began having nightmares. She would wake up screaming, calling for Imo, confused that he was trapped somewhere and needed for help. The grief of the Imo family rippled through the entire village like stones thrown into still water. The collective investment in Imo's education had made his loss a communal tragedy. Incon dropped the drummer, find that his hand shook when he tried to play. The rhythms that once flow naturally now felt forced, artificial. He would start a song and stop midway, overcome by memories of the celebrations they had heard for Imo's achievement. Insuwu, the fisherman, began to fear the water. Every time he looked at the ocean, he thought of the plane crash, of Imo's body lost somewhere in the depths. His catches dwindled as he spent less time on the water. Young men like Edet and Efyong questioned their own ambitions. If someone as brilliant as Imo could die so suddenly, what was the point of struggling? They began to drink more, work less, and dream smaller dreams. Even Chief Ikpong, the village moral compass, seemed lost. He would call meetings and then sit in silence, unable to find words of wisdom or comfort. The man who had always had answer now faced the question with no solution. How do you heal from the loss of hope itself? It was Inem, the village midwife, who first spoke the words that everyone was thinking, but no one dared to say. We are dying with him, she said during a visit to the Imo family. Imo is gone, and we can't bring him back, but we are still here. His sisters are still here. The village is still here. And if we don't find a way to live again, then his death becomes meaningless. Our word strikes like lightning in the darkness that had enveloped the family. Ekaimo looked up from her son's photograph, really looked at him for the first time in months. How, she whispered. How do we live without him? We live for him, Inem replied gently. We live the life he would have wanted us to live. We honor his memory by not giving up. The conversation planted the seed, though it will take time to grow. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the family began to steer from their grief-induced stupor. It started with small things. Ekaimo began to notice that Inyen no bone had outgrown a school uniform. Eteimo observed that the rain were coming and his feet needed preparation. Edemeka realized that her younger sisters need to be strong. The village too began to show signs of collective loss. But those who remained listening as the old man spoke with a voice that, why still marked by sadness, carried a new resolve. We sent Imo to the UK. We sent Imo to the UK to get an education that could help our village. He began. He died before he could use that education. But his dream doesn't have to die with him. He paused, looking around at the faces of his people. We have 3 more children in this family. We have dozens of children in this village. If we truly want to honor Imo's memory, we will not let his sister's education suffer because of our grief. The proposal was revolutionary. The village will establish a scholarship fund in Imo's name, starting with his 3 sisters. Every family will contribute what they could, just as they have done for Imo. Local teachers will provide additional support. The children will not go abroad. That dream had cost too much, but they will receive the best education possible within Nigeria. Ekaimo wept when she heard the proposal, but these are different tears. For the first time in over a year, they were tears of gratitude rather than despair. You would have wanted this, she said. Her voice stronger than it had been in months. He would have wanted the sister to have what he had. The scholarship fund gave the village a new focus, a way to channel their grief into something constructive. Edemeka, with her natural leadership ability, was enrolled in the secretarial course. Nsemeke, who had inherited her brother's love of mathematics, was given extra coaching to prepare for science subjects. Little Yenomborg, still struggling with nightmare, was enrolled in a primary school in the nearby town of Uyo, where she could receive better care. The transformation was gradual but unmistakable. Eteimo returned to his family with a new purpose. His crops would help fund his daughter's education. Ekaimo began taking in sewing work, a skill and creating beautiful clothes that she sold in the market. The village too began to heal. Nkondo composed a new song in Nimo's memory, one that celebrated his life rather than mourning his death. Nsun overcame his fear of the water, dedicating his largest catch each month to the scholarship fund. Young men like Edet and Efion found new motivation. They couldn't bring him back, but they could work to ensure that his sisters and other children in the village would have opportunities. 2 years after the tragedy, Edemeka graduated from her secretarial course with distinction. She was offered a job at the local government office in Uyo, making her the first person in her family to earn a regular salary. At the small celebration held in her honor, she stood before the village and spoke words that many will remember for years to come. My brother died before he could build the bridges he dreamed of building. But he did build one bridge, the bridge between our village and the worlds of possibility. I will cross that bridge, and I will help others cross it too. Nsemeke, now 18 and mature beyond her years, was preparing for a university entrance exam. She had decided to study medicine inspired by Inem's care for the village and her own desire to heal the wounds that grief had left. Inyenumbong, now 13 and no longer plagued by nightmares, was excelling in her studies. She had her brother's quick mind and her mother's determined spirit. When asked what she wanted to be when she grew up, she would answer without hesitation, a teacher, so I can help other children learn. As the sun set over Ikot Obong Erong on the third anniversary of Imo's death, the village gathered for their annual memorial service. But this year, the atmosphere was different. There was still sadness, still a sense of loss, but there was also something else. Hope. Hope. Chief Inkpong, now in his 70s and moving more slowly than before, stood to address the gathering. His voice, though weakened by age, carried the wisdom of someone who has seen his community survive the darkest hour. We measure a life not by its length but by its impact. He said, Imo lived for only 23 years, but his life touched every person in this village. His death brought us to our knees, but his memory has lifted us up again. He gestured to where they make us start with our office colleagues, to Nsemeke and our medical textbook, to Nyenembo with our school friend. Look at his sister. Look at the other children in our village who are now in school because of the fund we created in his name. Look at the mothers who have learned to sew because Ekaimo started a women's cooperative. Look at the fathers who have improved their family because Etaimo shared the new techniques in land. Imo's death was a tragedy, but his life continued to bear fruit. Ekaimo, now 45 but looking older, smiled through her tears. The grief will never fully leave her. A mother's love of her son was not something that would be set aside like an old garment, but she had learned to carry it differently, to let it fuel her determination rather than drain her strength. He will be proud, she whispered to her husband, who nodded and squeezed her hand. As the memorial service ended and the villagers began to disperse, the family of Imo walked home together. The compound looked different now. There were more books on the shelf, certificates on the walls, and a small garden where Inyenembo grew flowers that she tended with the same care her husband had once gave to his studies. The evening air was filled with the sounds of a village that had learned to live again. Children laughing as they played, women calling to each other across compound, men discussing their plan for the next day work. It was the sound of a community that had been broken but not destroyed, that had found a way to transform its pain into purpose. In the distance, the light of Uyo twinkled like stars, a reminder of the wider world that had both given and taken away their brightest hope. But tonight, Ikot Obong Erong felt complete in itself, a village that had learned the hardest lesson of all, that something keep the greatest tribute to life lost. To a life lost is the courage to keep living. The story of Imo had become the story of his village, a tale of dreams defied but not abandoned, of grief transformed into grace, of a community that had discovered that even in the darkest night, the dawn will eventually come. And as the family prepared for sleep, each carrying their own memories of the son and brother they had lost, they also carry something else, the knowledge that love, once given, never truly dies, but finds a new way to live on in the heart and action of those left behind. The village of Ikot Obong Erong slept peacefully that night, cradled by the understanding that while they could not bring back their brightest star, they could continue to shine his light into the world, one life, one dream, one act of courage at a time. Chapter 9. Coming home to yourself. The lighthouse keeper's cottage stood quietly against the great sweep of sea and sky, whether by wind and memory. Nkoyo paused at the end of the gravel path, the sharp salt air calling around her like a question. In her hand, the keys rattled softly, less from the breeze than from the tremor in their fingers. The white paint was, now dulled by time and neglect, seemed to lean slightly under the weight of her return. It had been 3 years since she last crossed that threshold, 3 years since the storm took Ubong and left behind the echo of a life undone. She had not expected the pain to remain so sharp, nor the silence to be so full of his absence. The cottage was more than brick and timber. It was stitched with the texture of shared mornings, whispered jokes, and the gentle friction of two souls learning to live as one. The windows still faced the ocean as they always had, catching the shifting light and casting it across the familiar footboards like a benediction. She remembered how Ubong would stand there in the blue hour, watching the waves and murmuring stories to the wind. Now she watched only the stillness. The real estate agent had described it as a charming coastal property with historic significance, all measured polish and brochure-worthy optimism. But for Nkoyo, it was nothing short of sacrilege. It was here she had learned to love with reckless, beautiful honesty, and here she had learned that love, real love, does not end with a final breath. It lingers in the grain of the doorframe, in the hush of the sea beyond the dunes, in the way the light bends and dusk. She had returned not to reclaim the house, but to find a piece of herself she had buried in its wall. She had fled after the funeral, unable to bear the sight of Lighthouse Ubon had attended for 23 years, unable to face the bedroom where they had shared their dreams, the kitchen where they had cooked together, the widow's walk where they had watched countless sunsets paint the sky in possible color. For 3 years, she had lived in a sterile apartment in Lagos, working a job that paid the bills but fed nothing in her soul, existing rather than living. But something has changed. Standing here now, Nkoyo felt not the crushing weight of memory she had expected, but something closer to homecoming. The lighthouse beam swept across the water in its eternal rhythm, and she realized with startling clarity that Ubon's presence was not trapped in this place. It was woven into the very fabric of whom she had become. The cottage smelled of salt air and abandonment, but underneath those scents, Nkoyo could detect the faint traces of the life they had put together. The wood polish Ubon and used on the banister, the lavender sachet she had tucked into the lining closet, the palm wine stain on the kitchen counter that she had never been able to completely remove. She walked through each room slowly, like a pilgrim visiting a shrine, touching surfaces that held the invisible imprint of their shared life. Here was the chair where Ubong had read to her on winter evenings. There was the window she had watched for his return from town, worrying, knitting her brow whenever a storm approached. In the bedroom, the quilt her mother had made for their wedding still covered the bed, faded but intact. Nkoyo had expected this homecoming to break her, to send her fleeing back to the safety of her emotional exile. Instead, she found herself setting into the cottage embrace like a person who had been holding her breath for 3 years and could not finally exhale. The next morning, she woke to the sound of waves and seagulls, a symphony she had forgotten she missed. She made coffee in the kitchen where Wookbong had surprised her with breakfast in bed every Sunday for 2 decades, and she found herself smiling at the memory instead of being crushed by it. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. A knock on the door interrupted her reverie. She opened it to find a woman about her own age, 60-something with weather hands and kind eyes. "You must be Nkoyo," the woman said. "I am Ada Ekanem. I live down the coast about a mile. I heard you are coming back." Nkoyo recognized the name. Adaya had been Ubong's friend, another lighthouse keeper's wife from the old days before automation made their husband jobs obsolete. "I brought you some fresh bread," Adaya continued, holding out a close-wrapped loaf, "and I wanted to tell you how sorry I am about Ubong. He was a good man." "Thank you," Nkoyo said, accepting the bread. "Would you like to come in for coffee?" They sat at the kitchen table where Nkoyo had shared thousands of meals with Ubong, and Adaya talked about the changes that had come to their small coastal community. New families had moving, young couples drawn by the remote beauty of the place. The old general store had been converted into a trendy cave. The harbor had been renovated to accommodate more recreational boats. "It is different, but not necessarily worse," Adaya said. "Change keeps happening whether we are ready for it or not. The question is whether we are going to be part of it or just watch it happen around us. After they are left, Nkoyo find herself walking to the lighthouse. The structure stood tall and proud against the morning sky, its white paint fresh. Someone had been maintaining it in her absence. She climbed the spiral stairs to the lamp room, muscle memory guiding her feet along the familiar path. From the top, she could see for miles in every direction. The ocean stretched endlessly eastward, while to the west, rolling hills covered in white flowers led to the small town where she and Ubong had bought groceries and attended church and lived their quiet, purposeful life. She remembered the first time Ubong had brought her up here during their courtship 40 years ago. She had been afraid of heights then, but Ubong had held her hand and pointed out landmarks, sharing the story of the lighthouse and generation of keepers who attended its light. It is not just about the light, he had told her. It is about being in a constant world. It is about being a constant in a world that is always changing. Sheep need to know that no matter what storms came, no matter how dark the night gets, there is something steady they can count on to guide them home. Now, look at the water where Ubong had been lost during the terrible storm 3 years ago. Nkoyo finally understood what he had meant. The lighthouse had not been just his job, it had been his calling, his way of serving something larger than himself. And she had been part of that calling, the keeper of the keeper, the one who had made it possible, who had made it possible for him to turn the light by creating a home worth coming back to. But what was her calling now? What light was she meant to turn? In the weeks following, Nkoyo settled back into the rhythm of coastal life. She repainted the cottage stream, planted a garden, and began the slow process of reclaiming her space. But she also began to notice things she had missed during her years of grief-stricken isolation. The young couples who had moved into the old ancient place were struggling. She could see it in the way they argued on their front porch, in the woman's stare when she thought no one was watching, in the man's defeated posture as he stared out at the water. They reminded Nkoyo of herself and Ubong in their early years, when love was strong but life was hard, when they were still learning how to be a team. The elderly widow who lived alone in the blue house by the harbor spent most of his days sitting on his porch, looking lost and forgotten. Nkoyo recognized the particular loneliness of someone who had been half of a world for so long that he no longer knew how to complete on his own. The teenage girl who worked at the new cave walked past the lighthouse every day on her way to and from work, always with her head down, head bowed in, carrying herself like someone who felt invisible to the world. Each of these people was navigating their own storms, and Nkoyo began to realize that her calling might be to serve as a lighthouse for them, not with a literal beacon, but with the steady presence of someone who had weathered her own darkness and found her way back to the light. She started small. She invited the young couples over for dinner, sharing stories of her own early marriage struggles and offering gentle advice about the importance of weathering storm together. She began visiting the early widower, bringing him homemade pepper soup and listening to stories about his late wife. She struck up conversations with the teenage girl, learning that she was saving money for university and felt trapped by the limitations of a small town life. I used to think I had to live to find myself, Nkoyo told her one afternoon as they sat in the lighthouse steps. But I learned that sometimes you have to go away to appreciate what you have, and sometimes you have to come back to discover who you are meant to be. As the months passed, Nkoyo Cottage became a gathering place. People drove by for office, for coffee and conversation, for advice and comfort, for the simple pleasure of being in the presence of someone who had learned to hold both joy and sorrow with equal grace. The young couple began to stabilize their relationship, learning to see their differences as strengths rather than weaknesses. The early widowers started in men groups at the church, creating a space for other widowers to share their experiences and support each other. The teenage girl decided to attend the local polytechnic first, realizing that her education could happen anywhere, but her roots were worth nurturing. One evening, as Nkoyo was preparing dinner, she heard footsteps on the path. She looked out to see a woman about her daughter's age. If she and Ubong had ever had children, walking toward the cottage with the assistant steps of someone who was not sure she belonged. I'm sorry to bother you, the woman said when Nkoyo opened the door. I am Eddie Diong. I am Eddie Diong. I just moved here from Abuja after my divorce. Adia Enakem said you might be someone I could talk to. Nkoyo smiled and stepped aside to let her in. Come in. I was just making tea. As they sat in the kitchen, Eddie Diong shared her story, a 20-year marriage that had ended in betrayal and bitterness, children who blame her for the divorce, a career she had given up to raise her family and was not sure she could rebuild, the overwhelming fear of starting over at 52. I feel like I'm lost at sea, Eddie Diong said, tears streaming down her face. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know how to be alone. Nkoyo reached across the table and took Eddie Diong's hand. I know exactly what you mean. 3 years ago, I felt the same way. I had been part of something for so long that I forgot I was also whole on my own. How did you find your way back? Nkoyo considered the question. I think I stopped trying to go back to who I was before and started becoming who I was meant to be. I learned that grief and loss don't have to be the end of the story. They can be the beginning of a new chapter. Over the following months, Nkoyo watched Eddie Diong slowly rebuild her life. She helped her find a part-time job at the library, introduced her to other women in the community, and most importantly, simply provided a steady presence during the difficult days when the future felt impossible to imagine. 1 year after returning to the lighthouse cottage, Nkoyo stood once again at the top of the tower, looking out at the ocean. The view was the same, but she saw it differently now. The water had once represented only loss, and danger now also represented possibility and renewal. The horizon that once seemed like a barrier now looked like an invitation. She thought about Ubong, not with the sharp pain of fresh grief, but with the warm glow of love that had been transformed but not diminished. She could feel his presence, not as a ghost haunting at her memory, but as a living part of who she had become. His love had taught her how to love others. His strength had shown her how to be strong. His dedication to serving as a beacon had inspired her to become a lighthouse herself. The cottage was full of life now. Eddie Diong had moved into the guest room temporarily while she found her footing. The young couple from down the road often stopped by for advice and encouragement. The elderly widower had become a regular dinner guest. The teenage girl, now a polytechnic student, still visited during their breaks, sharing her dreams and plans for the future. Nkoyo had created something she had never expected, a community of feeling, a place where people could come to process their losses and discover their possibility. She had become what Ubong had been shaped for at sea, a constant, reliable presence guiding often others safely home to themselves. As the sun set over the water, painting the sky in the brilliant color she and Ubong had worked together for so many years, Nkoyo felt a deep sense of completion, not the completion of an ending, or the completion of a circle. She had learned that coming out of forgive didn't mean leaving the dead behind. It meant carrying them forward in new days, allowing their love to illuminate the path for others still struggling in the darkness. The lighthouse beam swept across the water, just as it had over for a century, just as it would for centuries to come. Nkoyo smiled as she watched it, understanding finally that she had become part of that tradition, not a keeper of the literal light, but a keeper of the light that human beings can be for each other. She climbed down the spiral stairs, and walked back to the cottage while Edith Young was preparing dinner and the evening's first guests were arriving. The house glowed with warmth and welcome, and Nkoyo realized that this was what resurrection looked like, not the return of what was lost, but the transformation of loss into something beautiful and life-giving. As she opened the door to let her friends in, Nkoyo felt Umbong's presence like a blessing, like a hand on her shoulder, like a whisper of approval. She had learned the most important lesson of all, that love doesn't end with death. Grief doesn't end with feeling. And the best way to honor those who have lost is to become who they will be proud to see us. She was no longer the man who had fled this place in desperate sorrow. She was not the same person who had lived here in innocent happiness. She was someone new, someone who had been forged in the fire of loss and emerged not broken but transformed. She was the lighthouse skipper of the woman's heart, and a light shined as long as there were people who needed to find their way home to shelter, to themselves. The cottage filled with laughter and conversation, with the sound of healing happening in return, with the music of people discovering that they were not home in their struggle, and Nkoyo, starting in the doorway between the darkness outside and the light within, knew that this was what come out of grief looked like. Not the end of body, not the end of love, but its multiplication. Not the absence of the dead, but their presence in every act of kindness, every moment of grace, every choice to help another person person find their way back to the light. The lighthouse beam swept across the water, internal and constant, just like love itself. And Nkoyo smiled, finally understanding that she was home, not just in this place, but in herself, in her purpose, in the world, in the beautiful, difficult, necessary work of being fully aware in a world that breaks hearts and eats them in equal measure. She had come out of grief not by leaving it behind, but by allowing it to teach how to love more deeply, serve more completely, and shine more brightly than she had ever imagined possible. And in that shining, Ubong lived on, and Ima lived on, and all the love that had ever been lost was found again in the endless, generous light of human connection. The end. The Carnivorous City by Tony Khan. Sony is missing. Sony is missing. 3 simple words that seems as if a lifetime had been compressed into them. A leather payload of pain and fear waiting to detonate and decimate. Those words shock and calm in equal measure, like a letter bearing bad news delivered long after its content had been made known. That was the sum of the text message. Abel received that. That was the sum of the text message Abel received that morning, and the one message he now had to forget. But there was a problem. To forget, you had to learn not to remember. It was a Friday, and he was sleeping in school. And he was sleeping in because the school where he taught English literature had gone on a vacation the week before. With 3 free months ahead of him, Abel had noticed to enjoy his sleep until he's tired of it. That was why his alarm did not go off at 5 a.m. as usual. And that was why, when his phone began to vibrate, she flung it across the room. The text came in 5:43 a.m., but he only read it at 6:05 a.m. after he stepped on the handset as he exited the bedroom. He sat on the chair by his writing table, naked save for his boxer, and looked at the message again. Sony is missing. It was short and direct, no phrase. His hands were shaking. He looked at his fingers as if he was seeing them for the first time. They were long and slender. The fingernails were trimmed like a girl. Callista, his ex-girlfriend, used to tease him. They had been even slimmer and more girl-like when he was a sickly teenager. Things had changed after secondary school. He was still sickly, but not as ill as he used to. Then, because he began to lift weight and pump iron, his body had filled out. He will never be fat, but no one will now describe him as skinny or sickly. Son is missing. The message had been sent for maximum impact, and as he read it over and over again, he began to slowly admit to himself that at some deep unconscious level, he had been expecting this message or a variant of it for years now. Tony was his younger brother and someone who, in the peculiar speak of Lagos, had made it. He was a bona fide Lagos big boy, a member of that amazing tribe of men who inhabited a social platform of Lagos accessed mostly through shady deeds of white collar crime. They were in the toast of musician and his jet set but like cheap goods in the Indian and Lebanese shop that dotted Nigeria, Lagos. They were always close to expiring, missing, shot, found dead, on the run, declared wanted, arrested, detained. These were words that phrases that usually precede comment about who had made it in cities like Lagos. No one could accuse Abel of being a Lagos boy or mistake him for someone who had made it. As a teacher in a remote state capital, he substituted on the basics. His needs were minimal. All the clothes he owned would fit into a small box. The only thing he spent money on were the novels he ordered monthly from Jazz Hall through an old friend in Lagos. One evening, when Abel did not wish to be buried in the novel or at the gym, he would go to Madame Caro's bar for a stout or two and shoot the breeze with the motley crew that gathered there, contractors, civil servants, and their callers, and their cohorts, politicians on the make. The topic were always the same: politics, money, football, and sex. Abel looked at the text message again. Even though it was not signed, he would have not sent it. There was no mistake about it. The message had come from Ada, Sonny's wife, and the mother of his 3-year-old. They had history between them, Ada and Abel. You remember when Sonny had called to tell him about his plan to get married. Abel asked him who she was, where she was from, and when they met. After Sonny replied to say they met at a nightclub, Abel wrote his younger brother a long letter that ended with 9 inches. You do not marry a woman you met in a nightclub. And Sonny, maybe in the fit of passion, had shown her the letter of maybe, not to judge him too harshly, and left it lying carelessly somewhere, someplace like he did most times. Clothes, money, memories. Ada had read those lines and never forgot to forgive. He called the number. Ada, it is me, Abel. I just got your message. What message? Her voice was flat. What message? Don't you send me text message? Oh, I did not. Okay, well, I got a message from this number to say Sonny is missing. You see? Yes, he's missing. And they thought he had a sniffle. And you didn't think to tell me. I don't have your number. She said as if it was a private answer. You don't have my number? Abel sit down on his lower lip to stop from screaming. He took a deep breath. How long has my brother been missing? 16 days, she asked. She said and burst into tears. I know you will blame me. I know you have never liked me. She was crying now, and Abel hoped his phone credit would not run out of time. I wanted to call, but I didn't know what to say. We are broke. We can't eat. I can't buy my son cereal. The bank says I can't get money The bank says I can't get money from his account because I'm not his next of kin. Who is his next of kin? He asked, wondering why she would have kept the news from him for over 2 weeks. You are all the money. Sonny has now belonged to you. Without you, we can't even buy toothpick. She burst into tears again. That was when his credit ran out. Sonny has been born on the wall above the bed of any girl he bedded. 9 inches was here, and he bedded many girls. It was a boast and a declaration all at once, aimed at deflating the next visitor. After school, when he relocated to Lagos to chase his fortune, as he said. Sony came to be known first as Alhaji Tanko, then Sabato Jr., and finally Sabato Rabato. Everyone said Sony had seen money. They said he had hit big in Lagos, having made it in simple or having made it in simple or small. He had caught glimpse of it during Sonny's wedding to Adam. He gleaned it from the house Sonny lived in previously, the gifts he scattered around the family, the magnificent house he built for their mom in the village, the brand new Toyota Camry he sent Abel on his 35th birthday, and the brand new car he sent to their mom, their sister, and a gaggle of uncles and aunties. And he got a sense of it when he stepped into Sonny's house in Lekki Phase 1, 2 days after he received Ada's text message. Sonny had built and moved into the house 2 years earlier and had been invited to the housewarming but could not make it because it fell during the second semester exams. He did not want to think about Sonny's house with its 8 bedroom and 3 living rooms, the fleet of 7 cars, the wall-mounted flat-screen televisions and split-unit air conditioner in every space. He focused his thoughts on Sonny's son's room, which in its sheer luxury brought to the fore the shabbiness of his own digs and in fact the whole existence. Wealth, luxury and opulence were not things he was familiar with. They had grown up the children of 2 teachers. He still had his memory from childhood, from when his father was a vice principal. They lived in the house on top of the knoll, where he could sit and watch his friend fit into the below 32-inch rim tires. They would scream and yell as the tires raced downhill to the sand deposit where they were building new quarters. He was too sickly to join in. Sometimes the pusher would do something wrong and the tire would miss the mounds of sand, go banging straight into the wall, and the passenger would fall out bloody. Because Abel could not exert himself, he found refuge in the many books on his father's shelves. Books were easy. They did not require much effort. He could sit and read all day long, then wake up and take a walk. He didn't get bruises, black eyes, or missing teeth from reading books. And if your imagination was fertile as his, you could travel great distances without leaving your doorstep. Abel loved My Boy and an African night entertainment. He loved Ben Okri and Ayukwe Aman. He liked Mariam Abbas. So long a letter. As he grew older, his taste became more American, and then Indian writers began to appeal to him too. Their family had lived on the school compound of St. Patrick College, where his father taught. For many years, it was a happy home with music and laughter. His father favored jazz and blues, always playing records by artists like Isaac Hayes, Hot Chocolate, Spiro Jara, and El Colo. His mother's taste was more difficult and sentimental. He still remember her playing loud music on Saturday morning as she and his sister did the course, while his father was out playing tennis and Abel and Sonny watch cartoons. She played Bonnie M and Abba if she was happy, and Bob Marley, No Woman, No Cry if she was sad. His songs were the barometer of his mother's mood. Abel still live and work in Asaba, a small town made slightly bigger by its newfound status as a state capital, especially with the annexation of Okpanam. Okpanam was the hometown of Chukwama Kaduna Ezegu, Nigeria's first purchased, while Asaba was infamous as a theater of war, where federal troops like Murtala Muhammad allegedly called for a meeting of all adult men and gunned them down in cold blood. Growing up, Abel did not know all this, but he remembers seeing fellow students at St. Patrick College dig up bones and skulls as they made ridges and edges for agricultural science practicals. Asaba was small then, its pretensions to town would circumscribed by the presence of only one road that deserved the name, NMBC Road, which ran like an angry artery through the length of the town. It was a sleepy place, with the only bustle evident at the Ogbeogonogo market, and sometimes at Cable Point on your exit toward Onitsha Head Bridge, which led from Delta Igbo land into the real Igbo hinterland. This was where he grew up, where he had his first kiss and first shag, and where if Sonny had not gone missing, he believed he would have expired. Asaba had good memories, but it was also a place of sadness, where his idyllic life changed on his 12th birthday, the day he and his father came back home earlier than planned because someone had collapsed and died early. His brother and sister were away at an aunt for the weekend. Abel remembered the boy, not much older than him, running off naked with his clothes under his armpit and his father falling to his knees, his tennis racket in his hands. Abel stood there and watched, astonished at how naked and sexual his mother looked, and ashamed at the staring effect. He had seen her naked many times before, but that morning she looked different, sweaty, open. Those were the words that came to mind. And as he watched his father weep, he knew that his tears were not for what he had seen, but on account of whom he had seen it with. Abel was an unwelcome spectator at his father's spectacle of shame, and neither of them ever forgot it. His father found solace in drink and the outdoors, while his mother sought refuge in the church. But there was no comfort for Abel. He could not unsee what he had seen, and he would never be able to talk about it. It was a secret he would bear to his grave, one that not only opened a wide gulf between him and his mother, but also told him clearly that he would never ever get married. From an early age, Abel knew what he wanted to be, a vice principal, not a principal, just a vice principal like his father had been when the thought first occurred to the young Abel. His father was the man he wanted to be, a teacher living a simple, idyllic life, defined by certainties and the most basic rules. Wake, warm the car, go to work, observe siesta, drink a beer or two in the evening as you read a magazine or book, play tennis on Wednesday night and Saturday morning. His father had loved coffee and cigarettes. Abel remembered him smoking as they tried on clothes in the shop at Easter and Christmas. Abel had resolved, right from when he was about 9 or 10, that the only person he wanted to be like when he grew up was his father. But even though he had practiced all his life for that wish, it did not come easily to him because by the time he was old enough to become his father, things have changed. Teaching had lost its allure, and instead of respectability, it cloaked those who came to it in the gap of poverty and penury. He had embraced, with something close to physical ache, the realization that with the way things were going, he would never be able to afford a car or any of the trappings of respectability his father and his friend had enjoyed. That was before Sonny sent him a brand new car on his 35th birthday. He revealed the fact that most of the things he had wished for all his life will not come easily to him. But Sonny was the one to whom everything came easily. Women, popularity, money, and it now seems an untimely end. Abel arrived in Lagos on Sunday afternoon, lugging a tired old briefcase he had inherited from his father. It was an old Ecolac with a combination lock. He had packed 2 pairs of jeans and 3 t-shirts, as well as 3 boxer shorts and vests. He had a toothbrush, a hairbrush, a half-used bar of soap, Vaseline, toothpaste, and an old towel. There was a pair of aging black shoes that Sonny had sent him for his wedding, wrapped in a black cellophane bag. He had also packed 3 books: the collected poems of T.S. Eliot, Christopher Okigbo definitive collection of poems, Labyrinth, and the novel of A Mercy by Toni Morrison. Ada was at the park to pick him up. He saw her through the window before the bus came to a halt. She was as pretty as he remembered her, in a long, flowing white gown with floral designs on the chest. She gave him a perfunctory hug as he stepped out of the bus and offered to take his briefcase. "No, thanks." "How was your trip?" she asked, leading the way to a black BMW X5. Abel dumped his briefcase in the back and settled into the passenger seat. Up close, he could see that a child and the passing of time had no effect on her. Ada still looked beautiful, more beautiful it seems, than she had been when he last saw her at the wedding, in a lovely cream, off-the-shoulder wedding gown that showed off her flawless skin and ample bosom. She was tall and dark, with those same pouty lips that Sonny had admired. When I saw her that night, he had said, the first thing I noticed were her lips. When I saw her that night, he had said, the first thing I noticed were her lips, and it was as if they were saying to me, "Kiss me, kiss me." So I walked up to her and said, "You have the best lips I've ever seen. Will you let me kiss them?" She was with her friend, and you know how eyes girls can be. She just laughed and said in Igbo, "Onyanla." I spoke back in Igbo, saying that yes, she was right. Her beauty and perfect lips were driving me nuts. "You trust your brother." We were kissing before we left that club, and 2 weeks later she moved in with me. Abel could still see the twinkle in Sonny's eyes as he told him how he and Ada met. That weekend, when he came home to Asaba to inform him and their mother that he was getting married. What does she do?" Abel had asked. They were having drinks in Sonny's suite at the Grand Hotel Asaba. With their father dead, Abel was the head of the family, and Sonny had come to inform him and ask for his blessing. But it was all a mere formality. Abel's opinion did not matter, though he was happy Sonny was taking the trouble to seek his blessing. More so, considering the fact that they had fallen out after the unfortunate letter in which he had rallied against marrying a girl he met in the club. She just finished NYSC. She studied linguistics and hold on, I know this one will interest you. She made a 2-1. Sonny smiled broadly. "Anyone can get a 2-1, Abel said. A tight beat too flippantly. He forced a nervous laugh. "I don't mean it that way. You know, I'm always speaking out of my thoughts." No wala, bro. I understand. You are my brother, and I need you to be happy for me. Ada is smart, pretty, and sweet girl. Try and forget where I met her. Abel reached across the table and patted his brother's hand. "I'm happy for you. And if she makes you happy," Sonny had sent to enable Abel to fly to Lagos. Sonny did not want his best man to miss the wedding under any pretext. "How is your son?" Abel asked Ada as they made the turn from Adekunle onto Third Mainland Bridge. "Fine, his name is Zeal." "Zeal." Sonny gave his son an English name. Sonny had rebelled against his name, Sunderland, changing it to Sonny the moment he could. Zeal is not an English name. It is short for Zelinjo, flee from evil. "Oh, sorry about that," Abel said, recalling at that moment that Sonny had actually sent him a text with all the names and even asked him to propose one. Do you think he knows what is going on, the fact that his father is missing? Not really. You know your brother used to travel a lot, but I'm sure he can feel that this trip is different. I don't think Zeal is too young to realize that this trip has lasted a bit too long. Thank God for innocence, Abel said. What are the police saying? They say they are investigating. Abel thought she heard her voice break. I haven't given them any money in the past few days, and I think they are slacking. What did they do when they are not slacking? When they were not slacking? He asked, without meaning to. Don't mind me. I tend to voice my thoughts. You also tend to write about them, she said, looking at him. Ada, you look more beautiful when you are angry. He laughed and tried to change the topic. but she kept staring at him with a face that mirrored her rage. We have had this conversation before, he said finally. Yes, and we were interrupted when Sonny walked in. You think every girl you meet in a club is a prostitute? I never said that, but we imply it. My parents are both lecturers, like you, PhD holders. My two siblings are medical doctors. You don't know me, she said with feeling. I agree and I'm sorry. That letter was meant for my brother. His eyes went from her face to the road. It was a Sunday afternoon and traffic was light. Still, he didn't want her taking her eyes off the road for too long. She sighed as she turned off the bridge. They drove in silence for the rest of the trip, from Dauphin Estate into Osborne, past Kingsway Road, on to Faloma, down to Ozumba, Imbadiwe, and the new toll plaza, all the way to the magnificent mansion Sony had erected just off Admirata Way in Lekki Phase 1. You should stay in his room. My nanny is in your room. My room? Yes, your room. Sonny made it especially for you, but I brought her up when your brother went missing. I needed company here in the family wing, she said, pushing the door open. The room was large and done up in white and black. It had a masculine feel, a man cave. Abel could see Sonny in every detail, right down to the cursive above the headboard. 9 inches is here. The marauding Dick had finally found a home. You are sure you are okay with this? Abel asked Tony to look at her. Well, there is a connecting door to my room. I am okay so as long as you keep it locked. If you keep the key in the lock, I can't open it from my end, so it is okay. Thank you. He sat on the bed. You are welcome. His clothes are in the closet. You guys wear the same size. You may need them because you will be meeting important people. And my clothes won't be good enough, Abel said before he realized what he was saying. I don't mean it that way, but Sonny is always giving away his clothes. I would prefer they went to family. I am family, Abel began before he cut himself mid-sentence. Cool. She opened her mouth as if to speak, thought better of it, and made for the door. But then she stopped mid-stride, her hand on the doorknob, and began to speak. Her back turned to him. We need money to eat and pay drivers, house help, and other domestic staff, as well as staff in the office. They haven't been paid for the last month. I will call Santos. He will take you around. He used to follow Sonny around. He knows everyone and has been helping draw names and lead for the police. He will come in tomorrow morning. I will give you all the checkbooks and account numbers. But first, you have to see the lawyer to help you sort out issue at the probate registry. Okay. Abel suddenly felt overwhelmed by it. 2 days earlier, he was just a lecturer eking out a precarious existence in the oval in Asaba. Now he was in a mansion in Lagos, wondering what had shifted in the foundation of life. On the day he disappeared, they found his car in the ditch in Shomolu, the engine running, the speakers blaring fella. Abel remembered Santos as Ikechukwu, a snotty-nosed kid who loved biscuits and used to spend his holiday with them. He was a cousin of sorts who had lost his mother at an early age and ended up being passed around a cast of uncles and aunts. They called him 10 biscuits because once, while on holiday at their house, he had gone begging for biscuits from a neighbor who ran a small supermarket. 2 silly boys who lived down the road had told Ikechukwu that they would give him 10 biscuits if he allowed them to smear a hot Chinese balm on his eyes. Ikechukwu agreed. His scream had alerted the neighbors, who would rush out to administer first aid. After his eyes had been washed and cleaned, he could identify the boys. They discovered that Ikechukwu had been clutching the sodden biscuit in his palm all the while. 10 biscuits. Abel yelled as Santos sauntered into the living room where he was watching CNN. Bros, easy oh, he whispered in Abel's ears as they hugged. My name is now Santos, oh. Santos, he said as their embrace broke. Welcome, bro. You have been suffering in Asaba when your brother is a king in Lagos, he said in Igbo. I have come to my brother's kingdom. Abel countered and they both laughed. Welcome, bro. Where are you going today? Yahoo say, we get many places to go today. Santos said, switching to pidgin. Abel told him he needed to go to the lawyer, then to the bank to see whether he could free up the account and get some money. That was paramount. No Yawa, Abel said, Santos said, Bro, Sabato has plenty accounts, but I will take you to the bank where there's plenty money. Sorting out the legal issue took days, and by the 6th, Abel was tired and broke and frustrated. According to the bank, Sonny was missing, not dead, so it was difficult to invoke the power of next of kin. So, back and forth to the lawyers, Abel went. An affidavit was sworn. Documents were provided. Letters were written. But at the end of the day, it was Santos who came up with a bit of peculiar Lagos wisdom that helped them make headway. Bro, I know sure this your court matter go work. Santos told him as they left the lawyer's office that morning. Sabato is still missing, so he go hard. Let's go to one of the bank managers I know and offer him something. He will let us have some money to run things until we sort out the court wahala. The bank manager was a smallish, fair-skinned man in a well-cut suit. His fingers were manicured and coated with transparent nail polish. His shoe gleamed, and he had the air of someone who liked to look good, and the kind of person who brought his clothes based on what models were wearing in the glossy spread of GQ or Fogo. But the moment he spoke, Abel saw it all far away. He had a thick accent that Abel immediately placed as Bende, the old name for what used to be Delta and Edo State. It was the thick residual accent of a boy who grew up in the village before fate thrust him into Lagos. As he spoke, Abel looked at his hand again, and the fingers he kept clasping and unclasping. They were pleasant fingers marked with a patina of gentility. They were the hands of a man who had grown up on the farm and who, having escaped, would do everything to never go back. Abel knew people like him. He met them first at the university. They would arrive as bush and timid as they came. But by the second semester, they would be affecting an annoyance American accent. Their voices, with the fake accent and half-realized draw, always reminded him of someone with body odor, the kind that remains long after the person has left the room. So, you want some money and you don't want to wait for the legal processes to be completed. Is that what you are saying? He asks. Is very eye flipping from Abel to Santos? Basically, yes. Abel answer. That is not legal, you know. We could not get into trouble. Bro, now help we need. Santos butted in, also serious and Lagos like. It was happening Abel could come to recognize. It was something Abel could come to recognize. A tone of voice and posture that said, dude, I know I'm begging, but you can't say no. Help us, and my bros here go also make sure say something drop. You know, say Sabato has a huge sum in your bank. The last statement you sent say he has 132 million naira a year. I mean, the bank manager smiled as if impressed. Abel was impressed that Santos had that figure. So imagine say you give us 10 million. My bro here could go drop 1.5 million for you. That's a cool 15%. So anytime we need money, we will show, and it is time, and it is the same arrangement all over. Santos told him, switching fluidly from Pidgin to English. You know, fit make am 25%. The bank manager asked. All pretenses at American is gone. His eyes shone with greed. I got to sort out other people. He added when he caught the look on Abel's face. Bro, Sabato get plenty money for different banks. If we don't accept our 15%, we go another bank. Santos told him without freeze. His gaze level with the bank managers. Silence stretched the moment for a few seconds before the bank manager cracked a smile and stretched out his hand. Kai, this bro you ash, he said, regressing to his origin. Give me a few days to sort this out. I'll give you a call once it is ready. You have the card? Abel shook his head and wrote down a his phone number on a bright pink sticky note piled on the manager's table. Thanks, guy, the bank manager said as he opened the door to his office. I will give you a call. In the car, Abel turned to look at Santos. Bro, corruption is another name for Lagos, Santos said before Abel could find the word he was looking for. Nobody come Lagos to count bridge. You help me, I help you. Everyone happy. The guy is taking serious risks and we are paying for the risks. But look him well. We get money to run things. We get something for him while everybody is happy. If I had gone alone, I would have never have known how to do that, Abel said, still amazed at how easily Santos and I pushed forward with the proposal. No shame for Lagos, so if you shame, hunger go kill you, bro. That's one thing I learned from Bro Sabato and that manager. No, they play with in court. Na deal man be that. You knew him before now, Abel asked. Yes, so Sabato is a special customer and he told me this funny gist about the manager. Santos switched from Pidgin to Igbo like a crazy driver veering from lane to lane. The story was about Sonny and an old friend, someone with whom he had done the job. When the money was paid, it was routed through the same bank manager. Although he was just the head of operation at a small branch at the time. It was not much. A mere 3 million naira, which was a lot back then because Sonny and his friend were just starting out. The manager had packed the cash into 2 Ghana must-go bags and spread out on the table was 300,000 naira, which he believed was his cut, a cool 10%. Or there was trouble brewing, getting greedy. Sonny's friend had called Ed and persuaded the bank manager not to split the remaining 2,700,000 equally. So when they arrived, Sonny's bank had 1,200,000, while the other guys had 1,500,000. Bro, you have seen the fight, Santos said, getting into the story as if he had been there. Sabato didn't waste any time in attacking his friend. There were blood everywhere by the time mobile policemen came in to break them up. It was the mobile policemen who saved the day. They almost sacked the guy, but Sabato said he was happy how the guy quickly shared out the money equally and asked them to leave. So when money came, Bro made sure he remained loyal to the bank manager. That's why I said we should come and see him. I know he likes money, and he and Sabato will go back a long way. Sonny's office was in Akpakpa off Creek Road and close to the wharf. He had a staff of about 12. Abel addressed them later that morning in the tasteful furnished conference room, though he was a lecturer and quite used to speaking. His first straight sitting there with men and women seated around the table, not just as old as his parents, hanging onto his every word. It felt sorry as he signed checks running into millions to cover admin costs and pay salary for all staff members when his own salary was nothing to write home about. It all needed getting used to, but there was no time to adjust. He was diving headlong into things. Back at home, he was surprised to find that they needed close to $250,000 to keep the house running. Sonny's give me 200,000 as a monthly upkeep allowance. Ada told him when he expressed shock. Abel was so ashamed to tell her that was close to his salary for 3 months. It was a strange feeling having all the money and being in control of it. Stranger still was being able to spend hundreds of thousands in one day and not wake up in the middle of the night terrified that you have done something stupid to imperil yourself. With money, he could also rev up the search for his missing brother and take it further than other had. After all, that was the main reason why he was in Lagos. I know somebody for Area C. Santos told him one morning, but the case now for panty. Abel told him, I know, bros, but police is police, and it is the same language. They all speak. a stranger in Lagos, Abel was beginning to relax about letting Santos steer him around. Even though he had a nagging feeling that Santos were not just doing it just to be helpful. Abel says that there was something else at play, but he pushed the thoughts aside, putting it down to the fact that Lagos was beginning to make him paranoid. The Erasi police station was a child room. At the entrance to the station, two burnt motorcycles sat like gargoyles in front of a medieval cathedral, while burnt vehicles littered the station ground like fallen soldiers. Inside, Abel and Santos met two bold-looking policemen, a fat one and a thin one. Abel was actually surprised to find a thin policeman who was not a rookie. He always thought of Nigerian policemen as corpulent and shifty-eyed men in dirty uniform trying to ensnare you. The fact one was dressed in a white buba and sokoto and kept nodding off as they made inquiries. Santos could not find the phone number of the officer they had made to come as they decided to wait for him. Inspector Agbola will soon come in. I think he is IPO and the case that went to court today. I have sent him a text. The fat guy told them and immediately nodded off. Abel sat on the tall stool they have been offered as Santos told him the story of how the station came to be the child room it was. It had been raised by soldiers following an altercation with policemen who had arrested and detained a soldier for a minor traffic offense. The angry soldier had taken the station hostage, freed their colleagues, and touched the building. This place was like a war zone by that. A woman selling coke passed by, and Abel, who had left home without breakfast, waved her over. Santos declined. Abel ordered for himself and the two policemen. He stared, amazed at how the fat guy could chew and snore at the same time. Why do you want to see Inspector Agbola? The thin guy asked with his mouth full. The drink and sausage roll had made him amiable. My brother is missing. They found his car in a ditch with music on, but he was gone. It is almost a month now. What kind of a car was he driving? A Jaguar. That is not a small car. What does he do for a living? Business. Santos piped up. He didn't want Abel providing the wrong answer. Business, eh? The policeman said, looking at Santos. Well, that is what usually happens to businessmen in this Lagos. That is what happens to Lagos big boys. He raised his coke to his lips, took a long sip, switched it around his mouth, and swallowed loudly. This kind of case can be difficult to solve, he continued. If he had gone missing after boarding a commercial bus, we will say one chance of kidnappers, or we can attribute it to some talismanic occurrence. But when a man goes missing from his luxurious car in water don't pass Gary, he must be dead, the fat policeman said, and Abel jumped, startled by his deep voice. Or as them being a ransom demand? No, Abel said, no demand. No demand. That means that this is not a kidnap, and if it's not a kidnap, that means that the people who took him knew why they took him, to take him out of the picture. Abi, your brother and madam get problem? You think the man has run away from his troublesome wife? No, they don't have issue like that, Santos said. Like how then? The thin guy asked. They usually have normal husband and wife issues. That is all. Santos offered quickly. My bros like babes, and babes can cause trouble at home. With policemen, you didn't give open-ended answer. They were only pouncing on what once left unsaid. If you drive a Jaguar, babes won't be your problem, the fat guy said. Abel was impressed. Even though he had been nodding off, he had managed to soak everything in. Anyway, if you ask me, I would say it will be a miracle for your brother to be found. Business pile up two things in this Lagos. Businessmen pile up two things in this Lagos: money and enemies. This looks like his enemy got him. But don't take my word for it. Let's wait and see what panty people come up with. He stopped to pick up his ringing phone. Inspector. Okay, I will tell them. No wahala. The inspector had been head up, so he had called to ask for Santos' number. They exchanged details, and then Abel and Santos headed to the car. As Santos pulled out of the station, he turned to Abel. Bros, no vex, but I want to tell you something. Sure, what? Nothing much, bros. It is just that you have become Lagos big boy now. It is not pure for you to be chopping gala like that for street. Abel looked at Santos with his afro, neatly ironed polo shirt, well-fitted jeans, and bright red canvas shoes, and smiled. He was beginning to feel something for this crazy, peculiar city called Lagos. I hear you, Santos. I hear you. Abel said, tapping him on the shoulder. The beast with bare fangs. Lagos is a beast with bare fangs and a voracious appetite for human flesh. Walk through his neighborhood, from the gate community of Ikoyi and Victoria Island to Lekki and beyond, to the riotous warnings of streets and alleyways on the mainland, and you can tell that this is a carnivorous city. Life is not just brutish, it is short. In Lagos, one is sometimes struck by the scary fact that some crazy evil genius may have invented a million quick, sad ways for people to die, fall off a mole, fall prey to ritual killers, be pushed out of a moving downfall by one chance robbers, fall into an open gutter in the rain, be electrocuted in your shop, be killed by your domestic staff, jump off the third mainland bridge, get shot by armed robbers, get hit by stray bullets from a policeman exhorting motorists, get rammed by a vehicle that veer off the road into the pedestrian walkway, die in a fire, get crushed in a collapsing building. You could count the ways, and there will still be many others. Yet, like crazed moths disdaining the rage of the flame, we keep gravitating toward Lagos, compelled by some centrifugal force that divides reason and willpower. We come, take our chances, hoping that we'll be luckier than the next man, willing ourselves to believe that while our fortunes lies here, the myriad evils that traverse the streets of Lagos will never meet us with bare fangs. Abel and Santos were in motion when Lagos bare its fangs. There are no quiet streets in motion. It crackles with electric intensity and ripples with animosity. It is as if everyone, from shifty eye men to paranoid women, feels you are out to get them. Mushin is a tough land with serious tough wars. Rivals from different gang and faction, especially of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, prowl the streets at midday with pop action guns, wide looks, and well-smoked joints stuck between fat black lips. Loud music blasts out of speakers, boisterous, energetic music from the like of Pasuma, Saheed Osupa, Wande Cole, and even Sanga Master Durela. These are young men who once prowled these streets, who got their start in life here before success ferried them out to several locals. Now, the young men and women left behind play their music as talisman of hope that one day the sheep of their destiny will bet a good pot and their luck will also return. Abel came with Santos, who now passed for his PA and driver. Santos has chosen for them to go in a Toyota Camry. Moshino be better place. He told Abel in the morning, make we no carry big motor. They had come to meet a man whose Santos called bros, but whose name Abel learnt was Raimi. To Santos, everyone was bros. Raimi worked at the post office in Onipano. He had a run-in with Sonny in the early days, but they had made their peace and became friends. He helped Sonny with his way bill, while Sonny, in appreciation and his usual large-hearted way, had settled him well, built him a small house on the land he inherited from his father and gained his trust. But in Lagos, especially a place like Mushin, trust is a shapeshifter, a mercurial being with ever-shifting allegiance. Trust is not a boulder one leans on with confidence. It is quicksand at best, neither terror nor woolly farmer. It was a few minutes past noon on Saturday, but you wouldn't have known it from the bottles of beer scattered all over the table set outside a small bar. It seems as if they had been drinking and partying from the night before. That's your brother in a bad spirit, Raimi said as they shook hands. Two of his friends made way for them to sit. From the way he called Sonny a bad spirit, Abel could tell it was a compliment. Mama Risi, bring drinks for my friend, Raimi said to the owner of the shop. Now my better friend be this. Bring pepper chicken too. Wetin bros go drink? A girl asked, wiping her wet hands on a Dead Sea apron. They placed their orders, and Abel smiled his thanks to Raimi. That's your brother and a better person, Raimi said, showing Abel's thanks with a wave of his hand as he started to roll a big fat joint. If I'm a woman, he will fuck me till I die. Abel smiled and nodded. This, he knew, was another compliment. Sonny has been missing out for 29 days. Nobody don't see him since. Abel told him, sure that he already knew. I hear and he pay me, Raimi said, reaching for his matchbox. Waiting police them, they talk. He struck a match to light his joint, pulled on it, and extended it to Abel. Abel shook his head. Santos, this your Egban a gentleman, oh. I surprised say he dey even drink stout self. I laugh. The laughter grew into a cough that settled for a while. He dey drink stout, Santos said, puffing on the joint that had just been passed to him and ignoring Abel's look of disapproval. He resembled Sabato for face, but Raimi said, rising and pounding his fist against his chest like King Kong. Nobody fits be like Sabato. Nobody fits be like Sabato Rabato. Sabato Rabato na Ogbologbo. Nowhere where you no fit enter. Nothing where you no fit drink. No woman where you no fit chop. Sabato Rabato, e no go better for them. His friend chorused Ashe and snapped their fingers above their head to ward off evil. So, wetin you say you wan show me? Raimi asked. All business now as he settled back in his seat. I hear say you and Sonny were supposed to meet the day he disappeared. He tells Santos say they come to see you. Abel said she saw him between English and Pidgin. He had rehearsed this opening for days, trying to find the right word to express his intention and concerned about giving offense or making Raimi feel that they were accusing him. They were on his stuff, and it wouldn't do to antagonize him in his own backyard. Raimi didn't answer. He took a long drag and held the smoke, eyes bulging. When he spoke, smoke escaped from his nose and ears. My brother, I guess more house for yonder, he said eventually, pointing behind Abel. 2 rooms. Now my room. I am a landlord for this machine. I don't pay rent to any goddamn landlord. My house get DSTV. It get borehole. Last year when I celebrate 50 years, Sabato dashed me to Kumbomoto. Drop top golf GTI. Now the money wey they dash me, na him I take build a house. Why you think say I go spoil something where they pay my life? Abel opened his mouth to say he was not accusing him, but Raimi signaled for him to be quiet. I no follow you vex. Woman looking for a missing pikin does not have time to say excuse me sir. No be so. His friend nodded. Sabato get appointment with me that Sunday, that Saturday. He suppose bring one wey be come. I wait for am, he no show. I call Santos. Santos say Sabato send am go see one olopa for Agege police station. Abi, Santos nodded in agreement. So na only Sabato comot from na only Sabato comot from house. You no reach our post office and you no come here. I see one wey bill inside one envelope for Sony room. Ebe said, Sabato writes your name on the envelope. Santos, please get it from the briefcase. As Santos rose, a group of 5 people walked into view. They had formed a ring around a young man. His young but wizened face was a collage of emotions, fear, defiance, and something odd and mean. He was sweating and saying, "Na my money I come from." After person do freedom, Oga suppose settle am. Oga say make we come back next week. A voice told him, every time come back next week. 1 year don pass now. Na my money I want. Abel was not paying attention. He was looking across at Santos and also trying to pay attention to whatever it was Raimi was saying. But Raimi was mixing his words with Yoruba and Abel was lost. He sipped his drink and looked up again to see what Santos, who had the boot open, was doing. The argument was raging now. Voices were raised, threats were whistling above their heads. They were speaking rapid fire pidgin and Yoruba. Abel was suddenly distracted by Santos, who ran back to whisper that he couldn't open the Ecola briefcase and didn't want to bring it out because of the money inside. "Excuse me," Abel said to Raimi, and walked back to the car, leaving Santos at the table. He popped open the bottle and was trying the combination when he heard a slap and sharp cry. "You, Iwo, you think you have strong head, Abi?" A new man had appeared and slapped the boy who had been demanding his money. He must be the master, the Oga the boy has come to see, Abel thought. He watched him kick at the boy, who staggered back into a fence. Cornered, he reached for a long metal pole and brandished it like a spear. The crowd jumped back each time he swung it. His former master face glistening with sweat, his pot belly even and shining from perspiration. His crowd gathered behind him, booing the boy but jumping back out of harm's way. "Oh, you don't grow now, Abi?" The master longed at the boy, who ducked and swung the pole in a fine arc. Then there was silence. The master stood there with a surprised look on his face, his mouth half open, his hand on his stomach. Then Abel saw the red seeping through his fingers. The pole had sliced his belly open. As he staggered back, his intestine escaped his fingers and spilled out of his gut. "Santos, Santos!" Abel heard himself scream as he slammed the boot shut and got into the car. His scream seems to have broken the spell and set everyone free from some cosmic grip. The boy tried to run but was tackled to the ground. He screamed as someone stabbed him with the pole, then staggered up and began to run. The pole impaled in his side, blood trailing behind him. The street was alive. Men and boys were exiting houses armed with dangerous things. Santos dodged a blow as he crossed the street to the car. Abel's hands were shaking badly, but he finally managed to get the key in the ignition and turn on the engine. He engaged a gear and drove off, yelling at Santos to jump in. A rod smashed into their windscreen, which exploded, showering him with shards of glass like a stone. Abel stepped on the gas pedal and knocked 2 guys off the road as he tried to see through the shattered glass. Santos was half inside the car, his legs sticking out of the window. He screamed as someone slashed him with a dagger. Abel turned to look, a bad move. When he turned back to the road, they were heading straight for a car that seems to have appeared out of nowhere. They collided at 60 miles per hour. Santos was screaming and men were approaching. Abel was stunned by the crash, but his adrenaline was pumping. He shook the blow away and looked around. They were in a dead end. Bros, make you run, Santos said, scrambling out of the car. He yanked Abel's door open, pulled him out, and then they ran. When Abel looked back, 3 guys were in hot pursuit. They scaled the fence behind the house and headed into another street. The commotion had reached there too, and there was rage in the air. Abel looked back. The 3 were still chasing them. One had a limp. It was one of the guys he had knocked out of their path, which explained why they were giving chase. Bros, Oya turn, enter here, Santos said, pulling Abel into a corner. A young woman was spreading clothes on the line and was surprised to see them. Santos, what are you looking for in the afternoon? My mother is at home, oh, she said with a shy smile. Idols, I beg, idols, Santos said. She opened the door to their house in a one swift move and pushed them in. Abel did not leave Sonny's house for 2 weeks until the money he left with Ada ran out and was compelled to go to the bank. Santos reported to the house every day, but Abel just ignored him and the itinerary he presented. Losing the Toyota Camry, his Ecola briefcase, the documents inside, the cash, all 600,000 of it, and escaping death by the whisker had left him petrified. They had not left motion until late at night, and when they did, it was in the back of a pickup truck that smelled badly of stale beer. Selina, the girl who had given them cover, had arranged for a cousin to help them leave. They had hiding at the back of a rickety pickup under a Tata tarpaulin. Now, too scared to venture out, Abel sat at home and watched CNN. Sonny has paid for a DSTV subscription for 5 years, so we don't have any problem with cable TV. Ada told him. He couldn't afford cable TV in Asaba, but after 2 weeks, he knew all the programs as well as the anchors and correspondents. He liked Isha Cisse the best. He was always surprised by her baby face. Abel loved listening to her. When he was not watching CNN, he played with his nephew, whom he was beginning to feel thought Abel was his daddy. They played with his toys, and Abel read to him from the over 100 books Sonny had left him. How come Sonny bought him all these books? Abel asked Ada one evening after reading to Zeal. He didn't even like to read. Ada didn't speak for a while. She regarded her brother-in-law for a moment, then said, you know, Shegun, you know, Sonny thought you were the best thing since sliced bread. Her beautiful lips curled up into a smile as she watched Abel's shocked expression. He also wondered what you think. He also wondered what you would think or say. He said you were well read and knew everything about everything. He worshipped you. Really? Abel blotted out the word before he could stop himself. Really, she said, and walked away. When Abel finally summoned up courage to leave the house, he decided he will not go beyond the island and the back. He had, at the back of his mind, the irritational fear that he could run into one of the boys from Mushin on the mainland. Their first trip was to Ikoyi to visit a woman he had spoken to on the phone and whom Santos introduced first as Sonny's customer, later as Sonny's lover. You say Sonny was sleeping with her? Yes, so she is a widow. Her husband died for that Ejigbo plane crash, and now brought the service am since. In 1992, a military C-130H aircraft conveying an elite class of military officer with him, and when he come out, he will be smelling like someone who has done something. Done what thing? Abel asked, and Santos laughed. Bros, you are not small boy. Abba, what does a man and woman do inside the room? You should know. The way Yahweh is looking at yourself, it looks like she is liking you small. Santos, keep driving. The house was a lovely mansion at Parkview Estate, Ikoyi, where Santos told Abel a plot of land sold for about $2 million, even though the road were pothole and filled with water. The woman welcomed them in a flowing gown reminiscent of Stevie Nicks of Fleetwood Mac. Abel could see that she was not wearing any panties as she stood in the doorway, waving them in. "You are Abel, Abby?" she asked as she settled at the head of an expensive dining table with 12 chairs. "Yes," Abel replied, intimidated by the grandeur. Though not nearly as grand as Sonny's, the woman's house still spoke of affluence and wealth. "Your brother thought you were the salt of the earth. Are you 10 inches? Abel shook his head. "I have never measured it," he said with a smile. "You don't have to. It doesn't help anyone. I told Sonny he was nothing without his dick. I made a big mistake. I told my friends about him, 9 inches and all. They rushed after him and he thought he had arrived. They were all married. I was the widow. I honored my husband for 7 years before I met Sonny. He was smart, funny, good-looking, fun to have around, and very ambitious." She suddenly turned to look at Santos. "Hey, who is this smiling monkey?" "My cousin," Abel said. "Tell him to wait outside," the woman said, as if Santos was not there. Abel waved at Santos to leave. "Are you married?" she asked. Abel shook his head. "Are you fucking his wife?" "Of course not," Abel shouted, and she laughed. "She's a lovely girl." "So did you mean of course not or not yet?" Abel had no answer. "Let's eat," she said, and they did. The meat was excellent. Quail and salmon, snail and gizzard with jollof and Chinese rice, all washed down with red wine. "Come to the garden," she said, pushing back her chair and leading the way. The garden was a part of the house. It had reed grass on the floor, flowers on the side, and a transparent roof that gave it a cool greenhouse effect. "If it gets too hot, we'll retract the roof," she told him, following his gaze. "Do you smoke?" She pulled a pack of cigarettes from her handbag. Abel shook his head. She lit the slim cigarette, inhaled deeply, and aired the smoke. "I have 2 kids. They were in senior secondary when my husband died. I saw them through the university and finished this house before I look at any man. And it was not even a man that I found, but a boy, your brother." "How did you meet my brother?" "He came to me. I was at a boutique. I tried on these sandals, thought they were too expensive, and put them back. I was getting into my car when he walked up to me and handed me a bag with the shoe inside." "The slippers?" Abel corrected her. "Yes, the slippers. Your brother was a real charmer. I asked him, 'Did you guys change your mind?' Assuming his boss had sent him to give me the slippers at the price I had bargained. But he shook his head and said, 'I don't work there.'" "So what is this about?" I asked, getting a bit apprehensive. He said, "I saw you try them on. I thought it would be a real shame if you didn't have them. My name is Sabato." He had lovely manicure fingers. I was 46. I had not had sex for 7 years, but when I touched that 26-year-old boy, I felt my body come alive. We were lovers by that evening. She took a long drag. "Let's have some cognac, do you mind?" Abel did not. She pressed the bell, and a domestic help appeared. "Get the covercia," she told him, crossing her long legs. "So I asked you before about his wife. What is going on there?" "Nothing. We don't agree." "Why? Did you try something funny?" "No, old history, something that happened before they got married." "I remember. Something about the nightclub, right?" Abel nodded. "She will forgive. Women are forgiving. That is why God gave us the ability to have babies." Abel thought about that as his drink was poured, but couldn't see how it was related to anything. So he asked a question. "Did Sonny confide a lot in you?" "Yes, he did. I was like a mother to him, and he was an open book, easy to read. He had a stubborn streak, though, and he was fucking his mother," Abel thought, then smothered it. "So, did he tell you about what he was working on? Something you think could have led to his disappearance?" The lady stood up and began to pace with her glass in one hand and a fleshly lit cigarette in the other. "Sonny was bound to die like this," she said, stopping in front of Abel. "Die? He's missing," Abel said, sitting up. Missing, accept it, Abel. Sonny will never be found, not alive. This is Lagos. Some people have to die. Their blood is sacrificed to the hungry beast that is Lagos. That is how it is. So you think he's dead? I don't think. I know he's dead, Abel. And if you are truly his brother, you must feel it too. She settled in the seat beside him and took Abel's hand. Do you know the things your brother was into? Bad things, criminal activities. Do you know the kind of men whose wife he was sleeping with? Your brother had many enemies. Too many people had the reason to wish him dead. Did you wish him dead? Abel asked, taking his hand from hers and looking straight into her eyes. I needed him too much to wish him dead. He was good in bed, although sometimes a big dick is not enough. She rose and drained her drink. Abel stood too. I lost a husband in a plane crash, and I know what it means not to have a body to bury. But we choose our path in life. Your brother chose his. The axe head. Abel could hear a woman yelling as he awoke. It was a Saturday, and he had hoped to lie in until noon, at least. The whole process of searching and meeting with various characters was beginning to take its toll, and all he wanted to do was lay in bed. By the time he made it to the restroom and back, he could hear Ada pacifying the loud woman. Auntie, no vex, so I'm really sorry, Ada was saying. Sorry, Ke. That is all you will say? My brother is missing, and all you can tell me is sorry. I had to hear from strangers. And Chinedu has been in Lagos since he did not even bother to come and see me. Eh? Where is he? Where is Chinedu? She was referring to Abel. He pulled on a pair of jeans and threw on a t-shirt, wondering who could be causing all that commotion. When he stepped out, a chubby-faced woman was standing in the upstairs living room, and Ada was on her knees, begging her to sit down. It took a moment for Abel to register. Then he cried out, Auntie Ekwi. Her hug was full and encompassing, crushing Abel against her ample bosom. She had always been well and endowed, and Abel remembered how, as teenagers, he and Sonny, with Sonny in the lead, would stand behind the bedroom and watch her bathe, fascinated by the huge breast resting on her slight frame. Now, the years and childbearing had balanced things out. Chiedu, you came into Lagos and you didn't come to see me or ask after me, she said to him in Igbo. Auntie, no vex. Abel told her in Pidgin before switching to Igbo. Auntie, the things my eyes have seen, eh? He stared her to a couch. They sat down and Ada took the seat next to them. What did your eyes see that made you unable to call and say, Ekwi, I'm in Tono? Abba, I had to hear about my own brother from a stranger, a complete stranger, and at the salon for that matter. What happened to Sabato? Abel was surprised at how, even though his auntie had called him Chiedu, the name everyone called him by as a child, she, like everyone else, called Sonny by his nom de guerre, Sabato. It was a clear sign of his full transformation. He had descended into the underworld of Lagos and jettisoned his old life. While Abel remained Abel Chiedu Dike, his younger brother had been rechristened. He will forever remain Sabato Rabato. Auntie, it is a long story. They found his car in Shomolu, half inside the gutter. The engine was on, and music too, but Sonny was gone. I received a text, and I came down as fast as I could. We have visited the police and many of the people he used to deal with. No one seems to know anything, so we keep searching. Does sister know? She asked, referring to Abel's mom, who was in the village and had not been informed. No, we can't tell her something like that. Sonny was their mother's favorite, and news of him missing would devastate her. However, he also knew that because the whole family had a sense of the kind of business he indulged in, the one that had made him an insanely rich man, they had always have expected this kind of news. It was simple. As with the spouse of a man who has gone to war, there is always a sense of dread when there is a knock at the door. That was what it was really like for many people living in Lagos, especially those like Sonny, who deal in the kind of things he dealt with. Sonny was a true soldier, and Lagos was the battlefield. It was not difficult to see why it could so easily become a statistic. You know, this is not something you have to leave. You leave to policemen alone. They will take your money and do nothing. And if your mother is not aware, I cannot sit down and do nothing. What kind of auntie will I be if I had and did nothing? Abel knew the question was not meant to be answered, so he just made the right noises. I know a man. He prays and sees things. We have to go and see him for prayers. He can help us where the police can't. We have to go and see him. Abel knew she was not asking for their permission. She was giving an order. As his mother's youngest sister, she was like a mini mother. Adam made breakfast, and after they had eaten, they all piled into a BMW. Auntie Ekwe directed them to a place in Shomolu, off Morocco. Once clear of the island, Ada turned off Third Mainland Bridge into Adekunle, then drove the length of Abat Macaulay and past Sabo bus stop until they got to Tibowu, where she then turned into the road that led to Yaba College of Technology. They drove left, past the building that used to serve as headquarters for Alive Maestro Oliver De Koku Bookings office, then right and straight past the gate that led to military barracks in Yaba. The road ahead split into three, one that led to Jibowu, which was where they had come from, one that went straight to Badulaye and the earth of Shomolu. Auntie Ekwe asked Ada to make a left, and they drove into the third one, Morocco Street, past the Morocco family residence, which now had a telecom mast sticking out above the fence like a rude phallus. They drove as if they were heading to Onipanu, then made a quick turn. There were 2 more turns before Auntie Ekwe told them they were there. Iyawo, she said to Ada, using a Yoruba term that signified our wife. Oya, clear way from the road, so no one will brush your car. Ada parked, and Auntie Ekwe directed them into a bustling compound with a dim corridor, and as they walked down to the back, where the prayer house was, Abel wondered why the corridors that ran through the middle of the tenement houses were always dark. The prophet was dressed in a flowing white gown and had a red sash tied around his waist. "Welcome, my children," he said, even though he didn't look much older than Abel. He produced a bowl of water and asked them to wash their hands. He that seeks must come with clean hand and a pure heart, he intoned. "Wash your hands and confess your sin, that our prayer may not be hindered." They washed and waited. He took up the bowl, raised it above each person's head, muttered something, and then went outside and poured it into the gutter that ran by the side of the church. "My Lord, I called yesterday, and you asked us to come today." Auntie Ekwe began. "We need your help. The police are trying, but our brother is still missing. His wife is here, and his son is at home. This is his brother. We want answer. Help us to go to God in prayer, and we shall be grateful." If he had had Auntie Ekwe, the prophet showed no sign of it. His eyes were squeezed shut, and a vein stood out magnificently on his temple. He seems to be concentrating intensely. The man of God asked, "Where did it fall?" The prophet began, circling the room with slow step, his eyes shut tight. "And what happened next?" When he showed him the place, Elisha caught a stick and threw it there and made the iron float. "What we seek, Lord Jehovah, send it up to us. Give us light where all is darkness, because you are Jehovah God, and nothing is impossible for you to do. You ask us, is my hand too short to save? Wherever your son is, give us insight. Give us light where there is darkness. Direct us where we do not know where to go. Make our axe head float. Make it float. Make it float. Make it float. Make it float." "Make it float" became a song, a rhythmic chant in tone. Eyes shut, and feet stamping gently as he walked around the room, his voice rising, his head bobbing, his body swaying. He stopped abruptly, while around on the balls of his feet, and said, "My children, pray. Open your mouth and call on God. Let his light break through our darkness. Pray." As their prayers bubbled forth, the prophet's voice rose with every word uttered until he lapsed into tongues, stamping his feet and clapping a rhythm to his word. It went on for about 30 minutes before he said a huge "Praise the Lord," and all was quiet. His white gown was drenched, but there was on his face something almost beatific, a calm that seems alien to the charged environment that had just been. "I see our brothers shrouded in darkness. We must do more. On Friday next week, we shall all gather here to pray and keep vigil. We will start at midnight and end at dawn. God will intervene." Auntie Ekwe thanked him. As they rose to go, she nudged Abel with a sharp elbow in the ribs. "Found something for the prophet," she whispered in Igbo. Abel parted with the money in his pocket, which the prophet received with a "God bless you, my son." They dropped Auntie Ekwe off at home in Ilukweju. Because Abel had not been to her house before and had not seen her husband since Sonny's wedding, he stayed back to acquaint himself with her two sons and talk about Sonny and home and politics with her husband, while Auntie Ekwe and Ada prepared lunch. By the time they were done, it was already past 3. They drove in silence out of Ilukweju down to Town Planning Way and onto Ikorodu Road. Ada cruised past Obanikoro, Onipanu, Fadeyi and Jibowu on into Surulere. Ojuelegba was busy, and as they showed in the traffic leading to the bridge that would take them into Western Avenue, Abel felt someone tapping on the window beside him. "Smoke, bros, smoke," a young man said, pointing to the wood. "Ada, stop, stop." He said, "There is smoke coming out from the engine," Abel said, already reaching for the door lock. The young man was still running alongside the car, pointing, but Ada kept on driving. "It is a trick, Abel. There is no smoke. If you stop, you are in trouble. Once you open your engine, they will disconnect something, and that's where it starts. You could get robbed or killed or made to part with some money." The young man, noticing that Ada was not slowing down, had stopped jogging alongside them. Abel saw him cross the road to wait for another helpless driver. "First time it happened to me, I lost my handbag. I was lucky it was in the afternoon," she said, slowing as she indicated right. Back in the 70s, Fela had written a classic song about Ojuelegba, a concourse of sorts. It was a pure melee of cars, people, and sound. There were buses stopping in the middle of the road to pick up passengers. Passengers jumping and falling off buses because the driver would never come to a full stop to let off their fares. And in other conditions, traffic wardens were trying and failing to sanitize the madness and enforce some kind of orders. Things had improved a lot since then. The traffic lights work, but stop with roof stall had been built, and Ojuelegba had become a third gentrified, but it was still a part of Lagos, a place with a soul that gravitated toward the chaotic and anarchic impulse that could never fully be tamed. "Let's have some pepper soup, do you mind?" she asked as she veered into the right lane beside Teslim Balogun Stadium. "They really make nice ones at Ojes, and I haven't been here in a while." "Ojes, I thought it was in Yaba," Abel said, recalling that on his last visit to Lagos for Sonny's wedding, an old friend had taken him to a place called Ojes somewhere in Yaba. "Yes, they were. They have a bigger place here." Ada turned left under the bridge beside the stadium. She waited for the road to clear, then drove across into the National Stadium complex, past commuters massed around the bus stop. Men and women with muscular torsos and no legs pushed themselves along or simply lounged in peeped out, and power bikes and wheelchairs. A couple of them were smoking weed openly. Ada drove slowly because of the speed bumps, and Abel took in the rows of shops selling running shoes, swimming trunks, trophies, and old assortment of sports paraphernalia. They made a right, and then she found a spot. Oya, come, let me show you what it means to point and kill, she said, and there was thrilling laughter in her voice. As they walked into the rectangle enclosure, Abel noticed the rows of cars parked to the far left, while two mobile policemen lounged in the shade with AK-47s slung across their knees. Why didn't you park inside? Abel asked, indicating the wide empty space. The car is safe outside and it is easier to leave. This is one of the safest places to hang out in Lagos. They found a red table with 4 seats, all branded with the logo of a popular alcoholic beverage. To their right was a huge wall covered by Fisavon billboard, and underneath it was a screen showing music videos of Nigerian artists. This place is a major hangout for Nigerian actors. Ada told him, come here often and you'll meet all of them. They usually sit upstairs though. She wiped their seats with a paper napkin.
It doesn't fill up until around 7 p.m. when it gets dark. Sonny used to say that's when people stroll in with women who are not their wives, like me. Abel blurted out. Really? Ada asked. Ada indicated Abel. Oga, welcome, she said, turning to Abel. What do you want? Give us the 1,800 naira pepper soup. Ada told her, then turned to Abel to ask what he wanted to drink. Big stout and a coke. Give me smell of ice. I go drink am now, she said and strode away. Is that woman Chinese? Abel asked. No, she's from your village. Ada smiled. The first time I met her, I was shocked too. You guys come here often? Yes, Sonny always made time. Yeah, and the movies, he made sure we came at least once a month. He liked the grilled fish and chips. Me, I prefer the pepper soup. Now I am not sure whether I should have come. The memories are flooding in. It's okay, Abel said, reaching out and touching her hand. It was the first time they did have any kind of physical contact, and he felt her pull back instinctively. You can't stay cooped up in that house forever. I know, but it's hard sitting here waiting for pepper soup when Sonny is not with me. I never came here without him except when I brought my siblings. What did you call him? My brother? Why? Just stop asking. I called him Sonny. What else should I call him, honey? No, not that. It's just that everyone calls him Sabato. Even Auntie Ekwi and her husband. I know, it was like a title and less a name, something honorific. Sonny used to laugh too when old schoolmates who knows him as Kanayo or Sonny would call him Sabato. He said he felt like they were showing him respect by not calling him by his real name. You know how, in Nigeria, once you become a governor, your friends stop calling you by your name and start calling you Excellency. That is how it was. And you never caught the Sabato bug? Me, Haba, I am his wife. I see him when he is not Sabato, when he sits in the loo, when he is prancing around naked, when he is goofing around with his son or fooling around in the house pretending to be Stevie Wonder on the piano. He is my baby, not Sabato. There was a faraway look in her eyes as she spoke, and Abel could sense that whatever it was she had heard with his brother, call it love or whatever, it had been deep. Oh, I forgot, she said, returning to the present. I told you I would show you what point and kill is. Come. They walked to the right where the refrigerators were masked, and the brightly liveried waiters picked up steaming bowls of pepper soup and cold drinks. Ada led him to a row of what appeared to be green glass walls, but on a closer look, Abel could see hundreds of fish swimming within. Oya, watch that couple, Ada said. Abel watched as a lady pointed and a guy on the other side of the tank dipped a metal basket utensil into the tank and scooped up a catfish. He dropped it, gulping, on the table and with one deft move cracked its skull with a machete. The fish flapped about without purpose for a while, then went still. You point and he kills, Ada laughed. We have it in Asaba, Abel said as they walked back to their table. But I have never seen so many fish. Their drinks had arrived by the time they returned, and the pepper soup was delivered soon after. Head or tail, Ada asked, indicating the two steaming bowls on the tray. You, she pointed to the tail. Head it is then, the seductive mistress. By spending time with Ada, whether dropping Zeal off at his summer kindergarten, eating pepper soup at OJ's, watching a movie at the cinema, or going swimming at Ikoyi Club, Abel was beginning to see a completely different side of Lagos. While it could be a city with a huge appetite for human flesh, it was also a seductive mistress with a tender touch. True, the city had, like the hungry sea that baited its haunches, opened its mouth wide and swallowed his brother whole. Yet it was providing Abel with pleasures hitherto unexperienced. And it didn't hurt that he had a beautiful, intelligent woman for company. On the days when he didn't go out to meet someone or see Edgar Ofio, the investigating police officer in charge of his brother's case, he would go to Ikoyi Club with Ada. She loved to swim, and even though there was a pool at the house, she said she preferred to swim in the public pool. At least, if you start drowning, someone can help you, she told him with a laugh. It's boring swimming alone. Abel could swim. He wasn't perfect, but he had learnt, alongside his brother, from spending time at the village stream in his maternal homestead. That morning, they had changed into their swimwear and were taking turns to stand under the tap before getting into the pool. Ada had on a stunning one-piece swimsuit that accentuated her curves and hugged her bosom. Standing there, watching the water course all over her, Abel felt himself stare in an embracing way. He turned away quickly and placed his palm over his crotch. They swam for a while and then he dried himself, pulled on a t-shirt, and left her at the pool to go and read the papers in the library. There he came upon a story about a kidnap gang smashed by the police in Asaba. He was always tickled by the words journalists employed in such situations. Robbery gang routed, kidnap syndicate smashed, robbery kingpin nabbed. You could almost predict the exact term, as if they had a bag of words they dipped into for certain reports. The story about the four-man kidnap gang in Asaba made him think about home, or what used to be his home just 1 month ago. School would reopen in 6 weeks, and he was glad he had finished marking his papers before he traveled. When he was leaving Asaba, he had felt he would be gone for a couple of days at most, but a month and a few days later he was in Lagos, living a completely new life. There were luxury cars, a mansion, nice clothes, comfortable shoes, good food, a bar full of good wine and spirits, a life he couldn't have imagined 2 months back. His brother was still missing. He knew, and even though he realized that hopes of ever finding his brother were growing dimmer with each passing day, he did not want to stop looking away. Aware that was what was required of him, it was his duty as first son and older brother. Steeling himself, Abel finally called their sister, Obi, and told her the bad news. While she sniffled and cried, he warned her not to tell their mother or relatives. He did ensure that his mother's allowance was sent promptly, and when she did call to ask after Sonny, Ada told her that he was on a long trip to China. Abel didn't know how long they could keep up the charade, but he knew that time always found a way to resolve even the thorniest issues. He was duty-bound to do what was required of him as the first son and older sibling. He would search for his brother until it was clear that the search could no longer go on, and only then would he rest. When that time would come, however, he could not tell, and he did not know what he would do when the time came to go back to school. Many nights, as he lay in the downy bed, his head propped up by the softest pillows he had ever touched, Abel would wonder whether he could hear himself away from all this and return to his dorm in Asaba. Could he go back to the drab, Spartan life he used to live, away from the comfort of his brother's mansion, the time spent dining in nice restaurants and swimming at the club, his pocket bulging with money? If he decided to quit his job, there was no fear of going broke, at least not in the foreseeable future. His brother had over 800 million naira in cash in 6 different banks. He had 5 houses in Lagos aside from the one he lived in, and Ada told him that there was an apartment in Excess and 2 in Florida. You know your brother can't stand the cold, so he had to buy a house in Florida where the sun is always out. Abel's well-ordered but frugal life had suddenly been turned round. He was living the good life but existing in a state of flux. Was he now a Lagos big boy or a med teacher on vacation? These questions intrude upon him in his quiet moments. He always pushed them aside, but that morning, sitting in the small library at Ikoyi Club, Abel knew his future depended in large part on his ability to forget. Therein lay his dilemma: how to forget by not remembering, how to sleep in a man's bed, how to get warm at the sight of his wife, how to wear his clothes, drink his wine, play with his son, spend his money, and not remember that he was still missing. The thought insisted upon an answer and left his eyes brimming with tears. By the time Abel woke, the sun was out and there were strong rays streaming into his bed. He covered his face with a pillow to keep out the glare, but he could still feel it hot against his skin. They hadn't got in until well past 6 a.m. because they did have to drop Auntie Ekwe at home. The vigil started at midnight and ran all the way to 5 a.m. They sang and prayed. Abel, Auntie Ekwe, Ada, and about a dozen prayer warriors enlisted for the vigil. The prophet and the prayer warriors spoke in tongues. Whenever the prophet asked them to pray in the spirit, Abel had wondered how he could cope praying all night, but somehow the 5 hours had passed swiftly, and he was surprised when the session came to an end and the prophet said his hallelujah. This time Abel was prepared with something substantial in an envelope. "God will do it, my son," the prophet told him as they filed out. When he woke up that morning, after napping for a few hours, he felt something else too, a stiffening of the joints. Pushing the pillow off, he tried to make a fist. It hurt. Alarm flooded him as he got off the bed. He walked naked to the bathroom to pass water, all the while trying tentatively to make a fist and feeling the pain shot up his arm. He was having an attack. He hadn't had one in about 4 years. He knew what medication was required, had always known since he was a kid, but the thought of it and the memories that came rushing in left him anxious. He brushed his teeth, showered, and got dressed. By the time he was done, he could hear Zeal laughing out loudly from behind the door in his mother's room. He had the same laughter Sonny had, a high-pitched cackle full of joyful abandon. Abel marveled at how the genes transferred even the most mundane things from father to son. As he pulled on his socks, he glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece, 10:50 a.m. Downstairs, the house help was setting the table. She brought him the English breakfast Ada said Sonny insisted on eating before he left the house every morning. Most times, he eats once a day, Ada had told him, and he always said one must eat like a king at breakfast. Abel had no appetite, so he drank coffee and nibbled at the toast. He drove out of the compound, his mind on Victoria Island. He was headed to a pharmacy on the ground floor of the Silverbed Galleria. Ada had taken him there once after a movie to buy vitamin C and cold remedies for zeal. At least here you can be sure of what you are buying, Ada had said. Most people die in this country not from poor care but from fake drugs. Do you know that? She had a way of ensuring that you responded by asking a question at the end of her comment. Abel said he thought so. An aunt of theirs, the one who came before his mom, had died from a fake dose. She had suffered a motor accident and was prescribed an anti-tetanus injection on account of her injuries. Abel's dad had gone to buy it because it was not stocked at the local hospital where she had been admitted. He ended up buying a fake dose. She got lockjaw and died 4 days later. My father was devastated and never forgave himself. In so many ways, I felt as if he loved that woman, Auntie Ife, more than he loved my mom. It was through her that he met my mother, and her death was something he never got over. My mom told me he went to the chemist where he bought the drugs and beat up the owner. He was arrested, but according to my mom, my father would have gladly gone to the gallows just to make it right. Wow, Sonny never told me that story. We were quite young. I was 4 or 5 and Sonny must have been 2 or 3. I'm sure he didn't remember. Well, you know what they do to people who sell fake drugs in China. Abel shook his head. They execute them, 1 bullet to the head. If they did that in Lagos, many people would die. It's that bad, eh? Despite his aunt, who had died many years ago in that remote village, he hadn't really thought there was an epidemic of fake drugs. The ones he bought were mostly for headaches or diarrhea, or they were anti-malarials. They were everywhere and he had never taken any that weren't effective. When his attacks came, he knew what cocktail to take and it had always worked for the time he was in the boarding house, right through university. It is, I remembered, just after Z was born, we were still living at Ilupeju then. I asked the driver to buy baby food and he went to a shop close by instead of the supermarket we usually bought from. That night, Zeus started stooling. It was crazy. By 5 a.m., when we eventually braved it and drove out to the hospital, he was as light as piece of paper. They had to pass a line, and Sonny was crying and vowing to kill somebody if his son died. I couldn't stop teasing him afterwards, but there and then, as I watched my son wither before my eyes, I could have killed someone too. When we got back, Sonny had the driver take him there. He reported the shop to the police and got NAVDAC involved. When the man was arrested, all he kept saying was, "Because you have money, Abi, because you have money." He didn't see that he had almost killed a child. They should do the China thing here. 1 bullet to the head. She pointed a cocked finger at his temple. Abel's thoughts were everywhere as he drove past the toll gate onto Ozumba Mbadiwe and sped past the impressive Oriental Hotel, which everyone said was owned by a past governor of Lagos State. He took a left turn at the Civic Center owned by Jim Ovia, former banker and one of Africa's richest men, into Adetokunbo Ademola. The 1004 estate was to his left. He remembered visiting a friend once, back when he was at university. He had been disappointed. The place was dirty, crowded and filled with cars, most of them broken down. Inside, the houses didn't look too impressive either. There was a pervasive civil service air about the place that spoke of neglect. It had been built in a fit of indulgence and excess by the federal government as residential quarters for 1004 federal legislators, hence the name. They stayed for a while and then, like all Nigerians, it was no longer used for its true purpose. A coup took place and suddenly there were no more senators or legislators and the seat of government moved to Abuja, the new federal capital. So it became an estate where lucky civil servants and even some non-civil servants who had godfathers could live. It was purpose-built, well-appointed, and beautifully laid out, but with time, all that changed and the estate lost its allure. Things were changing again. The government had sold the estate to private investors who had renovated it. New tenants were moving in, and it was no longer as crowded as it used to be. Abel and Ada had gone there to visit a lady a few days back. There were guards at the gates, and the estate looked a whole lot better than it had years ago when he first visited. That's where the guy landed when he jumped, Ada said, pointing to a concrete slab stained brown. She had been telling him a story of a murder and or suicide. What happened to that case? Nothing, Ada said, shaking her head, open and shut. The story was that a young woman who ran a nightclub had been attacked by a man who worked for her and whom the tabloids said might also have been her lover. She was attacked viciously but had managed to call for help. By the time security guards rushed in, however, the supposed lover had jumped off the sixth floor ledge and landed on the slab. Abel remembered reading the story in the weekend papers back in Asaba and not hearing anything again. What he hadn't realized was that Lagos was like that. In a city with over 15 million people, seemingly always in a mad rush to get someplace fast, nothing held your attention for too long. It was that way with everything. Nightclubs, schools, banks, estates, cars, scandals. Everything had a season. He drove the length of Ade Tokumbo Ademola past the imposing Eco hotels and suites before making a right turn at Babbage. Then driving all the way down Amadu Bello Way to the Silverbird Galleria because it was a Saturday. Mothers supported by an army of house helps were heading their children into the Galleria to shop and see movies. Most people worked on the island, where a lot of the companies and banks were clustered. The factory shipping line and other businesses engaged in production and distribution were spread out further afield. Some in Apapa because of its proximity to the port, but mostly on the mainland all over the Ikeja, Ilupeju, Agidingbi, Ogba, and Apapa axis. Most of those who worked on the island lived on the mainland and had to commute from areas as far-flung as Ikorodu, Songota, and Egbeda to beat the energy-sapping traffic. They left home early, meaning that some parents never get to see their children awake during the week. Saturdays became days for making up and were almost as busy as the weekdays, with people shopping, going to the movies, the beach, or to weddings. People tried to pack into Saturdays all the things they couldn't do from Monday to Friday. Sundays were reserved for church services in a city that, though immoral and riddled with crime and criminals, also paraded some of the most ardent churchgoers. Abel parked the car and walked into the Galleria. He was stopped and searched. "What's that beeping in your pocket?" the guard asked, running his hand over his right thigh. Abel pulled back, reached inside, and brought out the gold-plated pen he picked up from Sonny's dresser. "We didn't have these searches before," Ada had told him the first time they came to the movies. "But with Boko Haram, no one is taking chances." Instead, Abel found the drugs he needed. He bought a bottle of water and downed 6 tablets, then left the pharmacy and took the elevator upstairs. He went into the bookshop and cruised the aisles, browsing through the titles before picking up a copy of Toni Morrison's Sula. He thought the price was a bit steep but decided to buy it anyway. He had owned a copy once, but an ex-girlfriend had borrowed and never returned it. The first day he met her, he told her she reminded him of Sula. "Who is she?" she had asked, oblivious. "It's a character in a book." "I remind you of a character in a book? How is that possible?" "Characters in books are not real people," she said, half amused, half intrigued. "I will lend you the book to read, and if she doesn't remind you of yourself, you can call me a liar." It was one of his best pick-up lines, and he knew Sonny would have been impressed. They were lovers for 2 years, then she left town and they lost contact. He paid for the book and was taking the stairs down when he heard his name. Abel DK. It was a female voice and there was some tentativeness to it. Abel turned round and screamed, "Kalista Adeyemi, it's a lie," she cried as they hugged. "Where did you fall out from?" "Asaba," he said, smiling and giddy with joy. "What are you doing in Lagos?" "You finally left Asaba, have you?" She guided him downstairs to a fast food restaurant. They found a seat, and laughing like the young girl he used to know, she took his hands in hers and whispered like a shy schoolgirl, "I have missed you, Mr. DK." "And me, you," he replied and meant it. They had gone out for 3 years back at university, and he remembered how Sonny would tease him. "Bros, so you are going to fuck only one girl in this school?" They did live together for 2 years, then split after graduation when she had gone abroad for her master's. He had refused to marry her and become a British citizen. "You broke my heart so badly, I'm still picking up the pieces," she said. Kalista had always been direct and open about her feelings. "I am sorry, but I was too young and you were just too focused." He held her gaze for a while. A smile danced around the edges of her full lips. She hadn't changed much, even though age had given her face more character. She still had the dimple in one cheek, the twinkle in her eyes, and the crow's feet that appeared while she smiled. Her teeth were still as white and even as he remembered them, and deep in her eyes he could see that she still had it for him. "So how many kids do you have now?" he asked. "None. Yet, you?" "None. I haven't found someone to marry me." "You married?" She shook her head. "Nope. You used me up. You left nothing of value." He heard her laugh and was transported to the University of Jos. The cramped space he shared with Sonny and one other student before he and Kalista moved in together. It was a Friday morning and they were making love, and for some reason she was having these multiple orgasms, and she always had these giggles whenever she came. Became a sort of code. "So, what brings you to Lagos?" "My brother is missing." "What?" 9 inches. "Yes, the same one." "Sorry to hear that. What happened?" He filled her in as fast as he could. He was tired of telling the story. "That's so sad. I work for the Lagos state government in the governor's office. If you come by, I could introduce you to the CSO. Maybe he can help with the police. The police always need to be prudent, you know." "Thanks," Abel said, wondering how, just sitting there and talking to her, it didn't feel as if there had been a 10-year hiatus. "So, you came to see a movie?" she asked. "No, I came to buy my drugs. My knuckles were hurting when I woke up this morning." "Really, you still have those?" She had seen him through more than a dozen episodes back in school. "Yes, but not as often as I used to. I haven't had one in 4 years, but I suspect the stress is finally getting to me. If you are free, we could drive down to my place. I stay at 1004. I can make you jollof rice and smoked fish. You still remember?" he asked, and she smiled a knowing smile. They walked out together and drove to her place, Abel following her Kia Sportage SUV. She lived in one of the duplexes. The interior was simple, minimal, but colorfully done up in pastels. "You want a drink while I cook?" she called from the kitchen, but Abel didn't answer. Instead, he walked up to her, enfolded her from behind, and said, "I thought you were fasting." There was the briefest pause as her brows furrowed. Then she smiled in remembrance as she turned to kiss him, standing on tiptoe like she used to. He kissed her back, his body responding to her like it hadn't to anyone else in years. "Show me your bed," he said, nibbling on her ears, and she led him upstairs like a lamb to its shearers. Lying naked afterwards, her head on his shoulders, her breath warm against his skin, Abel remembered the first time she had found him sick. coiled up on the floor of his room, his knuckles aching, his body burning up. She had pulled him onto his mattress. He told her what the issue was and that even though he had felt the pains in his joints the day before, he didn't have money to buy his drugs. What are they called? She asked. I can borrow some money from my cousin. He gave her the names and asked, and after making sure that he would be okay, she raced out of village hostels, took a bike to town, and returned in less than an hour. I have had it since I was 5 years old, he explained later, as the drugs brought relief. At first, they thought it was sickle cell, but my parents were both AA. He told her that it was just some genetic glitch. There is no cure, though the specialist who diagnosed it said attacks will get less frequent as I get older. Can you pass it on to our kids? She asked, straddling him. It's possible. He felt himself stare. Won't you like won't you let a sick guy rest? I will, just relax. I will do all the work, she laughed as she took him in her hand. Lying there in her bed, he remembered how sick he used to get as a child. He couldn't exert himself, which meant there was no football, and before they finally found out what it was and what drugs they could use to suppress it, Abel lost 2 years of school, with Sonny catching up to him. He had ended up finishing primary and secondary school as well as university at the same time. His ill health affected everything. He was weak, he didn't have friends, he couldn't drink beer, didn't smoke, and found it hard to get a girlfriend because he always felt self conscious. What if the girl found him all contorted and sick? Would she stay? Would she come back? Calista had found him and she had come back and she had stayed. For that, he was grateful. He eased up a bit and kissed her on the forehead. What was that for? She asked, her eyes fluttering open. For being you, my darling. He had 6 missed calls from Ada. He had left his phone in the car when they got to Callista's, and Ada had been calling. The house help had told her he was sick, and she was worried when he didn't come back on time. She had also sent a text message. Philo told me you were not feeling well, and we are worried you haven't come back. Did you have an attack? Sonny told me about it. Please call. He didn't call. He sent a message saying he was okay and on his way home. Are you alright? She asked, jumping to her feet when he walked in. I am good. Zeal ran straight into his arms. So where did you go all this while? I went to get my drugs. They ran into an old friend and we went to her house. You were with a woman all this while and I have been worried out of my head. She snapped. Abel looked up, startled by her tone. She was standing there, tears in her eyes and a pained look on her face. Ada, I forgot my phone in the car. I'm sorry. He reached out to touch her, but she jumped back. You and your brother, you guys won't kill me, you hear? I haven't found my husband and he wants me to go looking for his brother. Please give me my son and you can go back to your lady friend. She snatched Zeal out of his hands and ran upstairs while Abel stared open-mouthed after her. He slept for a few hours. When he woke up, he washed his face and rinsed his mouth before walking downstairs. As he went down the winding staircase, lines from Eliot came to mind. And indeed, there will be time to wonder, do I dare and do I dare? Back at Unijos, he had a friend, Ulu, who would recite the whole poem. They would go to the law faculty with its winding staircase, and Olu would intone the lines with Abel, jumping in on occasion as they walked all the way down, as if tracing Eliot's trajectory. Downstairs at the house, the aroma of jollof rice filled his nostrils and made his stomach grumble. In the kitchen, Ada was stirring the rice in the pot. Do you feel better? She asked, making it less awkward for him. She must have been swimming because she had on a silk robe. It was slightly parted at the top to reveal ample cleavage. Yes, he said, then added, I'm sorry about earlier. It's okay. She raised the palm to stop him, her robe falling open some more. I think I overreacted. Why don't you wait by the decks? Zid is playing in the pool. This should be ready in minutes. I'm sure you are hungry. Yes, thanks, Abel said and turned to go. He was crossing the living room when she called his name. Yes, Ada. Red wine or beer? She stood framed against the door, looking ravishing with her half-open robe, disheveled hair and pose. Beer would do with the food. Z was pottering about in his own side of the pool with Philo keeping an eye on him. Uncle Abel, he cried. Abel stood beside him and sprayed water in his face. When the water hit him, Zil laughed that same high-pitched laugh that Abel knew so well, right from when they were kids into adulthood. Sonny laughed at the slightest things and at the most inappropriate times. Once they had been given a ride by his father's colleague, a vice principal admin. Sonny and Abel were sitting in the back with the man's daughter while his son sat in front. A song came on the radio and appeared to be one the man liked. He started singing along, but there was a problem. Each time the word sunshine was sung, the man would say, sunshine, and Sonny would laugh. Abel would poke him in the ribs to stop, but the more he poked him, the more he laughed. Everyone was embarrassed except for the man, who didn't realize why Sonny was laughing. When the song ended, he turned back to look at them and asked what was so funny. Any normal child would have shaken his head and said nothing or told some lie, but not Sonny, because you kept saying sunshine, Sonny said, and burst into laughter. The man stepped on the brakes, pulled open the car door and threw them out. Their father was so upset with the man for letting his children trek home, they never spoke again. But it was Sonny whom Abel blamed, even though no one else did. He's an adult, for God's sake. He should control his temper, their mother had said as she fussed over Sonny. Carry me, Zil cried as Abel straightened. How long has he been here? He asked the help as he reached in to pull Zil up. Over 1 hour, she informed him as he swaddled Zil in the towel and that she had provided. He set him on his lap as he took off his wet swimming gear and tickled him as he dressed him in dry clothes. If you stay in water too long, you will become a fish, Abel told him. I want to be a fish, he said, pulling at Abel's mustache. It's like that, he said, and Ada, who was bringing the food, almost tripped. He keeps referring to him these days. He has been doing that since Monday. It is good. The son should not forget his father, Abel said as he picked up his plate of steaming food. From as far back as he could remember, jollof rice and smoked fish had been his favorite meal. I love jollof rice, he told Ada as he dug in. I know, Sonny told me. I cooked this as a peace offering, she said, as she too began to eat. Abel hadn't realized how hungry he was until he swallowed the first mouthful. After making love at Callista's, he had lain in bed and drifted off to sleep, forgetting all about the food she had promised to make for him. Is there anything Sonny did not tell you about you? Abel nodded. He poured his beer and took a sip. He talked about you all the time. I used to wonder what it was about you. I didn't like you, and if you were my brother, I would have hated you because it seemed you set a pretty high standard. You hated me already, Abel blurted. Yes, I know, and it wasn't exactly my fault. You didn't make it easy to like you. And now? He asked, treading softly, fishing to see whether what he felt and sensed was mutual. And now, what, Mr. Dike? She asked, feigning seriousness, even though her eyes were laughing. You still hate me? Yes, had enough to go half mad when I didn't see you. Sorry. Please stop saying sorry, I overreacted. I suppose I'm getting, you know, used to you being around, and I just panicked. And then to find out you were with another woman, I just, She went back to her food. Abel changed the topic. When you talk about Sonny like that, I find it hard to believe. Sometimes it's as if you are talking about someone else, not the same Sonny I grew up with. I always assumed I was the one trying to measure up to him. Everything came easy to him. Anytime we moved to a new town or school, people gravitated towards him. I always considered myself a failure. Yes, I wanted to be a vice principal, but see what I ended up as. You have something, you know. You talk to people and it's like they have to listen. Sonny used to say that every reprimand from you was like a whiplash. He did? She nodded. And yet, the idiot never listened to me. But he did. He almost didn't marry me because he felt you disapproved. Now, I know why you were pissed off with me. Yes, now you know, she laughed. One day he was talking to me and he said, see, I am here in Lagos trying to make it, to be a wealthy man. But Abel, he's just content being a teacher. I don't see him under any pressure. I want to be like that, you know? But I am wired differently. He told you that? Yes, he also said that you never needed to. How did he put it now? Swim against the current because the current flowed along with you. And do you believe him? Yes, I do. You look content, and contentment is important for happiness. I have my own issues. I have my own neuros. The pig sweat, but we don't notice because of the hair. I wish we were all that hairy. Abel laughed. You are hairy enough, he said, pointing. Her robe had fallen off, her swimsuit had shifted, and tufts of pubic hair were visible. Onyala, she cried, snapping her legs shut. Oh, brother, where art thou? Lying in bed later that night, Abel thought about what she had told him. He had considered Sonny a rival, someone he had to battle for everything. Their parents' love and affection, academic achievements, sporting prowess, friends, girls, right from when they were kids. It got worse after he lost 2 years to illness and they ended up as classmates. Abel was smarter, no doubt, but who needed smarts when you were kids? What he did wanted most was to be a boy like Sonny. Abel wanted to break a leg or an arm, stub a toe, sustain a cut, something that would require him coming to school with his hand in a sling, his foot in a cast, or a plaster on his face. He anchored after a badge of courage, something that would mark him, scar him, show that he was a boy. For what was a boy without scars? Back then, a fracture was the coolest injury a boy could have. I signified boyhood because whoever heard of a girl with a fracture? A fracture required a cast, and a cast meant people would beg to write or draw or inscribe something on it as a moving billboard. We attracted everyone, especially the girls. But most of all, a fracture meant one had been boy enough to break something. But for a child who played more in the library than on treetops, a fracture was not likely unless he hurdled himself down the steep steps leading to the huge doors of their local Catholic church, a thought that occurred to him many times. Sonny had no such issues. Their parents spent a lot on plasters, slings, and casts. As soon as one was healing, Sonny was acquiring a fresh badge of courage. Abel couldn't help but be impressed and jealous. It, it continued at the University of Jos, where Sonny went about without boxers, and it seemed a constant hard-on. Abel thought it was insane and stupid, but the girls didn't seem to mind. Sonny ran through them like fire, through hay, and never forgot to leave his calling card above their beds. 9 inches was here. Abel still remembered the last time they had a fight. It was Easter, and he had just been paid his first salary, a measly 53,000 naira. He had planned to send his mother some money, then buy a bigger mattress But a call came in from Lagos and messed everything up. Sonny was in jail and had sent for him. Abel took the night bus from Onitsha and arrived Lagos the next morning. It was a Wednesday morning, and Ojota, where the bus left him, was a mess. It had rained the night before, and the ground was soggy and unsightly. Bedlam did not begin to capture the situation. Cars were revving and people were shouting as if in competition. Hawkers belting out their wares, conductors calling out their destinations, in itinerant pastors preaching about repentance, hell, and damnation. Abel hadn't spent 5 minutes in the city and he was already feeling he had stayed too long. It seemed as if a million people had descended in Ojota with one purpose: to make him feel unwelcome. Sonny was being held at Area F in Ikeja, so Abel boarded a bus at Ojota that would take him to Maryland. He alighted at the mobile filling station and took another bus to Ikeja roundabout. They stopped at Unity bus stop to let off a female passenger. Two guys transporting metal roofing sheets were passing by as she stepped out of the bus. The edge of the sheet hit her, slicing off a piece of her forehead. Blood gushed down her face. The conductor pushed her back in the bus and they sped off to the general hospital. By the time Abel got off, her white blouse was drenched with blood and she was already feeling faint. He took a bike to Area F and asked for the investigating police officer handling his brother's case. His name was Sergeant Ilo. The policeman was in mufti and had on a tight, ill-fitting jacket. As Abel watched him shuffling papers in an exaggerated show of importance, he smiled to himself for the first time since he got his brother's text message. If this policeman jacket was any tighter, it would be a straight jacket. Your brother's case is serious, the policeman began when he finally sat down across from Abel. The cramped excuse of an office reeked of sweat and deprivation. There were tattered files, cobwebbed corners, a rickety table and a chair missing a leg, but above all there was a pervasive spirit of desolation, of something irretrievably lost. Abel cursed his brother for making him go there. It's a case of OBT, the officer said, all solemn, as if he was a judge about to hand down a death sentence. What is OBT? You don't know what OBT is? He went on without waiting for an answer. What do you do for a living? I am a teacher. A lecturer. Where? What's from College of Education, Asaba. You're a teacher and you don't know what OBT is. So what do you teach your students? English literature, Abel said and laughed. Amused by it all, why on earth was he supposed to know what OBT was? And what did that have to do with his job or students? You think it's funny, Abby? Okay, go home and come back tomorrow. The officer got to his feet and headed for the door. Haba, officer. I was just joking, no vex. Abel got up and stood between the policeman and the door. Please sit down, okay? I don't know what OBT is, but I'm sure you will help us. Abeg, no vex. The policeman regarded Abel for a while, his brow furrowed like a child contemplating an insect crawling vainly up its steel surface, and he went back to his seat. Your brother tried to obtain funds by tricks from someone, he said finally. He was arrested and brought here. You are lucky the woman does not want to press charges, but we can't just let him go. He has been our guest for 3 nights now, and he has enjoyed our hospitality. Someone has to pay for that. You can get him out, he said and slammed the files back on the table. 100,000 naira? That is his salary for 2 months, but he didn't let on. Instead, he said, you know, he is a first-time offender. You guys should treat him better. They haggled for a while and settled for 25,000 naira. which was all the money he had on him, save 3,000 naira he kept for his fare back. Sonny was smiling when he came out of the cell. He wore his shirt and trousers inside out. Bros, no vex, he said with a giggle as he passed Abel. Right there in that dank corridor, with its clammy floor that sucked at your feet as if unwilling to let you go. That corridor that reeked of sweat and piss and shit and an unusual cocktail of foulness. Abel watched open-mouthed as his brother took off his trousers in front of a policewoman who was passing by them, his manhood dangling long and free as usual. He watched him turn the trousers out and right way before putting them back on. After he had done the same with his shirt, Abel trailed him to the counter, where Sonny signed a sheet and was handed his wristwatch and bracelet. "Where is my ring?" Sonny asked, but the female police officer who had walked past them earlier just glowered at him. "Get out of here, Mr. Man. Was it your mother that has been cleaning the toilet for you?" Outside, Sonny said he was hungry, and they walked to the far end of the station, where a wooden shack sat like an outhouse. He ordered food, asking for 3 pieces of meat. "I have just 3,000 naira left," Abel told him, fighting hard to keep his temper in check, rattled as he was by his brother's insouciant air. Sonny said it was okay and settled on a bench. He ate with an appetite, and Abel was struck by the thought that if someone walked in and saw them, that person would assume Abel was the reason why they were at a police station. Sonny did not seem to have a care. The meal over and paid for, Sonny stood up and motioned for his brother to come with him. He hailed a cab and negotiated a fare of 1,000 naira to his place in Okwebi, off Salvation Road. The place they went up to was a cute, self-contained one-bedroom apartment with a toilet and kitchen. It was clean and furnished all in black, from the bedspread to the rug and couch. "Welcome to my humble abode," Sonny said as Abel settled in the setting. Then he ran out to go pay the waiting taxi driver. When he returned, Abel watched him undress and step into the bathroom. "You can put on the TV. You can watch CNN," Sonny shouted. Showered, dressed and relaxed, he sat on the bed opposite his brother. "Abel, I am sorry, but there was no one else to call. You have to stop this, Sonny," Abel said. The frustration of the past 2 days, the money he had lost, the time he had wasted, the whole pot of complaints boiling over as a frothing lava of angry words. "Find a decent job. Look at you, what is this? You are now a common criminal. You need to find a decent job," Abel told him, all the pent-up rage coming to the fore. "What job, Abel? Teaching? Wearing a tie to work in a bank? Is that the job you want me to find?" Sonny raged. "Do you know what people who don't have godfathers do to get bank jobs? They fuck some of the girls in the toilet before the interviews. The toilet, Abel. Is that what you want from me? Or sleep with old women so I can get deposits, or work as a teacher and earn something that won't be enough to rent a decent place? Is that what you want? Penury for all of us like you." Abel lashed out to slap him. Sonny grabbed his hand mid-air and was throwing a punch when he stopped himself. "Next time they arrest you, don't call me. Call your rich friends." Abel snatched his hand away and reached for his bag. He was at the door when Sonny's voice stayed his feet. "Bros, please don't go. Stop, please." Sonny reached for his brother's bag, snapping the strap on in the process. "I have no rich friends, Abel. You are all I have. See." He pulled up his mattress and opened a secret compartment in the bed. "I have about 1,000,000 naira here. If I sent someone, I would never see the money again. If I came home with the police, they would steal it. You were the only one I could call, and I thought that when you got to Area F, I would tell you where I kept it. I didn't realize you would have the money. I am sorry, but you are my big brother, Abel, the only one I can run to. Sonny was crying now, and Abel held him close, his eyes burning with unhushed and unshed tears. When he had calmed down, Abel helped him count the money. He took out what he had spent and told Sonny to open a bank account. With the cash in the travel bag he had emptied, they trekked through a shortcut of Baby Road right behind the Sheraton Hotel and deposited the money in a savings account. It was for Sonny's first ever bank account. This is Lagos. They were on their way to Ikeja. Santos was driving and Abel was riding shotgun. They had 3 appointments that Monday morning and had left the house early. First, they needed to see the lawyer, then Matthew Chu, some Chinese man in Bagada, who Santos said handled Sonny's imports from China. Finally, they had to meet with one of Sonny's account officers. She had called Santos to say she needed to talk to Abel about Sonny's account. The first meeting went well. The lawyer had found a cooperative judge who said he could grant a probate injunction allowing limited access to the account so long as Abel and Ada agreed to act as co-signatories and administrators of Sonny's estate pending his return or proof of death. It will take us about 10 to 14 days to prepare the document and regularize it, but after that, we can have access, the lawyer explained as he walked them to the car. Matthew, the Chinese agent, wasn't around, but he called while they were waiting at his office to say that 3 containers had arrived from China for Sonny, and the customers who usually bought the goods from them were on standby. He invited Abel over to his club on Friday to sign some documents since his powers as next of kin had been effected. Chu said it was his treat and that he needed the document signed because he was leaving for Taiwan the next day. Abel asked Santos where the club was and if it was a good idea to go. Santos said it was. Bros, you can't miss that club. Na the best strip joint for Lagos mainland be that. Bros Santos dey go there sometimes, especially when he gets visitors. They left the Gbagada office and drove all the way down, past Charlie Boy bus stop, past the Mobi filling station, and on the overpass that took them back towards Anthony Village. As they descended, Abel turned to Santos and pointed out the window. That's the road to Deeper Life Church, right? Yes, bros. You know person for that side? Abel shook his head as memories washed over him. He had walked those dusty streets many years back. He did been spending his long vacation in Lagos with a friend. At the end of his first year at Unijos, back then, Bagada was not so developed. A friend's older brother had just returned from the US and asked them to look for a befitting house for him. With the promise of a good commission, their search had led Abel and his friend Moses to Obasa Street, close to a development that would years later become the gated community of Medina Estate. They found a lovely 4-bedroom apartment, but his friend's parents didn't like the location. They said Bagada was undeveloped and got him a house in Oshodi Estate. A few years later, when Abel visited another friend in Bagada, he was amazed at how things had changed. Bagada had become a trending area while Oshodi had regressed. That was a huge surprise, a lesson in how poor judgment could make all the difference when it came to real estate. Santos turned off the expressway into Anthony Village through an imposing gate that led past Newcastle Hotel and Sheraton Restaurant so he could avoid the traffic ahead. He meandered through the many tight corners and side streets that made up Anthony Village, a semi-upscale locale that despite its somnolence was or had been home to some of the hottest activists the country had known. From people's lawyer, Gani Fayemi, to his acolyte Festus Kiyamo, as well as Beko Ransom Kuti, the medical doctor and younger brother of Afrobeat legend Fela Kuti. They had just made it past the building that housed the designer Moody and had turned right to head towards Maryland when they ran into the traffic gridlock Santos had been trying to avoid. Kai, Santos cried. Lagos traffic is like evil spirits. They waited for close to 10 minutes before the cars in front began to move, but the two directly ahead of them remained stationary. Santos tapped on his horn twice, then turned to Abel. Bros, put that bag under your seat too. They may be armed robbers. Santos tried to reverse, but the car behind was too close. He wound up down the window and motioned for the guy to ease off, but the man motioned back to say there was a car right behind him. By now, car horns were blaring, so a passerby went to the man in the car up front to see what the problem was. He staggered back and began to scream. The man is dead, he don't die. Oh. Santos killed the engine, and he and Abel stepped out. The man was slumped over and lying halfway into the front passenger seat. The seat, like many before him. At the bank, Nicole, the lady they had come to see, was not in the building, but she had left a message for them to wait, so Abel and Santos sat in the banking hall. It was one of the new generation banks that Abel had once heard a wag describe a boutique bank. Architectural statements, their decor were always top-notch, and walking into the banking hall, one had the feeling of walking into the reception area of a five-star hotel. Abel could still remember the days of Progress Bank and Savannah Bank, when the big banks were just First, Union and the old UBA, and their receptions looked like glorified market stalls. In those days, a bank was a place you went to when you were sure there was nothing urgent, because you almost always ended up spending the whole day waiting to cash a check. Now, it was all different, and sitting in the banking hall, looking at the pretty, well turned out girls in the glass booths, you didn't feel like going anywhere in a hurry. When a booth was free, the pretty girl on the counter motioned at Abel. He smiled and waved to say no. I'm not here to withdraw or make a deposit. His phone vibrated and he dug in his pocket to fish it out. It was a text message from Callista. Hey, Mr. Dike, are you still coming to Alausa? Do you want to see me? Sure, Sidi. Where are you at? In Ikeja. Waiting at the bank to see my brother's account officer. A lady. Yes, she's pretty. She's pretty. Haven't met her before. Why do you ask? Curious. Curious? Remember what killed the cat? Yes. Buzz when you are done. Got news for you. Sure. By the time Abel put his phone off and looked up, a scene was playing out. You know me, right? Don't you know me? A thick-set woman in jeans and a t-shirt with an electric hair of menace around her was standing in front of the pretty customer care officer. Her voice was loud and her gestures were aggressive. The girl was sitting down, but there was fear in her eyes, and it was obvious that she wanted to be anywhere but there. How may I help you, ma'am? She asked again, and the woman slapped her. It was a hard slap that knocked her off her seat. You have helped me enough, Ashawo. You have helped me enough by fucking my husband, you prostitute. The woman was screaming now and towering over the girl who was crying. Security, call security, someone yelled, just as Abel sprang to his feet and walked towards her. Madam, he said, reaching out to touch the woman, who whirled round and gave him a withering look. Oga, mind your business, she said, and reached for the bag she had dropped on the table. Abel stepped back, thinking that it was all done. From the corner of his eyes, he could see two security men approaching. What happened next would stay imprinted on his mind forever. The woman picked up the bag, pulled out a yellow plastic container, that had once contained custard powder, unscrewed the cap and threw the contents at the young woman who was still struggling to get up from the floor. Acid! Abel heard someone scream at the girl as the girl cried out, but it was not acid. It was something worse, something more shameful, more atavistic, a throwback to an ancient shaming ritual. She had baited the young woman with shit. The banking hall was a madhouse. The stink was suffocating, and the security men couldn't approach as she brandished the container like a weapon. It was a sight to behold. The guards shouting at her to drop it, the young girl screaming as she tore her clothes off, the woman cursing and raging with righteous indignations, her tirade punctuated with screams of ashewo, as if the epithet was the sad refrain to an angry song. Finally, a mobile police officer entered with a gun and threatened to shoot. That was when she let the container drop and broke down in tears. Bros na wow, Santos kept saying when he finally found his tongue. That woman just mad. Guy, see what she did to that fine girl. Na too much love dey make woman craze like this. Abel looked at him and wondered whether Santos could not also see that the young girl had done something to hurt the woman. It was neither visible nor physical, but it had cut to the bone. You needed to have been pushed to your limits to plan such an audacious attack. Anger is not a nice thing, Abel told him as they were headed upstairs to wait so the banking hall could be cleaned and refreshed. Nicole was all smiles as she walked into the waiting room to meet them. She was a stunner, pretty in an understated way. There wasn't a part of her that stood out, but everything added up. Her pretty face, her well-cut skirt, the long legs accentuated by high heels, hips that fanned out into a nice derriere, and a smile that lit up the room. I'm Dr. Nicole, she said. Dr. Nicole? Abel asked, not sure he heard her right. Yes, UBTH, class of 2004. She smiled, flashing perfect rows of teeth. So what are you doing in a bank? Abel asked, charmed. She was the kind of woman you didn't want to stop talking to, the kind you didn't want to let go her hand. Survival, money. Doctors don't have it as good as they used to. Please come with me. Santos, please give us a few minutes. She preceded Abel into a cubicle marked head of operations and pushed a tray of sweets towards him. Abel shook his head. Thank you for coming, she told him, and Abel smiled. I sent you that text, she said, matter of factly. Which one? Sonny is missing. I knew you would come. Sonny told me once that if he ever got into trouble, there was only one person he could entrust his life to. How did you get to use Ada's phone? Abel asked immediately, aware that she was one of Sonny's lovers and wondering whether Ada knew about the different women his brother consulted with. She came here to see me. She needed to see whether I could help her get some money from the account, but you are the next of kin, and she wouldn't call you. She said you didn't like her. Anyway, I got your number once from Sonny when I went on a trip to Asaba and he wanted us to meet, but I knew that if I sent the text from my phone, you would think it was a scam. So when she left to use the restroom, I sent the message through her phone. What time was this? Must have been in the afternoon, about 3 p.m. I didn't receive the text until dawn the next morning, Abel told her. Network problems, I guess. I had to go on vacation soon after, and I only returned 2 days ago. Welcome back, he said with a smile. She nodded with a flash of beautiful teeth. So what's the issue with the account? Nothing really. I just wanted us to meet and to say that if you need to access the account, it can be done. I've spoken to our regional director. That's good to know. We had issues with one of the banks but finally got through. I wish you had been in town then. Sorry about that. I had to go on vacation. I understand. You and Sonny were close, right? He seemed to have told you so many things. We were good friends, yes, and he adored you. Spoke about you all the time as if you were some big man somewhere. I could never believe you were just a teacher. Lecturer, Abel said, and they both laughed. Well, if you need a friend to talk to or someone to hang out with, give me a buzz. I know nice places, she rose. Abel took the cue and rose too. It's a pleasure. He took her soft, slim fingers in his palm. Same here, she said, and Abel left himself stare. Maybe we could hang out sometime, he said, holding on to her hand and pushing the window a little wider. Sure, my weekends are pretty free. At the door, as Abel stepped out, he heard her say, one moment, please. Yes. What she said next stunned him. I know this may sound callous and unfeeling, but Sonny promised me a new car for my birthday, and it's next week Tuesday. I know he's still missing, but I really need a new car, and it's not as if he is broke. There's a lot of money in his account. Abel stood by the door and looked at her. In that moment, all artifices of sophistication were stripped away, and what stood out were her fangs and claws. This was a Lagos big girl. Who is that woman? Abel asked Santos as they walked to the car. Bros, she's Sabato's account officer, Santos said, and something in his voice made Abel stop mid-stride. Did she tell you about the car? Abel asked in Igbo, and Santos sighed in defeat. Is that why you brought me here? Yes, she told me Sabato promised her a car. And how much did she promise you? 200K. Santos, my brother, is missing, and you think I want to sleep with that shark so she can have a car? No verse, bros, he said, completely mortified. We gave that manager almost 6 million for helping. I thought we could get rid of him and use Sister Nicole. Sister Nicole? Abel opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it. He was getting into the car when he heard someone shouting his name. Chinedu, Chinedu Dike. He looked up. A beefy mass of a man was puffing his way towards them. Nnamdi Nwankwo, Abel cried as they hugged. I thought you were dead, Nnamdi teased. I thought you were in prison. Abel shot right back, and they both laughed. Oh boy, how many years now? 6, maybe 7. I missed Sabato's wedding. You look good. He took in Abel's clothes and shoes, all taken from Sonny's wardrobe. Are you in Lagos now? No, I came to spend time with my brother's family. Haven't you heard? Heard what? Sonny is missing. Missing? No, what happened? Abel wasn't sure whether Nnamdi was faking it, or he told him the story anyway. God forbid I didn't hear. What's the police doing? Still searching? Now, wow. Well, you must come and know my place. We should hang out. Let me show you Lagos. You drink beer now, Abi? Nnamdi laughed. You were so fragile in those days. We used to bet you would die before we finished secondary school. He laughed some more. God will punish all of you, Abel said, laughing too. Ah, but you didn't die, so we lost our bets. They exchanged numbers with a promise to hang out. Inside the car, an excited Santos was all teeth. Brush, that is double N. Big Lagos big boy with a capital B. Abel ignored him. Drive to Alausa, governor's office. Stung by the snub, Santos started the car. As he hit the road, he turned to Abel and said, I don't know Ikeja very well. Abel told him to drive down to Allen Avenue. They drove the length of Towing Street, past the high-priced fashion boutiques and rows of new generation banks. Santos made a left at the roundabout and headed down to Allen. Abel, who had sent a text to Calista to ask for directions, came to Allen, looked out of the window, and remembered the first time he came to Allen. The place had looked like the most impressive place on earth, especially that night with the neon lights all ablaze. It was the high street of the mainland with the most impressive array of shops, banks, and finance houses. That was in the early to mid 90s, before the collapse of the finance houses. Abel remembered how breathtaking it had been then for him to gaze up the Oshopi Plaza at night in all its dazzling glory. By the time they hit the island roundabout, Callista's text had come in, giving them precise direction. Abel remembered that going straight would lead to Adeni Jones, while a 180-degree turn to the left would lead them back to the Ikeja underbridge through Awolowo Road, where the Ikeja Airport Hotel was. He remembered buying second-hand books under that bridge. They drove about 2 kilometers down, past the right turn that led to Oregun and the traffic lights that ensured there was sanity for those coming towards Allen Roundabout from Agidingbi and Oregun. Abel was happy to see that there were street signs everywhere telling you what street you were on or driving into. Years back, when he spent his first extended period in Lagos, there were no street signs and people would give you directions by saying, drive into the street, turn left, you will see a water tank painted yellow. My house is second on your left. God help you if someone moves the water tank or change the color. Once they drove past the next roundabout at Agidingbi Junction, Abel asked Santos to make a right. They drove down the road and made a quick left, one more turn right and a left, and they were flagged down at the gate. Abel identified himself and whom they had come to see. Hold on, sir, the policeman said as he picked up the handset. Mr. Abel Dike, he said, mutilating Abel's name. Callista must have said something because he laughed and said, Madam, all na the same. Na Omo Igbo. Oya, go in, sir, he said, waving them onto the car park. Abel left Santos at the car. Callista was waiting outside the entrance. Did you come alone? She asked, hugging him. My cousin drove. He can leave. I will drop you off at home. I'm leaving early today. Did I tell you I resigned? No, why? I thought you came back for this. Yes, but I'm going for my postdoc at the Harvard School of Public Policy. For how long? 2 years. She led him inside, taking his handset and keys and dropping them in the tray before they passed through the metal detector. There was a mobile police officer manning the entrance. She was dressed in a well-starched uniform and made her look like she had just stepped off the set of some dystopian movie. You look very sharp, my sister, Abel complimented her. Be careful, I'll cut you, she replied and laughed. When do you leave? Abel asked as Callista led him down a corridor to an office marked SSA Public Policy. Next week. That's cruel. I find you after 10 years only to lose you again. Wrong timing, Mr. Dike, she smiled. Come to America, come with me. Here you go again, always wanting to take me out of Nigeria, and you don't want to leave Nigeria. What for? The country needs me. He laughed. Give me 2 minutes, okay? We'll go see the CSO before lunch, and then you can do with me as you please. She threw her arms wide open, shaking her teeth in his face. Your thoughts towards me are not good, Miss Adeyemi, he said and kissed her. While she cleared up, Abel sent a BB message asking Santos to drop the campus at home and close for the day. The CSO was a tall, mild-mannered fellow with a slight stutter. He asked Abel a few questions, then put a call through to the Commissioner of Police, who directed Abel to a DSP at Pantin. I will text him your number and he will call you personally, the commissioner told him. Let's see how we can help. Abel said his thanks and handed the phone back to the CSO. They drove out to Pearl Garden Chinese restaurant on Isaac John. After lunch, Alista said she was tired, so Abel drove. Heading out down Isaac John, they made a right, drove past the country club and on to Mobolaji Bank, Anthony, past the Sheraton on the left and the Ikeja cantonment on the right. Maryland looked tight, so Abel made a right turn and took the shortcut that wound its way beside the cantonment. The long stretch that led from Balaji Bank Anthony into Ikorodu Road was called Onigbongbo, originally home to the Aworis and distinguished mostly by the fact that almost every house had a tomb outside. The residents buried their dead at home. How come you know these roads, eh? Our man from Asaba, Kalista asked. Long story, I had this friend who used to live with Pa Okunzua just around this corner. Abel told her, pointing around a bend. You know Pa Okunzua? She nodded. Everyone knows Pa Okunzua with his funny predictions. They both laughed. Well, I came here a few times to visit my friends. What was his house like? Kalista asked. As they entered the corridor road and made a right, spooky, kind of, with lots of books. He used to just sit there with his glasses perched atop his nose and read newspapers or big fat books. Paul Konzwa was a self-styled psychic who seemed to have had a knack for making wrong predictions, especially about public figures. Once, just before the 1979 elections, he predicted that the name of the winner was in the Bible. The nation had interpreted it to mean that it would either be Nnamdi Azikiwe, leader of the Nigerian People's Party, whose name was Benjamin, or Obafemi Awolowo, leader of the Unity Party of Nigeria, whose name was Jeremiah. Alas, Shehu Shagari, a Muslim candidate, won. Faced with a nation amused at his antics, Paul Okunzwa quickly reached for the Bible and pointed to Judges 3:31, stating that Shamgar was the same as Shagari. Ikorodu Road was free, but as they made it onto town planning way at Ilupeju to connect with the Gbagada Express en route to the 3rd Mainland Bridge, a group of policemen flagged them down. Oga, your driver's license. The policeman demanded when Abel wound down the window. Sorry, it's not with me in this car. He had left his wallet in the car they drove out with. Park where and calm down, the officer backed, reaching for the AK-47 that hung from his shoulder. What's going on? Kalisa asked, rousing herself. She had nodded off. Driver's license wahala. Don't worry, I will handle it, she said, stepping out of the car. Madam, stay in the car. The officer backed. I asked him to calm down, not you. I want to speak to your superior officer. He doesn't want to speak to you. He stood in front of Kalista, blocking her path. I want to speak to your superior officer, she repeated, but he shoved her back so hard she slipped and fell. Abel opened the door to her, but another policeman hit him on the shoulder with the butt of his gun. Stay inside the car, he backed. Recoiling with pain, Abel stepped back inside the car. I tell you before, stay in the car, the policeman backed, prodding Kalista, who was back on her feet with the barrel of his gun. Cars had parked and a crowd had gathered. Kalista stepped back into the car and picked up her phone. Abel heard her begin to speak as he was pulled out of the car and handcuffed. They pushed him to their patrol vehicle, which was parked right in front of a bank, and asked him to step inside. They let Abel sit there in handcuffs for close to 5 minutes while they went back to the road to harass other drivers. He marveled at how easily things shifted in Lagos, how easily it was to cross the fault lines. 1 minute they were cruising along in an air-conditioned SUV, and the next he was sitting at the back of a smelly patrol vehicle. An officer was seated in the front passenger seat. He had a newspaper spread out in front of him, but Abel could tell that he knew what was going on. What's wrong with your woman? The policeman who had pushed Kalista down asked as he sauntered up to Abel. Once they go to school abroad, they won't have respect for men again. He paused, and Abel sensed that he wanted him to say something. When Abel didn't speak, he gazed out at Kalista, who was working the phone frantically, and said, It is men like you who are the ones spoiling them. The officer called out, and the policeman went up to him. They conversed in low tones. and then the policeman walked back to Abel. Driving without a license and resisting arrest are serious offences. Wetin you wan do? He asked, switching to pidgin in negotiation mode. Wetin you want? Abel asked, playing along. He knew Calista would have contacted the CSO and commissioner of police. Help was on its way. 40,000 and we can forget everything. The policeman looked away. Person wey dey waka with Americana must get money or e no go dey break the laws of Nigeria. You still want money after putting me in handcuffs? Abel asked. No, let's go to the station. The policeman clearly didn't expect that. He gazed at Abel for a while as if he was seeing him for the first time. Then he eased and went back to the officer. They conversed again before the policeman came back to Abel. You want to play hardball? He said in a fake American accent. Copper, let's drive this bagger to the station. And that was when it all changed. Tires screeched and 6 heavily armed, neatly dressed policemen jumped out of their van with guns drawn. Drop your weapons, their leader barked. One of the policemen, the one at the farthest end, dropped his weapon and ran. Abel was laughing hard by the time they uncuffed him and burdened the 4 policemen and their superior officer into the back of their patrol van. I'm so sorry, madam. The officer apologized to Calista. They were on illegal duty. They had no right to be here and they will be dealt with. The commissioner sent his apologies. He already called, Calista said and spat straight in the face of the policeman who had pushed her down. Abel didn't want them to incur unnecessary demurrage while Matthew Chu was away, so he agreed to go to a strip club and sign the papers. But it wasn't just about the papers. Abel was curious. He had seen strippers and strip joints in movies, but he had never been to one. He was curious to see what it looks like up close. So at about 10 p.m., dressed and ready, he walked downstairs to find Santos. He wasn't in the living room where he had left him about an hour earlier. He dey sleep for guest room, the house help told him. Santos was sprawled on the bed in the guest room, the black pillowcase stained with drool, his red-booted feet dangling over the edge of the bed. Abel prodded him awake with a foot. He waited while Santos rinsed his mouth and washed his face. When he went to get the car, Abel told Philo to change the sheets and pillowcases. Driving in Lagos at night revealed it to be a small city with a distended belly. You could drive from Lekki to the airport in less than 30 minutes if you had a voracious appetite for the speed. But in the daytime, Lagos was sluggish like a python that had swallowed something huge. The traffic was the something huge clogging the guts of the city. The roads were bad and the arteries few. So once one was clogged, the others would be too, causing a gridlock. The roads were free that night, but the streets were active. Coming into Ikeja from Obolaji Bank, Anthony, Santos drove into Okwebi through the roads that turned right beside the Sheraton Hotel. There were cars parked everywhere, and if you wound down and listened, you could hear fast-paced music pulsating. It was a Friday and people were actively seeking fun. Gently swaying men and women hung around in clusters, talking or making out. Feverish hands riding up short skirts. Lagos nights could be like that, shrouded under a haze of bacchanalia. Allen was more animated, more in the moment. All these girls na ashewo, Santos said as they drove past the Allen roundabout. Give them 100 naira, then go give you good time. Abel stole a quick look at him and wondered what Santos defined as good time. They made a right turn into Ogundano Street and then drove some 200 meters before Santos finally found a stop as a Range Rover pulled out. There were luxury cars parked on both sides of the road, stretching all the way to the end. Business was good for Matthew Chu. As they walked down to the club, Santos asked Abel whether he should call Matthew. He will give us VIP treatment, he said, reaching for his phone, but Abel had told him not to. He wanted to experience the club as a normal punter without being chaperoned. There were two bouncers at the entrance and a mobile policeman holding an AK-47 as casually as an artist would hold a brush while contemplating a new painting. He had the bored look of a man who provided a service no one really needed. When they got to the head of the queue, they were asked to pay a 2,000 naira entry fee, were patted down, and had the back of their hands stamped with invisible ink. Stuck to the door was a loud sign, "No entry if you are not of legal age." But no one was there to check. Inside, the music was loud and the air thick with cigarette smoke. The joint was small and L-shaped. The stage stood in the right-angled crook of the L, allowing patrons on both ends to get a good view. It was a smaller rectangular space with a raised floor, about 2 feet off the ground, that held Abel's attention. It had two poles set about 4 feet apart and two naked girls shimmied on stage, each barring her sex as she slid down. They didn't seem very good at it, if what he saw in the movies was the standard. Abel and Santos found a seat. There was an unrelenting air of desperation about the place. Abel had come expecting to see naked women dancing and grinding, but this was excessive and a tad depressing. He had never seen as many naked women all at once in a place, and even though he liked naked women, the nude conurbation had the unintended consequence of leaving him unaroused. There was a pow around the place, a strange displacement, and the low lightning that seemed to cast a deathly glow did not help. He had come expecting nudity, but this was a meat shop, a surfeit that left him nauseous. A girl in a red top came up to them and asked what they wanted to drink. They ordered stout. She hadn't even stepped away when two girls with jiggling breasts planted themselves in front of Abel and Santos. "Make I dance for you," the taller of the two said, planting long fingers painted in different colors on Abel's crotch. He smiled. "Come back later." She did not return his smile as she walked away, wriggling her G-stringed ass. Santos had no qualms, and as Abel turned, the other girl was already dancing, rubbing her ample backside against Santos' distended crotch. He looked around. There were doors leading off the floors, and most of them had what appeared to be stickers, but on closer examinations were actually instructions to patrons. A fee of 4,000 naira is charged for relaxing with a girl in VIP lounge. Respect yourself. No camera. Television screens showing pornographic movies hung from the corners like demented bats with flickering eyes. No one seemed to be watching, so Abel put it down to a need to create atmosphere, as if anybody walking in would mistake the place for a church. The patrons were a mixed bunch. There were elderly men with bare bellies, leering at the naked girls and sticking fingers into their deep, dripping wetness. Quite a few of the men seemed bored, as if they would rather be somewhere else. The professional types and younger boys were more eager. Most of the younger boys, those in their 20s, had girls with them, and Abel wondered how a man convinces his date to come with him to a strip club. The seats seemed like church pews, straight-backed benches with desks in front. The girls would lie on the desktops, spread their legs wide, place both legs on the patron's shoulder, and sometimes grind themselves into a willing face. It was a bit too much for Abel, but many of the men didn't seem to mind, nor did the girls, whom didn't show any qualms about having fingers stuck inside them or having their breasts kneaded. He saw a girl walk by and thought she looked like a student of his. Reaching out, he touched her hand. She turned to look at him. There was the briefest flicker of what looked like recognition. Then her face clouded over and she sailed away. Abel sipped his drink, casting a quick look at Santos, who was fondling the girl's breast, and then he let the music wash over him. They were playing Nigerian music, Davido, Olamide, Wandeko, P-Square, Il Bliss. Some he recognized and some he did not. But the music was loud and he let his mind drift to the sounds. Lead me ahead and turned. A girl was up and trying to get past her boyfriend and a stripper who was draped all over him like a second skin. I am going, Joe, she said, pushing past them and running outside. The boy pushed the stripper away as he got up and chased after her, the bulge in his trousers making him walk funny. Oya, go and look for Matthew, Abel said, nudging Santos. Santos pushed the girl aside, fished out 2 notes for her, then stood and adjusted his erection. Haba, I did not know you were here, Matthew said, smiling expansively when Santos returned with him. I have been waiting for you in the VIP lounge. Abeg, come, who said, leading Abel to a door. He was the tallest Chinese man Abel had ever seen. He had a full beard and walked with a Nigerian swagger, arms thrust out as if he owned the universe. He pushed the door open and let them upstairs. How long have you been in Nigeria? Abel asked as Matthew proceeded, then into the office and indicated the seats. Long time. Now we show Chinese people the way, he said in pidgin and laughed. When I come to Lagos, the only Chinese they know is Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee is American self, but I like Lagos. In this town, anything can happen. Very good things and very bad things. No be so? He pulled out a folder, spread out the papers in front of Abel, and produced a pen from his pocket. Sign here, here and here, he said, pointing. But Abel indicated that he wanted to read. Ah, a cautious man. You read before you sign? You read before you sign? Good. Matthew fetched a bottle of Hennessy from a cupboard. He placed the bottle on the table, produced 3 plastic cups and poured drinks. He and Santos made small talk while Abel read. He asked Santos whether they needed girls for the night, and Santos nodded towards Abel and shook his head. Oh, your brother doesn't do that, eh? You don't tell him our girls are clean? Sweet. Clean pussy. Matthew said more to Abel than to Santos. Abel looked up, smiled, and continued reading. Done. He signed and downed his drink. Santos knows your people, so I will put this in his hands. Is that okay? Abel asked. Matthew nodded. Very okay. They all sabi Santos anyway. We need to go now. Abel extended a hand. Ah, we have clean girls here. You don't want some fiki? I bring you the cleanest girls. Matthew offered again as they shook hands. Abel thanked him and said he was good, then led the way downstairs and out to the car. They drove home in silence, Abel studiously avoiding talking to Santos. He was still miffed by the encounter with Dr. Nicole at the bank and Santos' part in the charade. Once he got home, Abel stripped and stepped under the shower. He knew it was all in his head, but it felt as if the strip joint had left a layer of dirt on his skin, and he needed to scrub it off. Santos launched into another apology the next morning, the moment Abel sat down beside him to plan their itinerary. But Abel had asked him to shut up. How much do you earn? Abel asked. 80,000 naira, bros. 80,000 naira. The idiot earned more money than him. He made a mental note to speak to Ada and the accountant about increasing Santos's factor. Their excuse was always simple and the same. It was all a hustle. They had a date at Panti to meet the Deputy Commissioner of Police, who was now in charge of Sonny's case. Whether criminal or not, Panti was known to everyone. It was called Panti after the street on which it was located. When a criminal said his case had been transferred to Kpanti, people raised their hands to their heads and got all bug-eyed with fear. The official name was the State Criminal Investigation Department, SCID, and the belief was that any case that did not get cracked by the team of detectives at Kpanti would never be solved. People also believed that any criminal who was not broken at Kpanti must be the devil himself. The Deputy Commissioner of Police assigned to Sonny's case had called Abel the previous evening, just as the commissioner had said he would. A few minutes after Calista dropped him off at home, the incident with the policemen at Ilupeju had soured everything, and their plans to spend time together didn't happen after all. Why didn't she come in? Ada asked when Abel came outside to meet her by the pool. She had a guest and they were watching a Nigerian movie. Who? Your female friend. I saw her drop you off. She had to go someplace in order to acknowledge the lady's greeting. She's a pretty one, Ada winked. Not as pretty as you, Abel said and flopped into a chair. He saw the woman smile at Ada and open her palms quizzically as if to say, what's going on here? Don't mind Ada, she likes to tease, Abel said to the woman in response to her unaltered question. Oh, I am the tease now, Ada said. You were the one who called me Harry, eh? Remember? You don't forget things, Abel asked with mock seriousness. What are you girls watching? Two brides and a baby, her friend answered. Who is in it? When did you start watching Nollywood? Ada asked. Or is it my friend you like? Ada, her friend cried and they both giggled. All of the above, Abel said and rose. DCP Bola Balogun was a tall, slim, slightly stooping man with a deep voice. He welcomed Abel into his little office, which had been done up in red hues from the rug to the upholstered chairs. When the commissioner starts calling us about cases, it looks as if we are not doing our jobs. He began, and there was no mistaking the note of displeasure in his voice. Oga, that is not what happened. I did not go to make a report. I was at the government house and ran into the CSO. Somehow my brother's issue came up and he promised to assist. Abel quickly filled him in on what the situation was like. Your brother's case is a difficult one to crack, he said, as if he hadn't heard Abel. It appears he was abducted, and we believe the abductors must have been riding with him in the car. There must have been a struggle, which was why the car was found in the ditch. What happened afterwards is anyone's guess because they didn't ask for a ransom, and we haven't found the body. Whoever did this wanted your brother fixed for good. If we had a ransom demand, then we would have a lead to pursue. But as things stand, it's as if your brother simply disappeared from the face of the earth. He pressed a bell on his table, and a dark, burly policeman stepped in. Kunle, get me DSP Umana. A minute later, introduced the man, DSP Umana. Please meet Mr. Dike. Abel and the officer shook hands. The commissioner asked me to transfer his brother's case from Ofio to you with immediate effect. Ofio has handed you the files, right? Yes, sir. Good. The commissioner wants quick answers. I need quicker answers. The family is anxious. You have 5 weeks. Gentlemen. He rose. Abel took the hand he extended, said his thanks, and followed Umana out. Umana's office was tiny and stacked with papers. He seemed like the brainy kind. He settled down behind the desk and motioned for Abel to sit in one of the chairs opposite him. This place is hot and there is no light, he said, pushing the windows open. But there was light now at the DSP's office, Abel said. That is the dividend of being the boss, Umana said and laughed. You remember George Orwell's book, Animals Farm? Yes, I do, he said. Some animals are more equal than others, Umana quoted and laughed. Abel laughed too, liking him. He was light skinned the way people from his Cross River area could be, and he spoke with the slightest hint of an accent, a type people called Calabar accent. See, I will put my all into this because I knew your brother and he helped me once. You knew him? Yes. I was at Area F when he was detained there. I was a much younger officer then. Really? That was like 7 years ago or so. I came to bail him out, but I'm not sure I met you. I remember some woman at the counter stole his ring. Service charge, you mean? He said and laughed. Abel laughed too. Well, while in detention, I helped him buy food, water, and stuff. I was even the one who sent word to his brother in Asaba. I am the brother. Wow. He was scared of how you would react, but he said you were the only person he could trust. I thought you would be older. I am older. I know. I meant older as in older. Anyway, he kept in touch after he was released, and a few years back, when my son needed surgery for hernia, he paid the hospital bill. He was a nice guy. Thank you, Abel said. The more he heard stories of how his brother revered him, the more he wondered why he had never noticed. It felt sometimes as if they were talking about two different people, not his brother and him. I'll put my best men on this right away. I read Inspector Phil's report and I already have a theory, but give me a week or two and I should have something conclusive for you and the family. Abel thanked him and stood to go, but Umana's voice stopped him at the door. Abel, this is high stakes. I don't want to raise your hopes too much, but I'll help you find the missing pieces so that all of this can make better sense. Thank you so very much, Abel said and walked out. Callista was home, so he had Santos drop him off there. She had her bathrobe when she opened the door, and as soon as Abel stepped into the living room, he tugged at the sash and the rope came undone. She was naked underneath. Abel sank to his knees and buried his face between her legs, inhaling her deeply. Have you eaten? She asked, stroking his head like a mother would a wayward child. This will do for now, he said as he lifted her and carried her upstairs. Abel drifted off to sleep after their love-making, and by the time he woke up, Callista had made lunch and laid the table. They ate and returned to bed. Hold me, Abel said. She held him, and once again he was a 22-year-old who had just received word that his father was dead. Sonny had gone drinking once the news was broken to them and would be carried back to the room hours later totally drunk. Abel, on the other hand, had found Callista and snuggled up to her, crying and talking, pouring out his fears, his angst, and his innermost thoughts. That was almost 14 years ago, but now he was back in that place, and Callista was there with a thirsty ear to lap up his stream of words. He started with a text message and explained how, for so many years since the day he came to bail Sonny out of Area F, he had dreaded receiving a call that intimated something terrible. That was why every time he offered me something, I declined. But he always insisted, money, a car, stuff. I felt that by saying no, I was expressing my disapproval and hoping that things would turn out differently. He told her about the woman and the girl at the bank, how the girl had torn off her clothes, stripping herself naked in full view of everyone to get away from the stink. He told Callista that was how he felt at times, living in Sonny's house, spending his money, luxuriating in the opulence that had been made possible by crime, like he was wallowing in something dirty and being tainted by the stink of it all. He told her about the meeting with DSP Balogun and how he had sensed that maybe the police already knew more than they were telling. He said whoever did this wanted your brother fixed for good. There was something ominous about those words, something very final. Whoever did this meant it. That is what I think he was trying to say. Callista told him, teasing his left nipple with the tip of her tongue. Abel laughed and pushed her gently away. He told her about Ada and his disturbing feelings towards her. I don't know how much longer we can keep away from each other. If we open that door, everything will break down, he said, rising from the bed and pacing. So, what are you going to do about your feelings for her? Callista asked, sitting up. Lotus lay on the bed, her sex exposed to him. Leaning against the wall, away from the bed and contemplating her question, Abel watched her sitting there, her naked pubis fringed by the light fluff that tapered into the parted folds of her labia. He regarded her with a cocked brow, suddenly light-headed from a surfeit of desire. She seemed to him like a deep well from which he would never be able to drink enough, but there was, above all in that pose, a quality that made her look like a goddess, his petite Buddha of desire. Abel pushed her back on the bed and mounted her like an eager steed, and this time there was not just need for an insatiable hunger. A lifetime or two later, sweating and panting, Abel heard her close from behind, his flaccid member dripping spunk onto her bedsheet like a one-eyed slug. I wish you weren't leaving so soon. Maybe I would have moved in here, he told her. Rent a place, she said, turning to face him, her breast heaving. You can afford it. Abel thought about it for a while, then shook his head. It won't look good. What will I tell her? My auntie people. All that big house, and I have to go and rent a place. It would even seem as if I am already staking a claim on his money. No. Then it will happen someday. It would be easier if he were dead. In Africa, men have always married their brothers' wives, but if he is not dead and he returns, there will be issues. I want him to return, Abel said, a wistful look on his face. He told her about how everyone he met told him how much Sonny spoke about him, how much it now appeared his brother adored him. I never knew. It feels as if I didn't even know who he was. I would treat him a lot better if he came back. I always knew he liked you and respected you, even though he tried to mask it with bravado. Callista said, pulling Abel on top of her. I remember how he used to call me, the colonizer of Abel. She nibbled his left ear, and one bird fanning his neck. Once, at a party, he had been drinking, and he came up to me and said, your pussy must be gold-plated, the way Abel is talked to you. We can't all be dogs, I told him, and he laughed that his big laugh and said, we can't all be saints, you mean. My brother gives everyone a bad conscience. He has always been the good son. I can never be like him. Everything good comes to him. Come, let us dance. And he pulled me to the dance floor. Where was I? You were there, looking bored. I could never figure it out why you couldn't stand parties. Too many people, Callista. I've always liked to be alone. He told her about his job as a lecturer in Asaba, where he taught English literature. I always wanted to be a teacher, but right now, I am not even sure what I have become. You have become hard. She reached between his legs. This woman, you will kill me. You will kill someone. He tickled her and sighed happy giggles. The house was in darkness when he got home. There was an outage and the generator wouldn't come on. Ada was outside at the shed with Philo and the gateman was busy poking inside the generator. When was it serviced last? Abel asked. I can't remember. Sonny handles all these things, she said, a sob catching in her throat. Let me see. Abel took the torch from the gateman. He checked the oil gauge. It was low. He knew some generators wouldn't come on if there was no oil. Is there engine oil in the house? Ada wasn't sure, so he asked the gateman to go buy a gallon. While he was gone, Abel took out the spark plugs and cleaned them with oil in the generator, and the spark plugs cleaned. He tried again. The generator rattled for a bit, caught and roared into life. Thanks, Ada said, touching him lightly on the shoulder. Inside, he took off his clothes, ran a bit, dropped a tablet of deliciously scented bath salt he found in Sonny's drawer, and stepped in. He lay back in the tub and contemplated whether to turn on the whirlpool. He reached behind and switched it on. He needed to relax. He picked up the book he had left on the chair in the bathroom and tried to read, but somehow Sula's story didn't interest him. So he shut his eyes and tried to blank out his thoughts. He wanted to switch off, forget where he was, try not to remember that his brother was missing. Just soak and forget. Are you okay, Abel? Ada was sitting on the stool in the bathroom and staring at him. I knocked, and when you didn't answer, I came into the room. When I didn't see you, I came in here. Are you okay? She asked again. He realized that he had dozed off. Yes, I just needed to soak and relax, he said, placing his hand over his crotch, even though he knew she couldn't see that far. I need more than that now. I think I am going crazy. What happened? Everything. But this night, when the generator didn't come on, I just lost it. What do I know about a generator? Sonny always took care of all that. Imagine if you weren't here. This is beginning to get to me. What did the police say today? I met with the DCP. I'm not so sure he was happy to have received a call from the commissioner, but he had reassigned the case to a more senior and experienced officer. I like the new guy. He knew Sonny too. Everyone knew Sonny, she said, but her mind was far away. See, I don't know how to say this, but your brother was involved with so many women. Some of them married, you know that. Ada, what is this about? I have been thinking, a jealous husband, boyfriend. I can imagine what he would do if he found me with another man. If this was about a woman, I would hate him. I always told him, don't bring an STD into this house, and don't let one of your women embarrass me. That was all I asked for. I don't think this is about a woman, Abel said, reaching for the toy. Could you turn around for a second? He stepped out of the tub, pushed the knob to drain the water, and towed himself dry before he joined Ada, who was sprawled on the couch in his room. He used to make love here all the time, she said, running her palms over the soft fabric of the couch. Sonny never liked making love on the bed. He said it wasn't good for his 9 inches. Abel pulled on a pair of boxers and a t-shirt. He sat on the bed, placed a pillow between his legs to hide his rising erection, and settled down to listen. He could sense an urge in her to talk and unburden herself. I'm sure we convinced Zeal in the car or kitchen or the living room. Sonny was always looking for the craziest spots. She paused and then sat up. Come sit beside me, she told him, but Abel shook his head. He had a huge erection already. Just talk, I want to listen. When Zeal was born, they wanted him to be named Abel. She went on as if there had been no pause. Did he tell you that? He shook his head. No, he never did. Well, did he? Well, he did, but I said no. I hated you then, she laughed. I didn't want my son reminding me of you every time I called or heard his name. Zeal is a lovely name, Abel told her. Yes, it is. She leaned back into the couch and fell silent. Abel regarded her for a while, wondering what crazy thoughts were raging in her head. She was dressed in denim shorts and a fitted t-shirt that showed off her bosom.
He watched her and was surprised to hear her snoring softly. She had fallen asleep. He waited a while, then went over to the couch and covered her with a duvet before climbing back into the bed. When he woke up later that night, Ada was in his bed, her arms wrapped around him. She was gone by the time he woke up the next morning. and she made no mention of the previous night as they had breakfast together after dropping Z off at school. She was unusually quiet, and he assumed that she was thinking about having spent the night curled up in his bed. After breakfast, Abel watched CNN, then went upstairs to read and listen to music. He didn't have anything planned for the day. He just wanted to laze and catch his breath. Santos sauntered into his room a little after 10 a.m. Bros, wahala deu, he said as he came to sit beside Abel on the couch. Wetin happened? Abel asked, suddenly apprehensive. Lagos had that effect on the page, and on a DP. See, he handed Abel his BlackBerry. It really was Ada's birthday. Abel handed the phone back to him. Go and bring out the car. We need to buy her cake and a gift. He showered in a hurry, and they drove out to Victoria Highland. There was a cake shop behind the Zenith Bank branch of Ajose Adeogun, Santos told him, and they drove there. Abel bought a cake, and then they drove to a gift shop on Sanusi, Fafunwa, where he picked up a birthday card. What kind of a gift do you think she would like? Abel asked. Yahoo likes bags and dresses, he told Abel. And I sabi where Sabato they buy clothes for her. It was to a nondescript shop, tucked in between two houses on Akin Adeshola, almost adjacent to Adeola Odeku, that Santos led him. It was the kind of shop you would never walk into unless someone brought you. It put his finger on it, but he surmised from a forged gaiety a need to keep up appearances as well as a stratagem for fleecing you. Now my bros wife, Santos began. Today is her birthday, and Oga Saboto no day. This is Saboto's big bros. She greeted Abel with a smile as wide as a saucer and asked what he wanted. He told her a bag and a gown would be fine. I have this lovely tan bag, a Burberry. It just arrived. She pulled open a drawer. Abel wasn't sure what she meant by tan. The bag was light brown, but he took it from her. And the dress, I think it, you know, a size. Something black would be cool. Ada is a size 12, and I have the perfect LBD for her. She flicked through gowns on a rack and pulled out a black dress with a plunging neckline. It had a belt with a light brown, or what she called tan, cowrie-shaped buckle. They will go together, the shop owner said, smile in place and obviously pleased with herself. And Ada had the shoes to go with them. Abel almost screamed when she told him what the clothes cost. I don't have that much here, but I will send Santos back to you with the balance. Is that okay? The woman looked from Abel to Santos, then smiled and said, sure, your brother and his wife are my big customers. I will expect Santos. She wrote him a receipt, packed their purchases, and had one of her girls carry them to the car. Abel couldn't shake off the total amount. For a dress and a bag, he had spent 3 months' salary. Bros, you have to buy her champagne. Saboto no dey miss am o. I have run out of cash, Abel said. I sabi one guy, we go collect them. I go come back, square them. Abel waited in the car while Santo fetched 2 bottles of Moet and Chardon Rose Imperial. Now this one, Madame and her friend like well, he told Abel. Santos also had 2 bottles each of white and red wine. By the time they got home, 3 of Ada's friends had arrived, and Abel was happy when she shrieked and ran into his arms as Santos delivered the cake and card. Inside the card, he had inscribed a small poem. To Ada, wife and mother, there shall be seasons of refreshing when we snatch joy from the fierce grip of pain. In this season and more, we shall rejoice again, suffused with thrilling laughter and joy unspoken. Happy birthday from Abel and Zeal. Beautiful poem. Abel had one of her friends say as he walked away. Ada is so lucky. I can't remember the last time a man wrote me a poem. Another said, must have been in secondary school, said a third, and they all burst into laughter. They dined at Villa Medici. Ada wore the black dress and it was beautiful. She inhabited it as if it had been made specially for her. Abel hadn't noticed, but it didn't just have a plunging neckline. It also had a low back and slinged all the way down. She looked beautiful in it, and Abel was thrilled to see all eyes turn to them as they walked in. His brother had indeed gone to the market, as one of his aunts loved to say, with his eyes wide open. They shared a bottle of 1999 Chianti with their meal. The antipasti was toasted bread with tomato, olive, mozzarella, meat, and balsamic vinegar in olive oil, while the main course was pasta, baked tomato, and lamb chop. He had ordered the Chianti because he remembered that it was the drink of choice for Anthony Hopkins' character in The Silence of the Lambs, and he had always wondered what kind of drink it was and what it would taste like. Now he knew. And there was something else he was conscious of now. He was moving slowly, but surely, out of the realm of what if and how would it be. Whatever he wished for that money could buy was instantly possible and imminently available. There were no what ifs. If he wanted it, he could have it. He had toyed many times with thought of moving money from Sony's account into his. As things stood, everything was still in Sony's name and available to him since he was next of kin. But if Sony's body was found tomorrow, the balance would shift. Having died in intestate, all he owned would revert to his widow. Where would that leave him? Penniless in the Hovel in Asaba, and only if he still had a job to go back to. But every time the thought chanced upon him, Abel would push it aside because it seemed cheap, wicked, and opportunistic. He was in Lagos to find his brother, to hold himself, not to amass wealth. The house was quiet, and in practical darkness when they got home. Philo had stayed up, and Abel could see that she had been watching a Lonelywood movie of African magic while she waited. Come dance with me, Ada said, preceding him up the stairs, as he had difficulty peeling his eyes from her behind. Tonight? Abel asked. Yes, tonight. It is my birthday, old man. He had never been inside a room before. It was beautiful and done up in soft pink and lilac. One wall was covered entirely with paintings, small frames that looked no bigger than 12 by 10s, and they were all nude portraits by an artist whose work seemed familiar but whose name he could not see in the dim light. Most of them were merely stylized images with lines and highlighted beads. Others were full frontal with highly realized depiction of the breast and pubic region. You like? she asked with a smile as she kicked off her shoes and inserted the discs into the CD player. A strong male voice he didn't recognize filled the room. "Who is this?" he asked as she fell into his arms. "Al-Jarua," she told him, her head on his shoulder. "Wait for the magic." Abel could feel her warm breath on the nape of his neck and smell the whiff of the wine on it. Delicious. He wanted to kiss her badly, ravenously, to peel the black dress off her body and make mad love to her. Instead, he held her close, glad he could mark his erection. Having traded his normal boxer short for new white fronts he had found in the brother's closet. The song was on replay, and after the third play, he told her he had to go to bed. Abel had just finished brushing his teeth and was settling into bed when he heard her sobbing. Thick crackling sob that wafted over the pause in the music and broke his heart into a million tiny shards. He grabbed a pillow and covered his ears to keep out the sound. There was a text message from DSP Umana on his phone when he woke up the next morning. "We've made an arrest. Please come in as early as you can." Abel must have thought about that thirst 100 times before he got to Panti. He was both anxious and elated. Would the arrested person lead them to Sonny? Would they find him alive or dead? What would he do when Sonny returned home? Pack up and move to Asaba, or move into the room Sonny had prepared for him and play Uncle to Zeal while his blood boiled for Ada? Had he journeyed so far from Asaba that he would never be able to retrace his steps? A million questions assailed his thought as he drove, his knuckles shining as he held tight to the steering wheel. He didn't tell Ada about the text message, and he asked Santos to wait for him at home while he ran a quick errand. "Bros, you won't go see your babe for 1004? Santos asked with a wink. Abel scowled and asked him to wash the X5. Umana was drenched in sweat and he had blood on his sleeves when Abel got to the station. False alarm, he said, and Abel thought he would fall. His emotions were in conflict, disappointment, and what seemed to his horror like relief. He wanted his brother to be found, or did he not? Things were not so black and white anymore. He was moving slowly but inexorably. He realized with a shock that seemed like a violent kick on the small of his back into a gray world of doubt and thoughts that he did not think he could allow to put into words. He was getting to a point where he was not sure he could easily recognize himself if he bumped into himself in a dark alley. Abel flopped into the chair DSP Maya offered him. He came to the bank to cash your brother's check. It was torn from one of the checkbooks Sonny's wife, an accountant, told us was missing. He had asked the bank to flag the check number series. So when he presented it, we were alerted. We brought him in for 4 days ago. At first, he refused to talk, but then with nature. Anyway, we made more arrests last night, and that was when I was confident enough to alert you. But after working on them all night and this morning, we realized what happened. The third person was among the first to chance upon your brother's car. It was half inside the gutter. The cabin lights were on and music was playing. He said he thought the person was drunk and had fallen into the ditch. Of course, when he looked into the car and around the ditch, he didn't find anyone. He waited for a while thinking that the car owner may have gone to get help and would come back. After a short while, When he didn't see anyone, he looked inside the car again. That was when he saw the checkbook on the floor mat. He reached in and took it. The next day, when he walked by and saw the car still there, he must have felt some remorse. So he called 911 and reported to the operator that a Jaguar was lying in the ditch. Did he really make a call? Abel asked. We checked his call log. He did. Anyway, we are keeping them for attempted fraud. You want to see them? Abel thought about it. Yes. The men looked like they had received serious encouragement to talk. They had been beaten, and two of them had black eyes. It was the woman who made Abel freeze. She was tall and pretty, and even in her jean and t-shirt, she looked out of place in that dingy cell. That's the lady banker who assisted them, Umana said. Abel's mouth was hanging open. It was Dr. Nicole. Tormented by his feelings and oppressed by the delinquency of his thoughts, Abel locked himself in the room the whole day, refusing to go out. He berated himself as he wondered what had gone wrong. When had the sea change happened? When had he moved from brother-in-law to this thing he did not recognize? 2 short months ago, he was happy enough to be a teacher, to exist in his little room in Asaba, to go to school, read his novels, drink a stout or two, and go to bed each night, alone or with us and the quicksand of comfort and luxury, and he was beginning to struggle to keep his head clear. A friend had told him once, living a life of luxury is one thing you don't need to be trained for. How true, he thought, as he lay in his brother's huge luxurious bed, his mind filled with lust as he wondered whether Ada, who was singing and pottering about next door, was naked, half naked, or fully clothed. She was constantly in his head, like the strains of a bad song that takes up residence in your brain and refuses to be exorcised. He had wet dreams and huge arousals just thinking about her, and it surprises him because he was a man who generally preferred monogamy. Usually, with Callista satisfying his needs, he would not bother with another woman, but with Ada, it was different. He continually tried to catch lewd glimpses, her breasts when she bent to pick up her son, her panties when, in a careless moment, she forgot to keep her legs together. Something always around her. Abel was, in many ways, like a teenager hungry for pleasures. He knew that if that door suddenly opened, the one that separated his from us, only God would save them. It was made more difficult by the fact that he did not fully understand his sister-in-law. He knew she felt something, but it was difficult to decipher. One minute she was lying in his bed, the next she was threatening him like what he was, a not well-liked brother-in-law. She was a woman adept at making her feelings, allowing you to see only that which she felt you ought to see. Occasionally, Abel caught a glimpse of the still in her. He would hear it inflected in a voice when she spoke to a driver, the guard, or even Philo. It was there in moments when, like all humans, she dropped her guard and lowered that marks he felt she wore too well. She could play the grieving wife searching for her husband or the loving mother tending a young child. She could play the loving sister-in-law, especially when Auntie Ekwe was around. But something in her action, her words, the way she took control of things and situations, told him that she was not a woman to be trifled with. Abel had always taken pride in his ability to read people, to see beneath the veneer of affability that sometimes marks nastiness. But with Ada, he was unsure. Even though he was clear in his mind, since he started living under the same roof as her, that she was a woman who you handled with caution. He knew that deep beneath the beauty and cultivated air was a woman who would not forgive or forget or let her go when she needed to sink her teeth into you and lock her jaw tight. He was sure, for instance, that if the table were turned and she had the purse strings, life would not be so easy for someone who, or paraphrase Marcus Aurelius, ate her bread but did not do her will. And he shivered at the thought that he would not be exempt. Thinking about Ada also made him think about Sonny, who had sold him out. What had he done wrong? Was it about money, a woman, a careless word, or a refusal to be cheated? Sonny could be stubborn when he felt he was being hurt. Abel wondered what thoughts were on his mind when he realized that he was riding with Judases who had played 30 shekels with his life. How had Sonny been taken? At gunpoint, with a threat, a mean hand across his neck, pinning him to the seat, cutting off air, causing him to veer off the road. Had he cried? Did he call him off for their mom? Did he struggle, or had he tried to run? As a child, Sonny had been a good runner, but athletic had been no more than a means for him to attract girls. Was he scared? And did he go with his adopter, knowing that it was over and that his sins had finally caught up with him? If he was dead, how did it happen? Had he been tortured? Was it drawn out process intended to give the most pain? He thought of all the movies he watched and books he read where family members would be told of their recently departed. It was quick. There was thankfully no pain, and he wondered, as he did all the time, did it matter? The person was dead anyways, and whether quick or drawn out, did the dead care, or were these things we told ourselves to ameliorate the pain, to dull the aches of loss? If, as many people insisted, there was no heaven or hell, no afterlife, if this life ended the moment the last breath was drawn, what did it matter how one died? Happy, sad, or in torturous pain? He hid under the duvet with his thoughts burning holes in his brain, wishing without conviction that the darkness would eclipse all, hide him from the man he was becoming. One he was finding tough to come to terms with. He remembered Dr. Nicole and Pansy and his consternation. Why? He had asked her. Did you ever ask your brother why? She fired back with the ease. Abel had staggered out, the blood pounding in his ears. What demons drove the people in Lagos to do the things they did? He had read the previous weekend about two brothers who killed their older brother and sold bits and pieces of his body parts to ritualists. Luck ran out of them when neighbors got worried about the smell and alerted the authorities. After he left the station, Abel sat in the car for a few minutes to calm his nerves. He's there under the blazing noon sun. He shuddered and wondered whether that same demon was already taking possession of him too. Sleep claimed him in the darkness under the duvet, and he dreamed, transported to when they were kids. They were on their way home, and it was threatening to rain. So Sonny suggested taking a shortcut through an orchard. You can't pass through there. 3 boys stood there. Sonny, let's go. Abel called, but Sonny was adamant. Every time he made to pass, the boy would block his path and push him back. Then Sonny threw a punch, and the next moment, fists and legs were flying. Abel froze, watching as the boy knocked his brother to the ground. It started to rain, and Abel was shivering and screaming, but the legs and fists kept pounding until Sonny disappeared into the ground. Abel woke with a start. Ada was in the room. I have been knocking, she said. panting the blind. Abel pushed aside the duvet and got off the bed. He passed water into the bathroom and then returned to the bed. Ada, who had settled on the couch, got up and uncovered a dish she had brought in on a tray. It was his favorite meal, jollof rice and smoked fish. "Eat, Mr. DK," she teased. "You need a beer, or will water do?" She tapped against the wall to reveal a refrigerator Abel hadn't realized was there. What else is hidden in these walls? He stood to check out the wall-recessed refrigerator. He shut it and tapped the wall, but it didn't open. "You need to say the password," Ada said, her eyes smiling. "What's the password?" "ABEL," she laughed. "Just tap 3 times, it will swing open." Abel tapped 3 times and the door swung open. I never noticed. He took a can of beer from the fridge. Some German guy fixed it up for Sonny. He was very proud of it. She sat down. "It's quite impressive," Abel said, still marveling. He tugged into the rice. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, a little. When I cook, I lose my appetite." "Well, I didn't cook. I am freaking hungry." The rice was good, tasty, and piping hot. The kind of food that made you sweaty by the second spoon. "You cook very well." She took a mukbang. "Dalu," she said in Igbo. "You like listening to the news, but you never watch the TV in here." She picked up the remote control. "I know. Blame it on my father. He always said the bedroom was for rest. He never even listened to his radio in bed. I got it from him." Sonny always turned in to CNN once we woke up, but this TV was mostly for bad things. He has a stack of naughty movies at the back there. She pointed. "You like?" "No, I would feel inadequate. I am not 9 inches. They both laughed. "Your brother, eh? You know, I didn't know about the 9 inches thing for a long time, except that we would be out somewhere and a guy or girl would pass by and hail him. 9 inches, long time, 9 inches, what's up?" And they always gave me this look, like I was the latest victim. So finally, I asked him, and the idiot woke up an erection and then brought a ruler. "See," he said. "Was it 9 inches long?" Abel asked. Of course it wasn't. The foolish man had been cheated all the while. The missing inches only appear inside the. He told me that I whacked his pecker with the ruler. He was in pain for almost 1 week. Abel choked on his food from laughing so hard. I always knew he was making it up. Foolish boy. Abel's phone rang. It was Nnamdi calling to confirm whether they were still good for Friday night. Abel told him it was okay. "You know Nnamdi?" Abel asked, and Ada nodded. "The contractor guy?" she said. "Contractor?" Abel asked. "I thought it was a guy man," he said, using the code name for 419 scammers. He stopped, went clean years back. Then he hit this billionaire deal with MTN or Airtel and became large. Really? He is grown very big too. He used to be a skinny boy. I haven't seen him in a while, Sonny never visited anyone, even though we always had guests. But I see him in the papers and stuff. When Ada took the dishes out, Abel undressed and got in the shower. He walked out naked to find Ada sitting there, leafing through a magazine. "Wow, cover yourself," she told him without lowering her gaze. "That's almost 3 inches, she laughed. Abel pulled on his discarded boxers, shaking his head, and settled in the bed. "You're something else, I try. Let's go see a movie. I need to breathe before I get cabin fever coped up in this house." They saw a Nigerian movie, Tango with Me, produced and directed by Muhammad Ali Balogun, and argued about the ending on their way to Bar Beach, where Ada said they should spend the rest of the evening before going home. "What kind of ending is that?" Abel asked. "No Nigerian man would accept that child." Every time you see her, you will remember what happened to Fiakwa. Think about it carefully. When you love someone, you can make exceptions. And remember, the idiot who caused it was dead. Short, so it's not as if he will come back and claim the child. You don't get it, Ada. On your wedding day, before you even had a chance. Abba, which Nigerian man would do that? I beg, no way. They parked by the concrete embankment opposite the aging but still imposing glass and steel IMB Bank building. And after parting with 1,000 each, they went looking for a tent and chairs. The concrete wall had been built to stem the seasonal flood that ravaged Victoria Island. Locals, as those who believe such things, said the flooding was caused by the mermaid who was upset with the bank building. They said the glass panel that covered the wall of the bank caught a reflection when she had a bath, and whenever she got angry, the beach would overflow and wreak havoc. The stretch of prime real estate from Bar Beach to the television studios right before Silverbird Cinema had become a promenade filled with abandoned rotting houses on account of a rage. The perennial flooding had also cost Bar Beach dearly. Once the weekend destination for families, back when there were no multiplexes, Bar Beach had since lost out to newer, more clement beaches like Elegushi Lekki, Alpha, and Elekan. In the years since the embankment was built, however, businesses have started booming again, and the abandoned buildings were being reclaimed. The beach was also a place of dark history where armed robbers and coup plotters were publicly executed in the 70s. The people of Lagos used to call it the Bar Beach Show. Now, all that was on show were cheap prostitutes hawking diseased triangles, drug dealers peddling Indian hemp, skinny young boys leading skinny horses for hire, white robed prophets selling prayers, and Olokun worshippers telling auguries while hawkers announced the availability of every item imaginable. Cent na 5,000 naira, the skinny young man who led them said. Say who died? Ada asked, switching to street level pidgin. We be like Oyinbo people for your eyes. Go bring one big stout, Coke, and Smirnoff Ice, Joe. The young man opened his mouth to speak, but Ada, unwavering gaze, unnerved him. He laughed nervously. Madam, na 2K una go pay o. The ordered suya, and while they were waiting, a young woman came by with a tray laden with stuff, apps soaked in hot drinks, kola nuts, snuff, cigarettes, and things Abel couldn't even identify. Oga, I get alomo bitters. If you take them, my sister go happy when you reach house, she said, winking at Abel, who took the small plastic bottle with the green label from her. What alomo bitters? He asked Ada, but the young woman piped up. It is for waist pain and manpower, she informed him with another wink. Oh, and Aphrodite's sake? He turned to Ada, who had a smile on her face. What do I need it for? Abel asked, reaching out to return the bottle. Maybe you will get lucky tonight, Ada said. With who? She smiled and opened her palm wide on her lap as if to say, search me. After the girl left, a tall, thin man in a white sultan approached them, his palm raised in greeting. He had stubbed shoulders and a goatee, and his huge feet were bare and dusty from pounding the shore. Greetings from Jehovah, he intoned as he came close, but Ada waved him away. Blessings from Jehovah, he said, turning away and envisaging an altar of disappointment. He was not gone for 2 minutes when a dreadlocked Rasta ambled over, a guitar slung across his chest. He was speaking before Abel realized that Ada did not even attempt to shoo him away. It is not my express intention to segregate your ambient party, but I would like to serenade you both with a song or two in return for some shekels. He told them, bearing nicotine-stained dentition and sounding like a butler from a period movie. His accent was posh, but he looked like he had just woken up from under some mean bridge in the Southern passing of Lagos. Play me stinks every step you take, Ada said, looking over at the perplexed Abel. The Rasta played the song on cue, the original version twanging away like he was playing a sold-out stadium, his sweet voice carrying on the cold evening air. When he was done, he turned to Abel and said, "Make a request, dear sir." To humor him, Abel said, "Play me Clarence Carter's I Got Caught Making Love." Abel thought there was no way he would know that song or even sing it, but he watched, stupefied, as the guy leaned back, cleared his throat, and began to sing, his eyes shut tight. Super impressed, Abel gave him 5,000 naira when he was done, and the guy bowed and kept bowing until he was gone from sight. That was something, Abel said. They call him Human Jukebox. Ada explained as their drink and suya arrived. Someone said he used to be big in the US. He came back to Nigeria and opened a club, but drink and drug left him washed up on his beach like so many things and people in Lagos. They sat there alone, yet surrounded by people in the waning light of the day, the sound of tires on tires ranging behind them, as bankers and sundry corporate types closed for the day and headed out of the highland for their homes on the mainland. It was the daily grind of Lagos. Most people left home as early as 4 a.m. from far-flung locales on the mainland in order to beat the morning traffic leading into the highland. They would get into the highland and snatch an hour or two of sleep in the car park before work started. At night, they would wait till 9 p.m. before they headed home. Lagos was a city of men and women who had forgotten how to sleep and lived out their insomnia in gridlock traffic. Abel felt like a decadent impostor as he sat there drinking his stout, eating suya and enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. Never in his life had he thought this would be reality. Lagos had been a place in which he never thought he would belong, but somehow, on this trip, with its background of pain and anxiety, he had found a city that welcomed him and made him one of its princes. His phone rang. It was Callista. "Are you avoiding me?" she charged, but there was laughter in her voice. Absence made the heart fonder. He told her, and she laughed some more. "I leave on Monday. We should hang out," Abel said. It was a good idea. "A friend is taking me out on Friday night. He says we should go club surfing. You want to come?" "I haven't gone clubbing in ages, but sure, except you, Mr. DK. "You didn't ask me," Ada said conventionally when his call ended. Abel turned to her. She was looking at him. Her eyes were hooded so he couldn't see into them, and he wasn't sure whether she was upset or not. "You are," he began, then changed track. "I didn't think you would want to." "I am what? A married woman? A widow? Which?" "Ada, don't be like that," he said, taking her hand. She left him, told her for a while, then pulled away. "We should be going." She drained a glass. He drained his, paid the young man for the tent, the drinks and suya, then they drove home in silence. Auntie Ekwe arrived before either of them got out of bed the next morning. "I had a dream," she began the moment Abel joined her and Ada in the living room upstairs. "What happened, Auntie?" Abel asked as he sat down. "I saw Sonny. Some men were chasing him. He ran and ran, but they finally caught up with him. And then the person in front wasn't even a man. It was a woman, hitting him and screaming, 'You lied to me, you lied to me.' I woke up and prayed to bind all evil forces. On my way here, I dropped by to see the prophet, and he said we should come for prayer on Friday night." "Friday night?" Abel groaned. "I can't make it. We have to move it forward to another day." "Why?" "This is urgent," Auntie Ekwe said, looking from Abel to Ada. "Abel has to go out of town." Ada told her, "We will do the prayer another time." "Oh, he is traveling? The journey can't be postponed?" "No, it has to do with work," Abel said. "Work? I thought you were a teacher," she said, as if teaching was not work. Yes, auntie, I teach, and it can't be postponed. Abel said, pushing the steel into his voice. We will do it another time. They had breakfast together, and before she left with the driver, she took them upstairs and led them in prayer. As she prayed, Abel remembered her as a young woman who seemed incapable of getting enough sex. She slept with his father's colleagues, their drivers, and most of the men in the neighborhood. His mother suspected for a long time that she was the one who deflowered Sonny. Once a man says boo, you throw your legs open, eh? He used to hear their mother berate her. Can't you say no? It was close to 30 years since the night she left their house, but he could remember it as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. At the time, they had lived in a building that comprised of bungalows sitting side by side. The other bungalow was occupied by the bossa, his wife, and the vice principal in a girls' college. So didn't live with him. He lived instead with the younger brother who was sleeping with Auntie Ekwe and who they would later catch in his mother's bed. When his mother found out, she forbade Ekwe from ever going into that house, and so she devised another means. Both houses had pantries at the back. Auntie Ekwe would go into theirs, and she and the boss's brothers would make love through the bars on the window. They were at it one evening when Abel dad discovered them. Auntie Ekwe moved out of the same night. Now, she was a prayer warrior with 3 children and a husband who cruised around Lagos with the car Sonny bought her. While she jumped from bus to bus, he was beginning to see a pattern, petty as a means of escape. Abel didn't go out the next day. After waiting for a while and watching CNN with him, Santos asked whether he could leave. He told him he could. They swam laps in the pool with Ada and even thought she didn't speak much. They were civil, driving out together to go fetch Zil from school and then to Victoria Island because Zil kept screaming, I want ice cream, I want ice cream. Ada took them all to an ice cream place off Idowu Tyler. They watched the movie together when they got back, a biopic of Frida Kahlo, the Mexican artist who lived in tragic pain-racked life. Whine anyone? Ada asked with a fanfare as the movie ended. The movie seemed to have cheered her up considerably. Sure, Abel said, bouncing Zil on his laps, a place that had become his favorite spot. They sat on the balcony beside the living room upstairs, and because it hadn't been used in a while, Philo had to come sweep and dust. Go and give Zil his bath, Ada said, but the boy refused as he played with Abel's mustache. Uncle bates me, he cried over and over again until Abel had to take him to the bathroom and give him a bath. When he got back to the balcony, Ada had already poured a drink. You got a Chianti? He said, pouring for himself. Yes, I sent for it. She smiled broadly. I enjoyed it. Did I tell you how I got to know about it? She nodded. The movie, The Silence of the Lamb. Ah, Abel cried in mock horror. One of the signs of old age. You start repeating stories. True, been meaning to tell you. When Abel looked up sharply in shock, Ada laughed. Just kidding. The view from the balcony was lovely. It looked out onto the waters, and Abel was sure that with a pair of binoculars, he could see all the way to Falmouth Bridge. I didn't know we had such a view. Sonny liked to sit here and read the newspapers while he drank cognac. He used to call himself a grandee and spoke about buying a boat, but never got to it. Abel was silent as he took in the information, a shy smile playing around the corner of his mouth. Did I say something funny? Ada asked. No, but these days, when you talk about Sonny, it sounds like you are talking about someone else. The Sonny I knew never had time to read the newspapers. Whenever he opened one, it was to read a cartoon. When we were much younger, he loved that in the Daily Time. And then Modesty Blaze when there was still new Nigeria. As we got older, Sonny taste evolved to Mr. and Mrs. and then Captain Africa in Vanguard. Sometimes it was OBEs in The Guardian. He had no time for news. Well, he used to sit out here and read the papers. Maybe age mellowed him, Ada said. Abel nodded in agreement. I would have loved to see that new man he became. They lapsed into silence, and after Abel watched a gaggle of geese fly by in information, their wings flapping as if synchronized. Sonny used to love birds when we were kids. He once owned an eagle called Pokey. Yes, he told me that. I wondered at the name. Pokey of all things. Ada laughed. I guess he already knew he would poke his way through life, Abel told her, laughing too. They lapsed into silence again, each lost in what supposed was recollection of what Sonny had meant to them as individuals. I have been meaning to speak with you regarding some development on Sonny's case, Abel began. He had been seeking the right movement to bring her up to speed. The bar beach had looked like a good place, but things had sourced toward the end. You have updates, she set her glass down. Yes, my friend, Callista, the lady that dropped me off. Yes, she worked for the Lagos state government. Wow, that was Callista Adeyemi, Ada exclaimed. I thought she looked vaguely familiar. She is in Lagos, big babe, she said, and Abel marveled all over again. Everyone in Lagos just seemed to know who everyone else was. I hear she is very close to the governor, Ada added with wink. Oh, really? She is very close to me too, Abel told her and laughed. You are a Lagos big boy too, so what did she do? Well, when I bumped into her at Silverbed and she asked me what I was doing in Lagos, I told her about Sonny. Abel related the chat with the CSO and the commissioner, his visits to Pantin, the change of office in charge, and the arrest. My God, Abel, you can kill. You are so serrative. How come you never mentioned all this? She asked. I wanted to have something concrete. I am very sorry about that. He told her about the man who stole Sonny's checkbook and how they were all finally arrested alongside Nicole. My God, Dr. Nicole, I knew your brother was fucking her, but I liked her. She is very elegant and pretty. Well, that's where we are. He picked up the glass she had just topped up, ignoring the remark about Dr. Nicole. Wow, we may have to tell your mom. Ada stared into the distance. Dr. Nicole is very popular among Lagos big girls and boys. Once the press learn that she is at Panty, Sonny's name will be dragged into it. Jesus, I just hope the press don't get involved because then your mother will hear. Nnamdi had asked that they meet at Bogobiri on Maitama Sule off Raymond Nkoju in Ikoyi. I don't know where that is, Abel told Callista when they got into his car. It's not hard to find. It's a lovely place. Quiet, arty, nice food, cold drinks, lot of white journalists, and music some days. I had an interview there once with some Kenyan journalists from the FT. She was right. It was not difficult to find. Abel drove from Falomo Bridge, descending right as if to Bodilon, then made a left and took the roundabout into Awolowo Road. Driving past the Church of Assumption on the right, he took the first left at Callista Prompting and then made a right about 40 meters in. Bogobiri was jumping. A band was set up and Nnamdi, his massive bulk, filled out a semicircular seat. He was dressed in baggy denim trouser and a big polo top that hid his pouch. He was dining with a petite woman who looked young enough to be his daughter. The girl was pretty, not doing with the pauper. He rose and took Callista's outstretched hand. Senior Special Assistant Abel corrected him. Nonsense. What do you know? SSA is a cabinet position. She is the same rank as the commissioner. Sit, my dear, and tell me how you met my poor cousin. Poor older cousin, Abel said as he sat down. This poor cousin of yours is one of my best friends ever, Callista told him. Wrong choice. Nnamdi muttered, shaking his head. That was because you hadn't met me. Now that you have met me, that mistake must be amended. Oh, for once, I agree with you, Abel said, raising his voice because the band had started up. You are a mistake that must be amended. The ladies laughed while Abel and Nnamdi slapped palms. Would you believe it? We made bets and Abel wouldn't live beyond secondary school and I lost, Nnamdi said. Why did you do that? Callista asked. I was very sickly as a boy. Abel explained. It was a running joke. No one thought I would live past secondary school. The waiter arrived to take their orders and Nnamdi remembered to introduce the girl. Her name was Mimi, he said. Nimi, the girl corrected and Nnamdi laughed. Old age. It happened to all of us. Nimi is with us on industrial attachment. This is part of our induction. He winked at Abel, who shook his head. They drank and ate pepper soup, and about 11, Nnamdi said they should all go in his car. My driver will drive. You can leave your car here. We will pick it up on our way out. Abel, Callista, and Nimi sat at the back while Nnamdi rode in front with his driver. The spacious Lincoln Navigator smelled new, and the leather felt almost downy, like you were sinking into cotton wool. Take us to Diablo, he told the driver. This car is lovely, Abel complimented him. Now for sure, my brother, don't be deceived, Nnamdi said, and Callista laughed. Double N, we know your story, she told him. Which story? Don't tell me you believe all these lies in the press about 1 billion naira. If I see 1 billion naira, I will faint. In short, I will go into a coma. But you won't die, Abel gibbered. Greedy man. Die? How about you who got to heaven door so many times and refused to go in? Go and sit down, my friend. Diablo was on Awolowo Road, adjacent to Kefi Street and night beside the Diamond Bank branch. The snout of a Danfo bus was sticking out of the wall on the floor above, which housed a boutique. It was a small packed space with an old assortment of patrons, banker types who still looked stiff and formal even though they had taken off their ties and jackets, and a motley crop of young boys with too much money and skinny jeans that sagged. Then there were the girls, young nobles, scantily clad and shaking things all over the dance floor. They had wine and liquor racked on their walls. Music was blasting and people were dancing around tables, and in the inner space, a table was quickly arranged for them, and when the waiter came by, Abel asked for a shot of NSC. Bottles, the young lady said. I don't need a bottle, Abel responded, shouting to be heard. Just a shot. Get us a bottle of XO, Nnamdi said, tapping Abel on the arm and pulling him close. They only sell by the bottle. Really? Abel asked, surprised. Even though he now had access to more money than he could spend, he was often surprised when it came to spending it. Yes, you come here when you are really thirsty, Nnamdi joked. Don't worry, I will share the bottle with you. They ate asun, peppered and barbecued goat meat that made your tongue sing and your eyes water. And while the ladies drank red wine, Abel and Nnamdi ran through the cognac twice. Abel got up to dance to the band and two-face with Callista. There was an informal air to the place that made Abel feel at home. He didn't know exactly how to describe it, but it looked like a wine shop that had been magically transformed into a nightclub. A squad Calista when Nnamdi jumped to his feet and saluted. My general, I remain loyal. Double N. So nobody can see you like this without visa. A tall, dark-skinned man had walked in on the arm of two scantily clad girls. He hugged Nnamdi. They shook hands all around. Nnamdi introduced laws as music came on again. As they sorted out their sitting, Nnamdi motioned to the girl who had served their drinks. Put 2 bottles of Moet Rose on this table and add it to my bill. He leaned in between Abel and Calista. He is ex-militant. He got a huge contract last month to guard vessels and base stations. Huge contract, but not as huge as 1 billion naira, Calista asked with a teasing laugh. Madam Commissioner, don't believe rumors monger. I beg you, Nnamdi said, wagging a finger at her. Double N, may your 1 billion never finish, the general called as the waitress set down 2 ice buckets with bottles of champagne in them. Billions? Where did you guys see this billion, eh? Nnamdi asked as they all laughed. 2 of the general's men had now joined in at the table, and the waiters were setting down flute when a young man with sagging pants bumped into her as he staggered past and upset the whole arrangement. The flute and the 2 bottles hit the tilted floor and a pool of pink fluid mass. Nnamdi was on his feet just as one of the men reached for the boy who had caused the accident and began to throttle him. No problem, no problem. Get 2 new bottles, he said, freeing the boy from the grip of the ex-militant. Money man, the general hailed Nnamdi as they shook hands again. It is a good thing to have billions. When Nnamdi headed to the gents, Nimi leaned over to Abel and Calista and said, 4 bottles of rosé. That's 174,000 naira in less than 5 minutes. People have money in this country. Oh. Nnamdi and Calista exchanged a glance but said nothing from their blow. Nnamdi asked his driver to head to La Casa, which squatted by the water next to the civic center, just across the street from 1004, where Calista lived, and it was on the drive there from Diablo, with Nnamdi snoring softly, and Calista told Abel the story of Nnamdi 1 billion naira contract. A fluke, everyone said, but Nnamdi has managed to propose some innovative deal on to the top 4 GSM companies, all at once, on behalf of some Chinese company. The deal has sailed through, and people said he got a cool 10% from the 10 billion naira deal. He really made 1 billion naira? Abel asked a bit too loudly. Nnamdi woke up. Don't remind them, Chinedu. It's all rumors. If I had 1 billion naira, wouldn't I be the one sitting at the back with the pretty ladies? Everyone laughed and then lapsed into silence as the beast of the car poured up Falamo Bridge. There was a police checkpoint where Nnamdi's driver called at yellow, as if that was the code word for the night. Atop the bridge, with the water stretching out of both sides and the light smearing on its undulating surface, it struck Abel forcefully that Lagos was a lonely city, if only it could be quiet and clean and calm for a moment. But then he shook his head and laughed softly to himself. Make the city quiet and clean and calm, and it would no longer be Lagos. Lagos, named by the Portuguese after the lagoon that gilded its waste, was like a river swollen with flood, and every time it threw up, there was chaos. That was what made it Lagos. The wide garden where men and women came to harvest dreams, some lean and some bounteous. The lighthouse. Abel spent all of Saturdays with Calista. They had been too tired for anything more than a kiss when Nnamdi dropped them off at about 3 a.m. after a wide time at La Casa and another bottle of cognac. Your car will be here before you wake up, Nnamdi told them. Ask for Williams at the gate. Give him the car key. Callista told the driver. Tell him it's for me. She was up by the time he roused, pottering around in a G-string and nothing else. Good morning, he said as he walked naked into the bathroom, preceded by an early morning erection. There is a spare toothbrush, she called out to him. He could smell frying eggs by the time he had brushed and showered. Eat, you need your strength, Callista teased as Abel came and kissed her from behind, his hand cupping her breast. This food will go cold, but you know this one is always warm, so eat. Abel had a huge appetite. It was always that way. Most times, he didn't realize how hungry he was until he took the first bite. He helped her clear the dishes and went through. He had already had his bath. He joined her in the shower, lathering her body all over. They both fell, wet and naked, into the bed. I wish I didn't have to go, but His Excellency will be mad. His Excellency, Abel asked. Yes, the governor. The state is subsidizing my fee at Harvard. Closed. I have heard that myself, you know. Once you are a woman doing well, you have to be sleeping with the boss. The governor is my cousin, and I am sure you remember him. He used to send me money when we were in school. I sent you to his chamber once, and he gave you this Crips Naira note that you stole half of. You remember? Abel remembered. I didn't steal half. I exchanged half. You stole. She teased, hitting him with a pillow. Really? That's the governor? Abel said, pinning her down. I never made the connection. It's okay. I have had a lot myself, she said, and took his left nipple between his teeth. Abel jerked at the sudden nibble. That was painfully sweet, he said, pulling her down to him. He loved to run his fingers down the length of her body. If he had any talent for drawing, he was sure he could draw her from memory. There wasn't an ounce of fat on her body back in school or even now. Callista was one of those women who could eat anything and not pile on the pound. Maybe pregnancy will change all that, she told him the last time he brought it up. You are a beautiful woman. He stopped, he stripped around her body to nuzzle her neck. And you are my fine bobo, she said, straddling him. How is Mr. Man doing? He is asleep. Abel eased up to give her access. Good boy. She inhaled deeply as she took him all in. She had mentioned the lighthouse a few times, and that afternoon she insisted a visit before she left Nigeria. So, after lunch and another shower, they drove out of 1004 in their separate cars, Callista in front and Abel behind, down to the Ajose Adeogun roundabout and onto the street everyone now called Zenith Bank Street because of the numbers of Zenith Bank branches on it. Callista made a right after the imposing glass and metal Zenith Bank head office building, and Abel followed. They drove past the Ali Burton office and made a left into Sinari Daranijo, a Somerlet Street. That's the club that used to be run by the lady who was murdered in 1004, she told Abel, pointing as they made a cross the road. It used to be called Club Q. The lighthouse seemed like someone's residence. There was a long white building to the right and another at the end, but in the space in between and to the left were long benches and tables set as if in private garden. There was also a well-kept lawn. A gaggle of men and ladies were around the table and on couches made out of cane and rapphite. There were also high stools on which were perched patrons smoking long cigars and drinking wine of cocktail. The whole scene reminded Abel of something out of the movie or a novel. Isn't this someone's house? Abel asked as a well-endowed young lady dressed in flowing bubble came up to welcome Callista. "We haven't seen you in a while," she said after the hug. "Walk, travel, walk," Callista sing-songed, and the lady laughed as her face glowed. "Hello, my name is Uzoma," she said to Abel, extending well-manicured fingers. "Welcome to the lighthouse." Abel, he shook her hand. "Thank you." They sat on a comfortable couch. "You like palm wine?" Callista asked. "Haven't had it in years, even though I live in the bush," Abel answered. "Let's have it." While they waited for their order, a slim, bushy-haired man, fresh Fela Kuti style in tight-fitting clothes, wheeled out a loudspeaker. He set an iPod on top of it, and a moment later, Fela's deep voice took over the space. "That's her husband, Tayo," Callista told Abel and waved. Tayo strode over. Where you dey since?" he asked in pidgin, as he and Callista hugged. "Busy, work," she pointed to Abel. "My good friend Abel. I brought him here to experience the lighthouse." "Tayo," he said, with a wink at Callista as he took Abel's hands. "Thanks for coming." "My pleasure," Abel said. His grip was firm and he looked very fit. "Tayo does yoga. I come for season here sometimes. You should try one. It helps you relax." They drank their palm wine and Abel watched the place fill up. Smart young men and women walked in and ordered the most incredible things: gari and groundnut, zobo and asun, roasted banana and groundnut, palm wine and barbecued fish. "I need to buy something to travel with." Uzoma marks this beautiful design, Callista said, taking him by the hand and leading him into the white building. Inside, Abel was awed. He picked up a few of the flyers arranged on a table by the door. One, Tayo was bent double, face buried in his knees in a yoga pose. Abel knew it was him from his hair. There were announcements for a reggae jam season the following night and something about a reading by award-winning author Sele Bature. Abel remembered reading reviews of a novel, Sandflies, and making a mental note to order it so he could teach it. That thought seemed like it had occurred to him a lifetime ago. Inside and to the left was a boutique selling everything from wristwatches to bags and clothes. Callista said, "We're from Uzoma's label, Cheetah and Shanking." There were flowing jerseys growing in bright colors for women, tie-dyed embroidered tops for men, as well as t-shirts and old-school skirts and tops made from lace. Something about the place made Abel want to spend the whole night there, especially when he went to use the restroom and found a stack of books sitting on a side stool by the door. "Are these for sale?" he asked the cashier at the counter. "No, you can sit and read while you do your business." Callista brought 2 tops and a heavily embroidered top for Abel. They kissed for a long time at his car, and he promised to take her to the airport on Monday. "First, I will fly to London to spend a few days with my mom," she said as she got into her car. "Monday evening then," Abel said and waved. He spent the next day with Zeal. They played and watched cartoons together until the boy fell asleep on his chest, his drool leaving a wet patch on his t-shirt. "You are good with children," Ada told him as Philo scooped up the sleeping Zeal and took him upstairs. He was dressed in a favorite denim cut-off and a colorful Ghanaian dashiki top. She had no bra on, and Abel glimpsed the side of her breast when she moved her arms. "Yes, I like it," she said. "Yet, you haven't made any, or are you hiding abroad in Asaba?" She prodded him playfully with her foot. "Haven't been that lucky. My sister, blame it on condoms." Two of her friends had visited while Abel had been playing with Zeal and left just as Zeal was falling asleep. My friend likes you, she told Abel. Which one? Helen, the dark tall one. She looks like a man. Ada laughed so hard she fell off her seat. Now what for you? You are scared. Not man enough. She wiped away the tears, snowing skin. No, but I like my women feminine, petite, not with more muscles than me. She has got a lovely body. You should see her naked. You really are serious? Yes, she is a widow with a son and she has a good business. Love to read and watch movies too. You guys would be good together now that Callista is leaving town. And you think she likes me like that? I don't think she told me. Really? You guys talk about such things? Really, of course, we talk about such things. Silly. Abel was quiet for a while. What was Ada planning at? Why did she think she needed to hook him up? Had her friend really expressed interest in him? Next time she comes, introduce us, Abel said, looking up at Ada. Maybe we could hang out. But first, I need to take you someplace this evening. Where? Not another restaurant. You will make me fat and Sonny will kill you when he gets back, she said. Then the realization dawned as she sat back to the couch and beat down on a palm. Let's keep hope alive, he touched her lightly. On her knee, she didn't say anything in response, so he rose to go upstairs. 6 p.m., okay? She nodded and said nothing, tears falling down her cheeks. The lighthouse was packed when they walked in. A band had been set up on the concrete slab beside the lawn. Tayo was singing a Bob Marley tune, and the patrons were catcalling and clapping as they walked in. Had it been a while, Uzoma said, hugging her. Hello, Uzoma, said to Abel, clearly trying to recall his name. Abel, he said, and she nodded with a smile. Callista just left, she whispered and sashayed off. You cheat? Abel said, punching Ada lightly on the back. Why did you act like you didn't know this place? Abel asked, as they found seat. I didn't want to spoil your surprise. It was a beautiful night. The band would play a tune, and then someone from the audience would take the mic and sing. Some would stop halfway, the words lost in the labyrinthine wall of time, and the audience would join in, everyone laughing and having a good time. A lady went up and sang a still pause song with Tayo backing her. Then, to Abel's amazement, Ada jumped on stage and sang Bob Marley's Redemption song in a beautiful voice that had everyone clapping and the band giving her a rousing drum roll. We are full of surprises tonight, Abel told her as she returned to her perch. We try to please, she said with a girlish laugh. Yawa don't gas. Lagos was in a foul mood that Monday morning. The sky was overcast and had the look of a bitter woman with a grudge, a brewing storm threatening rain. I think Zeal should stay home, Ada said to Philo as she led a fully dressed Zeal downstairs. I want to go, the boy cried. It's going to rain, Abel told him. He was watching CNN while sipping coffee. I like rain, Zeal squealed and made a dash for the door. Philo grabbed him and dragged him, squealing and laughing, back to his uncle. Let's watch Teletubbies, Abel said, tickling him. School, Zeal cried, giggling and struggling to wiggle free. That was where they were when Santos burst in, wet from the rain. He had 8 Soft Cell magazine with him. Bros, yawa don gas. Sabato gist is all over the paper. Ada cried out and dashed into the living room. Santos spread out the papers on the floor. The stories were all the same, with slight variation. Top female banker arrested over missing businessman. Lagos big boy missing. Top female banker nabbed. Top female banker arrested in connection with missing businessman. Sabato Rabato missing. Top female banker detained. Lagos big girls. Dr. Nicole in police net for fraud. Where is Lagos big boy Sabato Robato? Police seeks clue. In is Sabato Rabato dead? Fear grip Lagos socialites. Sabato Robato fear dead. Associate nabbed. We must contact Mama, Ada said, before someone tells her. Abel smiled his thanks. Ada always thought fast. He had been paralyzed by all the stories. Yes, I will call my sister right away. Abel called Obi and briefed her. Go to Uncle Mezie, tell him what has happened and let him go with you when you tell her. When you get to Mommy, call so we can also speak to her. When Abel dropped the call, he replied to a text sent by Auntie Ekwe. She had a Bible passage for him as usual. God is our refuge, an ever-present help in trouble. He is our strength, we shall not be moved. It is well, and I will send a text to the prophet to pray for us. After sending his reply, Abel considered all the papers spread out in front of them on the floor. The story was all out. Dr. Nicole arrest, the forged check, and Sonny, who some reports said had been missing for months and hadn't been seen at any recent social event. The kicker was the one that read, Sabato Rabato pretty wife has been seen around town with handsome young man and tongue and wagging. Handsome young man and tongue are wagging, Abel exclaimed. You are handsome and you are young, aren't you? Ada said, and told him to calm down. Soft cell stories are all about innuendo and speculation. At least we know who the handsome young man is. Let the tongue wag. Abel scanned the papers again and exhaled loudly. How did they even find out in this place? He asked no one in particular. Sonny's girlfriend, Dr. Nicole, Ada said as he paced, as if he had kept his dick in one place. Most of this wouldn't have happened. 9 inches, my ass. Abel looked up at her, considered saying something, then thought better of it. He could tell she was hurting, and that was her own way of letting them steam. And bros, more papers will come out tomorrow, Santos said. Soft cell papers come out on Monday and Tuesday. Abel growled as if in pain and placed both hands on his head. This was becoming a circus he hadn't planned for. What do we do now? Send a rejoinder? Call a press conference? Press what? Ada stopped in front of Abel. You don't even respond. Give in 1 week and they move on. Someone else will disappear. Some rich man will sleep with his daughter, or a huge scandal will break out in Abuja, and they will forget all about Sabato Rabato. But we won't forget, Abel said, marveling at how analytical and in control Ada appeared, as if this was something she had anticipated. We will never forget, she said, and continued pacing. Abel's phone rang. Obi, he said, expecting to hear his sister's voice, but a man answered. Is this Mr. Abel DK? Who is this? He paused to look at the caller's ID. He did not recognize it. My name is Uzo Arinze. I am a reporter with OW International. I am calling about your missing brother. Is it true that his account officer has been detained with regards to his disappearance? Were they lovers? Who gave you my number? Abel barked. Do not call me again, ever. He cut the call. They were relentless. When he wouldn't pick up, they called Ada. When Ada neither responded, the text message came flying in like a swarm of locusts. About 2 hours later, the doorbell rang. Philo answered. A short lady in red lips and kinky dreadlock was standing at the door. My name is Monica Dimka. I write for... Shut the door, shut the door, Abel screamed at Philo. He was losing it, his hand shaking badly. How had the dwarf made it past the gate man? His phone rang just then, and he was reaching out to put it off when he saw Obi's name on the screen. When he answered, his mom was crying and screaming. I told him to stop. Oh, I told Sunderland to stop. Chukwuna, what am I going to do? The voice faded. Obi must have moved some distance away from the tumult. I am with mommy, she said. She has been rolling on the floor since. What did you expect? Is Uncle Mezi there? Yes, Abel asked her to put him on. Uncle Mezi was their mother's brother, a no-nonsense retired teacher. Chiedu, what is this that I am hearing? He asked in Igbo. Uncle, that's what we met in Lagos, Abel replied in the same tone. When did this one happen? Abel explained quickly. You people can kill, oh. Something like this happened and you kept it under your fingernails for over 2 months. Chinedu, my son, this is not a good thing. Uncle, do not be offended. Abel placated him. We did not want anyone to worry. We thought this would be sorted out quietly. You do not want us to worry, eh? What is a father's job if not to worry? Chinedu, this is not good. Abel apologized again and charged him to take care of his mother, who was bawling uncontrollably in the background. There were more calls and text messages, but Abel and Ada ignored them all. The next call he took was from DSP Umana. I have been trying to reach you all day, he said as soon as Abel answered. It's been crazy down here, Abel told him. I know, I saw the papers. Welcome to Lagos, my brother. Umana laughed. It would be funny if it wasn't so terrible. That banker got us into this, I tell you. Yes, she moves in the top social circles, the so-called Lagos big girls, Umana eased. But don't worry, it's a circles and it will soon move on. Lagos is like that. I will keep in touch. Abel finally went up to shower before going down for lunch. Then he sat downstairs and read all the papers from beginning to end, astonished at the details in some and amazed at the complete falsehood in most. Some of them read like fiction. Some reports said Sonny's car had been found in a ditch on Victoria Island. Others said Lekki. Most of them got the make of the car wrong, and many of the papers spelled the name as Sabato Roberto. Many got Ada's name wrong, while others said he had 2 wives, Dr. Nicole and Ada. By evening, Abel's anxiety was easing and he was beginning to find the stories hilarious. There was something about them that seemed calculated to make you laugh, as if they were writing for the shock value. He was drinking cognac by the pool when a text message came in. I have news about your brother's whereabouts. Reply if you want to see him alive. Who is this? Abel replied, stopping himself from calling the number only by sheer willpower he didn't even realize he possessed. Mayowa Akindele, came the reply. And who are you? I am the publisher of Excel Celebrity Magazine, print and online. And how come you knew his whereabouts? I have my source. And who are the sources? As a professional journalist of over 15 years standing, I cannot divulge the ID of my sources. I am running out of credit, so let me know whether you will come around. Where? The address was in the streets in Ikeja of the notorious Epodo between Oluwo and Ikeja bus stop. Meet me tomorrow by noon. Come alone. If you come with somebody, I will not show. I will take you to meet someone. Abel dug into the pile of papers and found Excel. Someone by the same name of Mayowa Akindele was indeed the editor and publisher, but the paper was a trashy little piece of junk. It was filled with typos from the caption to the stories. It seemed as if the guy wrote the way he typed his text messages, without bothering about spelling or grammar. Oga, 1 month say he won't see you, the gateman announced. Abel had given him a stern warning after his Monica Dimka sleep. Who is it? He said his name is Nnamdi. Abel asked him to let his car in. Nnamdi was all smiles as he came out of the Prado. Knowing that you are a poor man, I came with my own drink, he said, waving a bottle of Covilsa S.O. You are a true son of your father, Abel said as they shook hands. I saw the papers. I knew it would be madness, so I said, let me come down and wipe your tears. God bless you. They settled at the pool, and Abel passed a clean glass to Nnamdi. I didn't realize there had been some arrest, Nnamdi said as he sipped his drink. Yes, that banker lady and some low lives. I went to panting. It wasn't them. They were greedy idiots, but they had nothing to do with Sonny going missing. Abel explained. And the lady, the greediest of the lot. You know her, right? Like Abraham knew Sarah. Looks like I am the only one who never got there. You remember the day we met at the bank? Nnamdi nodded. I had been to see her. I was on my way to her. She must love guys from our place. I suppose so. Anyways, we had finished talking when she just hit me with, I know your brother is missing, but he promised me a new car for my birthday. And it's not as if he is broke. I was completely shocked. Why were you shocked? In Lagos, the hustle never sleeps. To her, Sabato is missing and so what? She also told me about her birthday when I went up. It's a hustle, my brother. Abel digested the information slowly. It made sense, even if in an amoral kind of way. Everyone knew how Sonny had made his money, and he was sure everyone felt they had a right to some if only they could find a way to get their hand on it. Had he got in or on the hustle too? Was that what he was doing? By entrenching himself in Lagos and digging deep into Sonny's wealth and home? There he was, lying in a lounge chair by the pool, sipping fine cognac. Was he not feeding off Sonny's also by sleeping in his bed, driving his cars, wearing his clothes, enjoying the company of his wife? What made him different from Dr. Nicole? Sonny was missing, yes, but the party was still in full swing. Sorry, what did you say? Abel asked, lost in his thoughts. He had missed the question Nnamdi asked. I said, have you guys told your mom? She will hear now that it is over the papers. Your mother and father loved to read papers. I remember. Whenever I came to your house, your father would ask me to sit and read the newspaper while someone went to fetch you. I hated those moments, especially when you didn't come out immediately. Abel said his mother had been informed and that Obi was keeping an eye on her. Ada came out then to greet Nnamdi. Our fine wife, how are you? Fine, bros. She curtsied. You abandoned us. How can I? How is the boy? I haven't been here since his naming ceremony. Lagos swallows you. It is Lagos, or have you been busy counting your money? Ada teased. We had stories, rumors, all rumors. Ada asked after his wife and kids, then told them to have fun. How are your parents? Abel asked him. Your mom was a very pretty woman, but she was wicked. Her flogging was something else. He recalled Nnamdi's mother, who had taught them geography and wielded a mean cane. She is fine. She and my dad are in India. She was having issues with her waist, so they went for surgery. My sister Nkechi is with them too. Money is good. Nnamdi sat up with a smile. You know, I still remember the slap my father gave me when I came home with my first car, a Peugeot 504. No son of mine will be a 419 criminal. He spat and threw me out. Remember, it was in your house I spent that Christmas. I went legit because 419 almost destroyed our generation. I got into telecom the moment I saw the opportunity. Sonny couldn't drag himself away. There was something that sounded like regret in his voice. We always envied you, you know, how you stayed away and didn't even come to Lagos. Did I tell you what happened when I got to Lagos? I wrote to Eva. You remember short Eva with his big head? Yes, I remember Eva. Where is he now? Dead. He was beheaded in Saudi Arabia when things went bad here and money ran low. He got into drug trade. Nnamdi refilled his glass. Anyways, I sent word to him that I was coming to Lagos and could I stay with him. You know Eva couldn't say no to anybody. He said sure, so I came. Big mistake. There were 5 other boys from our set staying with him. It was a tight space. At night, we would talk and argue, and some people would quote Karl Marx and Adam Smith, Franz Fanon, Steve Biko, Albert Camus, Jean-Paul Sartre. Imagine us all, white-collar criminals, spouting revolutionary rhetorics. It was funny, but Eva always had the last word. After we had all poured out our frustration with revolutionary code as footnotes, he would unroll his thin mattress, and as he stretched out for the night, he would say, I will make it in this Lagos, like Malcolm X said, by all means necessary. And every time he said that, someone, I think Ralph, would say, you know, it was actually Jean-Paul Sartre who coined that phrase. And then everyone would shut him down with, shut up, you told us before. Those were crazy nights. If anyone had made some money during the day, we would buy drinks. The preferred drink was Squadron because it was cheap and gave a quick boost. You remember Squadron, Abi? Many nights, the landlord, tired of our arguments, would bang on the door and tell us to shut up. Una dey craze, omo Igbo buruku, people want to sleep, oh. That was where it all started. Then we branched out and things changed, and you know, but my parents never accepted me. I would send money and they would send it back. Intact. You teachers, eh? Anyway, my mother took ill. I went to see her, and would you believe my father wouldn't let me into the house? My mother wouldn't see me either. They wouldn't accept my money. I came back to Lagos and cut off all the ties with my 419 cronies. Telecom had just started, and I invested all my money. Many 419s were invested in politics and telecoms, and many lost out big time. But I was lucky, and God started blessing my hustle. And from there, things changed. I wish Sonny had done the same, you know, made a clean break. And you were always at death's door. But my father still took me. I played tennis, I played football, and I also played with the girls. We thought you would die a virgin. Nnamdi poked him playfully in the ribs. It wasn't until 11 p.m. when Nnamdi was leaving and asked after Callista that Abel remembered. Damn, she left tonight. I was supposed to take her to the airport. God, drive safe, Nnamdi. I need to call her. Our flight was for 10:45 p.m. There was no way he could meet her. I was too upset to call. I didn't think you would forget. She told Abel when she finally picked up after the 6th call, and only after he had sent a text explaining what happened. I'm really sorry, but it's a crazy day. You couldn't have called, sent a text, I would have understood. I'm really sorry. It is okay. I have to board now. Our flight was delayed. Your mom knows now, right? Abel said she had been informed. Good, she doesn't have to hear it from the press, and someone is taking care of her. Yes, my sister Obi, you remembered her? She came to visit once when we were in school. I remember. She had lovely long hair, and she caught us in bed once. We had a good laugh afterwards. She was born again, right? And she didn't find it funny. No, she didn't. She told me you were a Jezebel and you would lead me to hell. They caught Sonny with girls all the time and said nothing, but it was me who would go to hell. Jezebel indeed, Callista said with a laugh. See, I have to board now. Take care of yourself, and when this is all sorted out, you should come visit me. You can afford it. Abel said goodbye and went upstairs. He showered, brushed his teeth, and got into bed. But sleep was a distant country. He lay in bed trying to make sense of what he was becoming or had become. The things Nnamdi and Callista said, the things Nnamdi and Callista had unsettled him. Were they saying things he had refused to acknowledge? The fact that he had assumed what was not really his. You should come visit. You can afford it, Callista had told him. Nnamdi had said he was a wealthy man, and now it's all coming to you. You who never got your hand dirty. Life is funny, my brother. It was true. He hadn't engineered Sonny's disappearance, but he hadn't wasted any time taking over all that Sonny left behind. There was always money in his pocket now. He had spent more money in the past 2 months than he had ever seen or had access to his entire life. And he lay there in the dark listening to music filtering out of Ada's room. He thought, running in different directions. A passage from Achebe's Things Fall Apart came to mind. He didn't remember the lines verbatim, but it had something to do with an Igbo saying about the relationship between the hero and the coward. Sonny's life was an epic, heroic, a full book of brimming with grand tales and mode, as they say to their children. That was the house of a great warrior who is no more. Sonny was the hero, and Abel was under no illusion who the coward was. Everything. Good morning, my husband, she said as she handed him the plastic pack. Someone is in a good mood today, Abel said as she fetched a bottle of water from the fridge, poured and passed it to him. What happened? You had a fight in your sleep? She settled into the couch. No, I didn't sleep well at all. My mind was 3 months now since Sonny disappeared, and I pray every morning for him to come back and be father of his son and a husband to me. But with every passing days, I realize that we may never see him again. I know so many people who have been swallowed whole by this city. She got to her feet and began to pace. Abel had noticed that Ada liked to pace whenever he had something she felt needed to be said. I am talking of young girls, mothers, fathers on their way to or from work and school. Abel, these were ordinary men, good people. With Sonny, it's a lot different. We know what he did. We know he had enemies, and if they have kept him for this long without asking for money, they will never let him go. So I need to ask you, if Sonny doesn't come back, what happens to us? Are you going to stay on with us? Will you go back to Asaba? He has legit business, and you can help run them. You are a smart and intelligent man, but I need to know. My family has asked me the same question, and now I am asking it of myself. If my husband never comes back, what happened? She had stopped mid-stride, one foot in front, the other behind, as if poised to lift off. Her face was partly in light and partly in shadow, framed, as it were, in a penumbra of anxiety, and it gave her a surreal aspect. She was bouncing on the toe of her right foot and breathing fast from her mouth as if the effort at speech had sapped her. Ada, I don't know, Abel began tentatively. I like to make plans, but this time I have no idea what to do. I agonized over how to tell my mother, but somehow circumstances sorted it out. As to what you ask, let's wait and see what happens, especially with the story now in the papers. But just know that whatever happens, I will be here for you and Zeal. Ada did not speak. She just stood, her bosom heaving as she bounced on the feet. There was a knock, and Abel asked the person to come in. Good morning, bros. Iyawo, good morning, Santos greeted as he stepped into the room. He had more magazines and newspapers. It's now in the serious papers, he said, handing them over to Abel, and it is all over the internet. That was when Abel remembered his appointment with the journalist, the mysterious publisher who had called from Excel magazine to say he knew where Sonny's whereabouts. He showered, had breakfast, listened to CNN for a while, then texted the journalist at about 10:45 a.m. Just leaving Lekki now. Are we still good for noon? There was no reply, and when it was almost 11 a.m., Abel got into the car and asked Santos to head to Ikeja. He was close to the gate when a message came in. Please call me. It was the journalist. He told Santos to park while he made the call. Sorry, I couldn't call, no credit, he said breathlessly as if he had been running. No problem, so what's up? We can't do noon. I have a meeting with a client for noon. It wasn't planned, but I have been chasing this deal for a while. Let's do 4 p.m. Same place? No, a different place. I will text you and remember, come. Abel cut him off before he finished. They drove back home and he watched a movie, Happy Feet, with Zeal, who was home because Ada wanted to avoid what she said would be a circus at his school. I don't want people looking at me. You know, they all read soft sell papers and then pretend they don't. Hypocrisy of the rich and famous, Abel said. Well, you are one of us now, she told him. Abel felt something give way in the pit of his stomach. His reprieve was broken by the booze of the text from Callista. Arrived safely and been gisting with my mom since I got home. I sent you a gift, something to upgrade you into the 21st century. An aide will drop it off. Can you imagine? One day gone and I am in tatters. Miss you, Mr. Dickey. Abel read the text a few times, then sent a reply. The past few weeks have been heavenly because of you. Miss you more, Miss Adeyemi. A while later, he called Santos and asked him to get the car ready for his Ikeja appointment. They left the house at 2 p.m. It was a bright, sunny day, and Abel knew what, without traffic, they would be in Ikeja in an hour. As they turned on the third mainland bridge from Osborne, Santos caused and swerved to the right, but it was obviously too late. Abel felt the impact, and then they were skiding. Santos fought to keep the BMW X5 straight. He won, bringing the car to a rest by the edge of the curb. Just they got out of the car to inspect the damage. A downfall bus had hit them from behind, shattering one of the tail lights. The bus was now sitting in the middle of the road, its passengers disembarking in a hurry from the fear of being run into by an oncoming vehicle. As Abel and Santo approached the bus, the passengers all pointed in the distance. Abel followed their lead, and he could just make out two men, one in short and the other one in buba and shokoto, running as if the devil was chasing them. It was the driver and his conductor. They said they will arrest them. One of the boys who had just got off the bus said, and Abel burst into laughter, the tears coursing down his face as they inspected the damage before continuing with their journey. He knew why they were running. Where or how in God's name would they find money to fix BMW? Fear had given wings to their feet. When they got to Ikeja, they parked at Mama Cars and on Allen. And while Santos waited, Abel took an Okada, the ubiquitous motorcycle taxi with demoniac rider who, because they got into nasty accidents so much a regular basis, had been designated a special ward at the orthopedic hospital. The riders were usually young boys always high on something, or old men with poor eyesight who drove bikes inside gigs. They weren't the most adept or careful riders. Abeg, don't drive too fast, Abel said as he perched behind the driver. He had already given him the address of his rendezvous and negotiated the fare. The driver nobbled something as he handed Abel a dirty helmet, which passengers were required to wear by law. The location was an open-air beer parlor. Plastic chairs were arranged for a table, all of it branded by one larger or the other. A big screen TV hung precariously from the tall, and as Abel sat down and ordered a beer, "All right, and you said you know something about my brother," Abel asked, speaking with his lips hovering over his glass. "Yes." "Okay, what do you know and what do you want?" "I don't want anything. I just want to help a young man like myself," he said. "I think I know the people who took your brother. I met someone who can help you find them." "Why doesn't he go to the police?" "Police? Why? I thought you wanted to find your brother." Anger and impatience crept into his voice. "Yes, I want to find my brother." "Then why are you talking about police? I am only trying to help. I had something that will benefit my fellow man, and I decided to help." "How much do you want?" Abel asked, turning 90 degrees to look at the guy. If he was paying, he needed to see who he was paying. He was surprised. Mayowa didn't look like much. He was a thin man with beady eyes. His face would have been handsome, but for the ravage of time and circumstance, he looked to be in his late 30s, about Abel's age. "Everything is not about money," he said. "Can I order for a beer?" "You can. Order for 10. Abel blurted before he could stop himself. He waved the waiter over. The guy gave Abel a look that conveyed both irritation and resignation as he asked for Gouda. He was either shameless or really in need of a drink. "Bros, everything is not about money," he repeated, his tone softening all talk about Abel not looking at him gone. He poured his drink, took a large swig that emptied half of the glass, and then smacked his lips and rubbed his palm together. He was tasting. As Abel looked at him, he could see his life sorry written all over him. This was a blind mouse, like millions of others nosing their ways through the underbelly of Lagos, hoping for the lucky day when they would score some cheese. Most of them came to Lagos with a vow, like ever, to make it or die trying. Most of them died trying. He could see the grim around him, around the collar of the long-sleeved shirt he had folded to his elbow, revealing gaunt arms that ended in bony fingers with dirt underneath the nails. His shoes were tucked under the table, out of sight, but Abel could guess what they were, dusty from tramping through the street, looking for the armor that would bring the humor. "See, let's stop beating about the bush. What do you know and what do you want for it?" Abel asked, laying his card on the table. "I met someone who knows something, and he is the one who wants something too. Me, I have human sympathy. Today it is you, tomorrow it can be me. No need chopping from somebody's bad luck." Abel ignored the platitude. "Is the person here?" "Yes, he is watching to make sure you came alone." "So are you going to meet him?" "Yes, but we have to agree first. Then I will send him a text and he will reply." "So how much?" He said 1 million naira. Abel did not betray any emotion as he turned to him and asked, "Have you ever seen 1 million naira before in your life?" Mayowa swallowed hard, his Adam apple bobbing. It was almost hard to believe that he was just drinking beer. It seemed to be choking on something solid. "Bros, it is help. I came here to help," he said, looking Abel in the eyes. "And what will he give us?" He said he knows who took your brother and he knows where to find them. "So how do we do this then? Even if we could pay, I don't have 1 million naira with me here." "How much do you have?" Mayowa eyes glittering. "About 10,000 naira. I'm not sure that will work. Oh. This kind of transaction is cash and carry. The man is scared and he wants to use the money to travel." "Where?" "Abroad. He is taking a big risk in talking to you, you know. Abel told him he would pay 500,000. Mayowa asked for 800,000. They argued, and though Abel waited for him to send a text message, Mayowa did not. They finally settled for 600,000. That was the first inkling Abel had that something was not right. But his brother was missing, and how could one ever be sure what was real and what was not? It was all shadows. He would rather he did something than give in to his doubt. You will drop advance payment. Mayowa's advance? Yes. The man has to know that you are serious. But you said I should come alone, and I did. Why does he want advance payment? The man has to know that you are serious, Mayowa repeated, as if he was talking to an idiot who wasn't paying attention and had difficulty understanding simple things. I told you I have only 10,000 naira here, and we haven't paid for our drinks. There are ATMs machine. You are a big boy. You must have an ATM card. Abel paid for their drinks, then walked with Mayowa to a bank on Tony Street. He withdrew 100,000 naira, which was his limit, and gave it to him. The man would have preferred 200,000 naira, Mayowa said as he pocketed the money. Then looking up with a smile and rubbing his palm together, he asked, Nothing for the boys? What? I am just a messenger. Won't you find me something for transport? Excuse me, bros, this money is not for me. It is for the contact. I am not charging you, but I spent my money to get here just to help a fellow man. Abel gave him 5,000 naira out of what was left in his pocket. I will test you at night to give you directions to where we will meet again. God bless you. Abel watched him walk away, his dusty worn shoes clinking against the macadam as he crossed the street. Then Abel flagged down an Okada that took him back to Santos at Madame Cass. When he got home, there was a package waiting from Callista. Inside was a BlackBerry and an embroidered tie-dye top from the lighthouse. There was also a card that had "To my main man" on its cover. Inside, Callista had written, "A BlackBerry for you, caveman. Lose that old phone." Abel smiled as he pulled the phone from his pocket. You are the only 37 years old I know who doesn't have a smartphone or a Facebook account. Callista had teased him that night as they left La Casa. Abel had been asking how she coped with the BlackBerry beeping all the time. He inserted the battery into the phone and plugged it in to charge. Santos would help him sort it out the next morning. For now, he waited, jumping every time his old phone beeped. But he did not receive a text message from Mayowa. When he got tired of waiting and called, Mayowa did not pick up. The next time he tried, an automatic message told him the phone was switched off. Maybe he has drunk himself into stupor, Abel consoled himself. He didn't have dinner. He ate some biscuits and drank beer. He was lying in bed and reading when Ada knocked and entered. Do I put on the light? He said yes. You didn't eat dinner. No, I usually don't eat dinner. Actually, you are going to make me fat. Well, no one would say I was not a good wife, she said, settling into the couch. No one would say that, Abel agreed. Ada noticed the BlackBerry pack and reached for it. So
we have a BlackBerry now. I always wondered when you would ditch that phone. Callista sent it to me, but I would miss my old reliable. He kissed his old handset. You should take it to Omicron. Why? What's happening in Onikon? A museum. It's an antique. Abel sat up. Is everything okay? There was something about her that didn't seem right, despite her jokes. No. I've been having these nightmares I thought I could sleep here tonight. Sure, I will take the couch, he said, getting off the bed. I don't stink, Abel. She rose and crossed the room to his bed. Is this a good idea? He asked, feeling himself react. He just couldn't help the effect she had on him. Just create some space for me, she said as she got in. It's a large bed. Abel switched off the room light but left his reading light on. He had his book open, but he couldn't concentrate. Ada was lying beside him, and he could hear her inhale and exhale. He had moved close to the edge of the bed to create some space between them, but there was no denying the electric charge on that bed. Tired of trying to concentrate on the novel, he put off the lamp and crept under their duvet. Their feet touched, and he pulled away. Ada was asleep, her breathing even. Abel listened to her breathe, watching the rise and fall of her bosom from the light that came in from the bathroom. There was a man impaled on the flagpole of desire. She stirred and reached out for him. Don't leave me, please, she whispered, and pulled him close. And Abel was not sure whether she was speaking to him or lost in some dream. It was already bright when she awoke in a panic. The clock said it was 6:45 a.m. Oh my God. Philo, I don't want her to know I slept here, she cried as she jumped out of the bed. You can take the connecting door, Abel told her. Oh my God. I hope I didn't lock it from behind. She turned the key in the lock. The door yielded. She pulled it open, and there, on her bed, were Philo and Zeal. Abel turned around and bit into his pillow. Ada avoided him the rest of the morning, and when Philo served him his breakfast, he could have sworn she had a knowing smile playing around her lips, or maybe he imagined it, his guilt making him paranoid. Still, he didn't like the fact that Philo had seen Ada leave his room, clad in her nightgown. Nothing had happened, he knew, but who would believe it? Even he had a hard time believing it. Santos helped him transfer his contacts from the old phone to the new one, then helped him set up his email accounts, BlackBerry Messenger, Facebook, and Twitter. Bros, you are now connected. Santos handed him the phone. Abel thanked him and sent a text to Callista. What's your BB pin, darling? Wow, someone has been upgraded, Callista replied. Santos was out to buy fuel when Ada came downstairs to sit beside him. Zeal is driving me crazy. He wants to know why he is not going to school. Can he go back tomorrow? I wanted him to sit out the whole week. But yes, I would take him. She agreed. You sorted out your BlackBerry? Abel nodded. Santos helped out. And where is he? I asked him to fill the tank and buy me some stuff from ShopRite. Okay? You need to change all your passwords, you know. I don't trust Santos. Let me show you how. She helped him change them and left to make lunch. Abel dialed Mayowa's number for the 6th time that morning, but he didn't pick up. They sent a text. Mayowa, waiting to hear from you. What's the next move? He didn't get any reply. So later that evening, he sent an angry message. Mayowa, what's going on? Suddenly you can't take my call because you have money in your pocket. That elicited a response. Please don't insult me, Mr. Man. I told you I'm only trying to help. The man said the money you dropped is too small. And how does he know you will pay the rest? He said,